He can still remember the moment he died, right there, alone, with nobody to save him. Then he got reborn into a loving family that wrapped him in warmth like nothing could hurt him. Finally, he grabbed a pen and started writing it all down. Terrified he'd wake up one day and completely forget the man he used to be. A diary that holds two lives, like two worlds hiding in the same pages. Two POVs collide, while one growing body keeps piling up the truth. He drilled his body, trained his mind, and kept his eyes locked on everything. He clocked it, letting the calm build his power until it felt unstoppable. Of someone who's already watched the ending once and knows exactly how brutal it can get. He doesn't chase conquest, he just craves the next move, and that's where the real story starts. Refuses to let go of the one thing he's finally earned. And sometimes it's the very person craving peace who becomes the loudest force in the room. In the end, he becomes the strongest ruler of them all. Yuri spent his whole life without family love, until one day everything changed, love cracked open his world, and he started fighting tooth and nail to keep it. Those victories he racked up along his legendary road later fueled him even more, made him a legend across the entire world, once upon a time, in another world. In this other world, the cops finally uncovered the lifeless body of a drug dealer. A drowned man lay in a river under a bridge, and they hauled him out of the water before he could disappear. The water swallowed him, because the guy who drowned that day was the protagonist himself. He slipped into himself and sank into a realm of long, reckless dreams, seemingly endless like it was never going to end, and then, at one point, Suddenly he snapped his head up. Wait, what's happening? Because the pain was crushing him. His skull felt like it was about to explode, so he demanded they let him out of here. The moment it clicked, he realized strangers had quietly slipped in all around him. They fired words at him in a language he couldn't understand, then shoved him into a bathtub and murmured sweet things like they were trying to soothe his soul. He didn't get their words at all, but the way they touched him, soft, careful, lingering, said everything. And then when they finally bathed him, they wrapped him up in a soft, gentle towel, and a woman flopped down beside him, her finger clutched tight in his. He broke down and cried, and she soothed him with gentle words, whispering over and over like, after all, after all. After a while, the woman pressed him to her breast, and he latched on greedily, while a man sat nearby, warming himself by the fireplace. The MC couldn't believe it. Was this really happening for real? So she's the one who fed him milk every single day, and that makes her his mother. And tell me, was this man still clinging to a dream like his father before him? It was all pointless. He couldn't even scrape together a single word. Together, he remembered it like a punch in the gut. That morning, he'd been out shopping at his neighbor S. I still remember those days like they were etched in my skull, holding up alone. Alone, he just kept killing time with the game, until that day, for some reason, a sudden urge hit him to get out. He'd quit his job, burned through his savings, and refused to grab a new job just to scrape by a walk. As he strolled through the city, the streets roared with life, businessmen in sharp suits hustling by like it was all second nature. A sick twist hit his gut, like he was stealing something that wasn't his. Then, as he crossed the bridge, he saw a kid wobbling in the middle of the road. He leaned on the railing, and his surprise hit like lightning. What in the world was a kid doing in a spot like this? At that exact moment, a truck thundered across the bridge. Right then, his little foot slipped off the railing in a split second, and the tiny one plunged straight into the water. The protagonist's heart slammed. He couldn't breathe just thinking, do I help them or not? He needed help because if he didn't get it, he might die right there himself. For a split second, the MC froze, but once you think about it, he was done with everything, and when he was gone, nobody would even mourn him. He dove into the water to save the child, hauled him onto shore, and a freezing agony ripped straight through his bones. As his vision blurred and his mind slipped away, he thought, this is how it's supposed to end, right? And then he just accepted his fate like it didn't even hurt, and now he's a baby. And if this is reality hits harder than anyone expects. At birth, you wake up with memories of your past life flooding your mind. Maybe there's a sneaky mechanism that makes it fade from memory as time keeps chewing. One day, Luke's dad grabbed him, hoisted him up, and smiled like he had the best news in the world. He smiled. MC stared at him and thought, they'll call him Yuri. And yeah, sure, the ears looked a little different, but otherwise they were dead-on identical. Exactly the same faces the protagonists remembered, only now their everyday lives looked way better, far beyond what they were used to. Wasn't exactly modern, more like ancient history walking around. Who are they, and what are they about to do? So what do? Either way, first, he's got to get rid of those diapers, once he grew. As he grew up, he'd lean on the balcony and stare out at the whole outside world like it was calling his name. As birds streaked across the sky, the protagonist whipped his head around and started thinking. From everything I've seen, this place screams countryside. No humans in sight at all, just the wild cries of birds and animals echoing through the silence. Animals, but what about the outside world? It's been a whole year since that moment. Back then, life barely felt exciting, but now everything's changed. MC's brand new life is a non-stop flood of discoveries. Everywhere he turns, something new hits his senses, and he can already tell his parents won't understand a word he says. And every time he heard stories read out loud, watching his father read him a book and point out the pictures, his language skills shot up fast. Yuri couldn't stop wondering who these people really were, and what they were like when the mask finally came off. After a stretch of time, the protagonist finally grabbed the phone and called Mom and Dad, then pushed the words right up to the edge of his own sentence as he started to extend his. He thrust his arms toward them, and his parents stared back, stunned. Stared at him in pure shock, then turned to each other like, no way. And before he could even react, they snatched him up and clung to him with everything they had, so hard the protagonist finally realized something big until now. He never once figured out how other people truly saw life. So this is what love looks like after the MC grows older. Does it hit different over time? He jumped in to help his parents with chores, then headed to the river to haul back water. He spotted his own reflection staring back at him from the rippling water. He grabbed a stone and hurled it straight in. The water swallowed the impact, ripples raced across the surface, and a tiny geyser of splashes burst up where it hit. Yuri stared at the stone and the water, thinking, 3 years are gone, yet his memory and his soul still hadn't budged. Then it all just vanished, like the old him was erased, and with this brand new name, it felt like he'd keep living this way forever. On the way back, his father's voice suddenly rang out and yanked him to a stop. He waved him along and pushed the invitation hard, because he had to show his son something first, before anything else. His father gripped the reins of a massive bird, and the protagonist lit up, "Can we ride a Gakudori?" Luke grinned and shot back, and now I'm like, wait, that sounds awesome. What would he say next? Would he want to check it out with us? MC couldn't believe it, so yeah, turns out his new name is Yuri. Yuri Hao grinned and snapped back, yes, to his father, while Luke stood there waiting. Snapped him onto the birds back ahead of him, then the whole pack launched into the air and streaked forward, right after they started their descent. The father yanked the bird to a stop and said, "We're here, our arrival at last." He finally arrived. This was the spot he'd been dying to bring him to. Mountains loomed on every side, and a thick forest hugged their feet. Right at the heart of this eerie calm sat a huge farm, looming like it owned the silence. The farm where the Gakujuri prowled over the grounds. The moment he saw it, pure shock hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. As they got closer to the farm, Luke quizzed his son about why he'd built it here, and the protagonist blurted out in shock, "What?" He hammered it together with his own hands, piece by piece. His father grinned and said, "Yeah, he did," like it was no big deal, then added, "He built it from the ground up." MC blurted, "Wow," with pure awe, and Luke shot back, "Come on, my dad's gotta be kidding," because there was no denying it. He looked like he was only in his early 20s. But let Yuri hear his reply to that first question. She figured it was because the animals wouldn't wreck the peace with all those loud cries, right? Right, his father shot back. "I get it, yeah, that could have been the case. Only they raised livestock themselves, so it rarely bothered him. And did he really see that place? He was hemmed in by mountains, so the wind just couldn't reach this place. Birds don't thrive when the air won't stop roaring." He dismounted, scooped up the bird, and tied the reins to a pole. The protagonist fired the question at him, "You running this whole place solo?" And Luke shot back, "No way, I've got workers." He yanked his son off the bird and ushered him inside, because those birds were locked in huge cages, while workers scurried around like they were running out of time. Tucked right by the pen, he tossed out feed to the animals, and the father broke it down. Gakudoria was mostly raised on hay mixed with millet. Nuts, beans, and other grains. Then, while they're out grazing, they go stalking for rabbits and snack on them, because if the meat tastes right, they get wilder, unless, of course, it's a special order, and The antagonist blurted in shock, and Luke leaned in to explain. Some of their clients actually want birds with a vicious temper, so they feed them mice and other little animals to crank up the bite. They're trained like that for a reason. Military buyers go wild for them, and if you know how to handle them, they can go deadly on the battlefield, dropping target after target like it's nothing. MC finally clocked the truth. They're not just people at all. They're walking reps of a whole species of battle-crazed animals. If the future demanded it, he'd rather bite his tongue than get on those rides again. Clinging to that wild beast, he suddenly heard his father shout and saw him beckon him over. He marched him straight to a huge barn, where an emblem of two ravens hung high above. Yuri jolted toward his father, eyes wide, and asked, "What are we doing here?" Luke swung the massive gates open and marched inside beside him. An eagle perched on a rock-solid beam, staring down the world like it owned the sky. The protagonist stared at his father, and straight-up dread swallowed his heart. He warned him that the evil was already on the rise, and it was going to take over next. Once it finally got used to him, it turned downright friendly, and it would only get worse for his enemies from there. He would also have. He has to learn how to ride one, and the protagonist keeps repeating it like a vow. Stunned and stuck in the moment, Luke finally blurted, "Ride one." Asked him, "Where'd you even hear that story about the Sky Knight?" He still didn't have an answer. MC looked at his question, totally thrown off, and thought. But even now, he still couldn't quite wrap his head around how that night unfolded. In that story, his father blasted a special whistle, and boom, the eagle swooped down from the sky. It climbed down from the beam straight toward him, and up close, it looked even bigger than before. Yuri staggered back, got his foot tangled, and crashed to the ground. Then Luke snapped, "Don't sweat it." He was right beside him, gently stroking the bird's neck, while his father told him it was a proud family tradition to ride a royal. Royal Eagle met him when the boy turned 3, winked at his son, and told him his father was the world's best Royal Eagle rider, and he suited up with his. With his son at his side, he mounted the eagle, shoved Yuri up front, and they launched into the sky. Luke slammed a hand up and told him, "Listen, remember everything, never let it slip. Keep your mouth open while you're flying, yeah, even when you're soaring over the." Above the horizon, the protagonist's breath got ripped out of him by the sheer sight of white. What he laid eyes on: endless plains, thick forests, towering mountains, and shimmering bodies of water. Everything around him looked so impossibly beautiful that he instantly knew this view couldn't be the real world he was in. He leaned in and stared out through the tiny windows of the tourist plane, watching this world glow in ways he'd never seen before. Beautiful. Then the father yanked the reins, and the eagle shot through the sky even faster, so fast that he just sucked in a breath and steadied himself. Then Luke told him that a few guys just couldn't get onto the thing and ride it at all. The Royal Eagle because heights were way too much for them, and a bunch of other excuses like that. He wasn't giving up, he was just trying to figure out how. Yuri checked in on him, but he seemed totally okay, like there wasn't even a hint of fear anywhere. Deep down inside, honestly, it felt like he couldn't wait to live this experience. Every single day, then it just kept getting better, so perfect it felt unreal. After a while, they finally touched down. His father leaped down with ease, eyes locking on him like, "So what are you gonna do now?" Confusion hit him. What was he supposed to do now? Slide down. Then it clicked. He was alone again, just like last time. Luke threw his arms wide and roared at him, like he was daring him to face what came next. What's he even hesitating for? Let him jump. His father will catch him. The protagonist did exactly what his father promised. He leapt up and he thought, "Whoa, this is nothing like anything I've ever felt before." Suzuya sprinted up to them, like she'd already fought this battle in her bones. He caught up to them and shouted her son's name, and he grinned to himself. He wanted to stay in this world, right there with them. Later, while the family sat down to breakfast, MC leaned in and told his parents that this year marked his 4th birthday. It hit him like a punch. Was this the kind of birthday gift he could actually use? A blank notebook to write in. His father stared at him in total shock, asking what. But then he snapped back. He wanted a diary, and yeah, he meant it. He wanted to write one, not just talk about it. He couldn't stop thinking, so he decided his diary needed to be thicker. Then his parents stared at him and said. Suzuya's caught him off guard, and then his father slams the question, "What's the deal with his writing and reading?" He asked one last thing, and his mother shot back, "It's totally fine." Then she shut the lesson down, leaving him with nothing else to learn. She smiled at her son and asked him, and Yuri snapped back that yes, it was true, and he figured that it was, in fact. The truth was brutal. He'd never gotten much from her, because Suzuya came from a farmer's family, never went to school, and only learned these skills from his father while they were dating, even though his own father was noble and still couldn't crack the complex books. Right now, his only options were signs and ads, but the memories from his past life still burned in him, and so did what he'd learned in his old country, so he had to write it all down before it vanished forever. He stared at his parents and blurted out, "Please, I'm begging you for this," because he didn't care about some birthday gift later. He just wanted this and nothing else. Suzuya set her hands on her husband's shoulders and urged him to get it, because this was the very first time their son had ever asked for anything, and he was such a tidy little helper. Then Luke slumped, clearly crushed, and said, "But it'll set you back about 4 or 5,000, so what, that's nothing." His mother stared at him, stunned, and snapped, "How much? Say it again." He told himself he still didn't know the local prices, but the instant his mom's face lit up, he realized, oh wow, that was pricey. Every book was stitched from animal skin, and when the numbers got converted into yen, it was a whopping 40,000 to 50,000. His father was a nobleman, but he ditched the family to chase his own farm, and now they're living in a tiny little house, just the three of them, and yeah, it screams that money's tight, but still, Yuri shot his father a hopeful look, hanging on every word. Then, at last, Luke said, "Okay," and MC practically exploded with joy at the answer. Then the man cut in and told him, straight up, he needed to start with the most important thing. He promised he'd do everything he could to help his mother, and from now on, he'd be on the phone helping her too. At the farm, can he really keep that promise? The protagonist burst out, yes, with pure joy, then threw a thankful shout to his parents. After a while, Luke and Yuri were up in the sky again, circling the area like they meant it, and his father finally dropped the news on him. The protagonist leaned in and asked his father, Sibiak. He hit the ground hard and poured water into the bird's beak. Then he grinned and said, "Yeah, this is the central city of the Kingdom of Chao. All right, they're marching straight for the royal capital. He's about to deliver the royal eagle there, and before he goes, he locks eyes with his son and says, when we get there, you'll finally pick the exact book you need." And honestly, this is his perfect chance to soak up the city in all its glory. Then, after a bit, they took off. Then Luke spotted an island up ahead, right beside a stretching riverbank. They raced toward the place, with houses packed tight along the streets, ready to move in and settle down. A royal settlement rose around a blazing palace, tall towers stabbing the sky in the very heart of everything. His father yelled that they were dropping, and he better hang on with everything he had. Gala stood on the ground, staring and locked in. You watch Luke and his son drop in for their landing. Luke finally touched down, and right as he did, Gala came swooping in and told him, "Excellent landing." As always, the protagonist's father stepped up, greeted him, and told. She told him, "I'm here with a delivery, an order for an eagle from Her Highness," or something like that, and wow, that eagle was gorgeous. But when Luke realized they were basically manipulating a kid, he couldn't help wondering if that's what people really said, because this eagle had practically hatched inside the guard's birdcage, and he was. He was convinced they'd gladly slap a crown on it and call it the finest royal eagle in the world. Gala just smirked and said, "All right, but who's this little one?" And Luke answered, "It's." He told the man, "This is your son, Yuri. He's turning 4 this year." The protagonist bowed, greeted him, and said with real excitement that it felt great to finally meet his father's friend. Gala dropped to her knees, gently patted his head, and grinned, what a grown-up child, like he was smarter than anything she'd seen in years. "I haven't met someone this smart since the princess." She then went on. He added that his son was 4 too, but the gap was massive, and Luke snapped back, "Don't hype him up so much." Right then, a girl rushed up to Gala and told him that Princess Carol had finally arrived, and the man froze in pure shock, Her Highness, showing up just to come see the eagle herself. Luke shot into panic. Wait, the birdcage. If they couldn't have it, then they'd have to make do with this, right? Gala erupted in laughter and asked him. Luke sighed, regret curling in his chest. Still no permission, huh? He needed it badly. Gala smiled like it was no big deal. Luckily, but just looking at his face, you could tell jumping into this mess would be nothing but trouble. However, so if you help them out right now, it could totally turn into a best friend bond later, right? The girl stepped up and studied them with wary eyes. Right then, the princess herself started marching toward them. With her whole retinue in tow, she coached him, and his head bowed politely like a bowing guest at court. Luke dropped to his knees in front of her, and MC copied his father's exact move. Then the girl finally closed the distance toward him. She closed in on them, stared them down, and flat out announced she wanted to see everything. They hit their peak, and then she told them their full names, turning to the protagonist's father and asking, "Are you Luke?" Luke Howe didn't even lift his eyes as he replied, "Yes, it's true, meeting you is my honor." And when Carol told him she'd heard he'd been doing great, he just swallowed the words like a spark waiting to ignite. During the nightly performance, Luke told her, no, not like that. He'd been beaten by Gala, and she's right here in front of them. The protagonist snapped into surprise. At night, the princess went on. Luke and Yuri swooped in and asked, "So that's it, what's his name?" And when she stared at the magnificent eagles he swore he could breathe, their father said, "I never gave him a name, I figured you'd pick one." Herself, she drawled, "I get it." The princess stared at the bird, then blurted, "Can I ride him yet?" Luke shook his head, "Not yet." She'd wrestled her way through the distance, and she sighed, "Resting those wings today would be best." Then Gala promised it was the perfect chance to learn all about horse riding. Luke shot him an irritated look and snapped that he was nothing but a scoundrel, while Carol lit up like this was exactly the kind of plan she'd been waiting for. Her dad told her, first things first, be the friendly eagle, because if she treats you like a friend, you're going to need to match that energy. And he'll fire it right back, because the girl promised him, face to face, that everything was totally fine. She wouldn't lay a finger on him, then she shot her hand out toward Luke, asking him. She pushed for the reins, and her grip on him made the protagonist's father stare straight at her. He stared down at Gal, and the princess grilled him, demanding answers. With a quick nod, the maid kept her eyes down and told him, "Don't worry, leave it to us." Carol snatched the reins, grinned at Luke, and gushed that she'd treasure this eagle forever after. After a while, MC and his dad strode into the city center, step by step, like something big was waiting there. Yuri shot him a question, "Who's that guy Gala, the one we just met?" And he snapped back that Gala was his father and that he'd come all the way from the royal capital. At Capital Academy, they'd studied side by side during his knighthood. Then he stared at his son and swore he was going too. One day he'd enroll there too, because even he gave up halfway, and that's where it left him, but his son could definitely handle it, and the protagonist couldn't figure out why the father sounded so certain, till the moment the father finally spotted a sign with a glowing book and quill, and he practically yelled, "It's here." Then they dove into the story. The store was sunk in dim shadows, lit just enough by sunbeams slicing through the air. Sunlight spilling in, books stacked high, writing tools at the ready, and everything made easy to reach. Accessories were piled everywhere. Luke shoved a chair up to the counter and told his son to look. And then he climbed onto the chair, stared at the pile of books, and asked Lau, the store owner, to let him peek inside. The old woman smirked and let him at it. Then he dove headfirst into book after book, locked in and unstoppable. And then his father stared at him with that warm smile, like everything was okay, and she asked Luca, "Luke, if you were picking a book for the kid, what would you choose?" He shot back, "Yeah, he told me he needed something to write down his thoughts." The old woman grinned like she knew a secret and said, "Oh, that's beautiful. Everyone cherishes memories they hold dear, the kind they never want to lose in a blink." Luke snapped his head up at her, stunned, and Lala kept going, like even at her age she still couldn't for the life of her remember where her F***K went. Her dad used to tell her all those little life lessons when she was tiny, and her mom would even quiz her with soup recipes, but now she's sick about it, because so many important things have slipped right out of her memory, and this purchase. Orchis would help him too, because once he was gone from this world, his child would wipe him from her memory. What a cruel thought, huh? Luke replayed her words and realized she was dead on. Right at last, the MC blurted out that he'd picked his fate. He jabbed the book with his finger and said, "This one," and Lola asked him back with a sweet smile. Is he really sure? When you're picking something pricey, betting on worth it can save you. Paying more now saves you from regrets later. Does he finally get that? He tells her yes, but he cuts off like others have thicker. She flipped to her parchment, still thinner, and giggled. "All right then, I see. Luke asked me." Later, she leaned in and said, "This book costs $2,800. So yeah, she would have switched it for $3,000. The woman glanced at him and said the boy looked like a total expert, then promised a special deal just for them. But only after she grabbed the leftover 800 lug from the change. Luke stared, totally confused. "So they'll come for some ink." MC just thought, with a sinking feeling, that this wasn't going to end well. After a while, they finally reached a poultry farm, and the father immediately asked the owner to lend him a bird, only for the man to slam the truth down. This was the royal stables, and by the rules, borrowing anything at all here was flat out forbidden. Here, unless it was for the state's needs. When they finally set off, his father leaned in and told him the usual plan. They'd hitchhike and track down a trade caravan. Or they could shell out a fortune to rent a horse, but the ride home was still brutally long, and every so often they'd drop into a town for the night to rest. So they'd move everything into a brand new bird after that, meaning he'd better keep every important thing right on him. The MC nodded back like, "Got it." After a while, they finally called it a night, slid into dinner, and watched Yuri tear through his food. Then the father grinned and told him. He told him, "You crushed it today. And yeah, after that brutal long trip, he's gotta be wiped out, right? Unlike that smooth flight on the Royal Eagle. They'll have to take a huge detour on the way back," and the protagonist snapped back. Yeah, he realized it the moment we were up in the sky. Luke couldn't believe it. He swore they were flying south of this place, and he'd been sure of it since the moment they left the city of Genoma. Then Luke blurted out in shock, "How did you even notice that?" When they finally rolled up there, the MC said those hills south of the city looked way too familiar, like he'd seen them before, and like an eagle can't possibly haul two adults in one go, either. The father snapped, "That's exactly why you shouldn't drive like that. It's downright risky, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to crash." The son asked him. "Would that work if we're talking about a girl too?" Luke shot back, "Yeah, but that kind of thing only shows up in novels, and sometimes there are. Stupid students got swept up in it, but he should not go repeating that." He even asked, "But with it. If it's that blonde girl they met today," her father snapped. "Oh yes. Shimoni's daughter, yeah, her royal mom raised her with one big twist. She's got a younger sister too. Of course she'll be the next queen," and the MC just stared ahead like, "Yeah, I see it." She was drop-dead gorgeous, and Loop snapped upright and crossed the space in an instant. He scooted across the table to his son and with a grin asked, "So, have you fallen in love?" Yuri blinked in pure confusion when his father cut him off with the royal question. Family isn't just a word to him, he says it like it's his truth. He needed someone who matched his mom's kind of energy. Really, the bigger question was how they even ended up together in the first place. Luke just kept thinking. So how'd it go? He'd already blanked out that part. Staying in his room, he slid into his chair, shoved the book his dad bought him onto the table, and then started to. Then it hit him, if those memories and that knowledge were only his, he'd lock them into this book and write everything down. And it would forge his treasure and his strength once he'd cracked it open. He yanked it open and threw himself into writing, fully locked in. After a while, he finally started steering the royal bird like a pro, just the way the protector needed. The protagonist dropped down to the ground and right in his head, counted out 3. 3 years tore by since that day. Today was the 7th time it happened to him. Birthday. As he raced back home, he spotted a gakadori lurking in the yard. It lay there, and on its back sat the exact same emblem as his. Rushing past his father's barn, the protagonist barrels toward the house. He stormed off and heard his father snap, "Go away," like he wanted them gone at once. He ditched the main house entirely, and it hit him like a gut punch, so hard it cut him off mid-thought. That letter was a total waste, and he wasn't under any obligation to follow it. To charge into war, even if it erupted in front of them. With a heavy heart, the family's head, Mr. Goku, shoved them forward into. An official notice hit. Luke was being called to war, no way out, so Suzuya stared at her husband with raw worry. MC sat there, utterly baffled, as war raged on after what felt like ages. Right then, the protagonist was getting the birds ready for the trip. A worker snapped a greeting and leaned in, asking if he'd started prepping the Gakudori yet. MC shot back, "Yeah, we're already set for the ferry, but today." It looked like the kind of day that would crush him, so the worker just nodded, like he already knew. He definitely wasn't sailing through life either, and the protagonist straight up admitted it was all too true. You're right, he had to get ready fast, because he was about to face the head of the family after saying goodbye to the worker. He just waved them off and said he was going to be gone, then Yuri and his mother took off. They split up on the backs of those birds, one bird each, while the other Gakudori marched along on a leash, obedient as can be. The protagonist glanced back at his mother, who sat behind him, and asked if she was all right. Suzuya only grinned and told him she was okay. She was fine, but damn, he'd mastered this bird control thing like a pro, and the birds lurking behind him were dead silent. He told her this was only his second ferry mission, without his father watching, and he made it clear he couldn't let his guard down for a second. Once the city's skyline finally came into view, MC leaned toward his mother and blurted, "Are we already headed for Karakumo City?" His mother slid her hands onto his shoulders and caught the nerves crawling up his spine, and the protagonist only admitted, yeah, he was a little rattled, because this was his first time stepping into the main house, and they'd been invited to celebrate the war starting. Of course, it was hardly a happy day, because when he asked to be drafted to the front, his father shut him down, and he felt like he could finally breathe. His mother agreed, saying she knew he'd always preferred raising animals to fighting, but still, every time a letter showed up from the main house, dread crawled into her chest. Easy, the protagonists muttered with heavy hearts, war, huh? While the country was tearing itself apart, 2 kingdoms were stuck in the middle of it all. Chalta, deep in the peninsula, and Kurukina, right next door, and both sides were packed with people of the exact same racial origin. The Shan, yeah, and for clarity, the second one gets called Kurukina. Watch their world get swallowed by the flames of war, because the kingdom of Kuruhina sits right in the heart of the peninsula, and it's about to get pulled into the growing conflict fast. Shan people have an insanely high. Because they're northern by blood, they endure the chill without flinching. Back in ancient days, the whole northern continent was one massive realm, the Chantal Empire, always ruled by a queen for generation after generation, until about 900 years ago, when the empire finally stopped being one single, unified state called the Chantal Empire. War with the Kur people wrecked everything. The great empire shattered into smaller states and got invaded for years, until only two kingdoms, Chalta and Kurohina, stood left. Whenever the Kur pushed toward Kurohina, Chalta didn't stay quiet, they rushed reinforcements to its aid. His father's family has the enforcements and the responsibility for this support, and the militant Nightcast reps say the house is already cracking. Another war just exploded. Now Goku Ho, the current head, watches his father's older brother rush off to the front. His father refused to step into battle, but because of his bloodline, he got dragged into the ceremonial procession anyway, right as the war ignited. And honestly, it felt good knowing his older brother was being so understanding. The villain refused to say goodbye to his parent before the war, and just when he tried to shut it all down, his mother finally broke through, right as he was fading out of the moment. He ripped himself out of those gloomy thoughts, because there they were, right here, just the way it had to be, the house. Family's capital, Karakumo ***. They burst through the main gate, and the city hit them like a wave, noise, people everywhere, and pure nonstop energy. And every warrior was darting everywhere. People turned their heads, staring right at them, and, with a jolt of surprise, the MC realized something. Gakadori wasn't just any vehicle, it was the ride knights used. And when a woman with a kid riding it rolls in, everyone instantly reads it as suspicious. Right when he stepped onto the grounds of the family mansion, a guard sprang in front of them and demanded, "Who are you?" Yuri and his mom hopped off the bird, and the moment they landed, the next part of the journey began right there. The protagonist leaned in and told him, "I'm Luke Hao's son, and my mom and I came to celebrate the troops." Luke Hao's name echoed out as the front-line departure began, and the guard stared in confusion, repeating it like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Right then, a maid burst in, beaming, and shouted Suzuya's name at the top of her lungs. She bowed low and told them, with a sharp certainty, that they'd been waiting just for them. She ordered them to tail her and shoved the guard a Gakadu, right there. Akadori, along with his mom, kept chasing that mysterious woman, desperate to stay close because it led to something huge. Crowds packed the place tight and the noise crashed nonstop, warriors everywhere, weapons shining in every direction, and yeah, the MC clocked it like he always does, just as insane and impressive as expected Goku. Goku himself stepped out to meet them, grinning as he warmly greeted Suzuya and telling her how thrilled he was that she finally made it. The woman dipped into a respectful bow, and the protagonist copied her without hesitation. Then the mother spoke. Told Goku it had been forever since they'd seen each other. Then the man snapped out why she was even there and insisted she didn't need to bow like that since they were family. After that, he pressed her about Luke, demanding to know where he was. Suzuya told him her husband was running late, still delivering that eagle, and Goku muttered with clear disapproval, like it felt straight up wrong to pass the reins to his wife and just say, and shoved her away in his place. Suzuya grabbed MC by the shoulders and shot back at Goku. Turns out their son brought her. The man leaned in close and asked like it mattered, "So that's how it is, Yuri, right?" The protagonist nodded back, "Yeah," and it hit him that he'd guessed correctly. He felt his mom's hands slam onto his shoulders, so strong. Goku asked if he could handle Gokudori and the Royal Eagles, then good. His mom stepped in and answered for him, and the moment she said yes, she looked proud as hell. He can read, write, and play Dookie like a pro. Goku blurted out in shock. Even Dookie, yeah, it's a board game people play right here, basically like Chinese chess, but way more intense. The spots where you can cross the river are strictly limited, so every move feels like a gamble. The hero's dad loved it so much he forced him to learn, and 1 month later, he didn't just improve, he straight up outplayed his own father. Goku leaned in and told Yuri, "We've still got time before the celebration, play this game just once." MC blinked, totally confused, wondering if he was being set up. Being serious, Suzuya, sensing her son's nerves, told her husband's older brother that she didn't want to come off rude, like, was this really the right moment? Yuri's like, "Great, mom's got his back, now let her say it. But don't go full cuckoo on him." Who countered, "There's nothing to fear, so why doesn't she slip away and go have some tea in a separate room for?" For now, she swallowed her embarrassment, flashed a tiny smile and told her son, "Go on, really play with your uncle." Then she walked out and the protagonist wanted to sprint after her, but the protagonist kept glancing back, chasing her with his gaze like it was tied to his life. Uncle walked in, and the maid immediately said he could finally take off his. He kicked off his shoes right there, then slipped inside the. Goku was already posted up at the table as they slipped into the room, and the game was starting to heat up. MC sprawled on the table in front of him, and the man barked, "Sit down, don't be shy." So MC slid into his seat, stared at the board, and his jaw dropped at just how incredible it was. Goku points at the squares and says it's obvious, like he really knows his stuff, and he's never seen anything like this before, so yeah, it's go time. They started and Sure, he's busy, but Yuri says he doesn't overthink his moves, so this won't drag on for long. The man grinned and said, all right then, I guess we can do that. The protagonist shot back, don't count on the sand, let him go first. Then He'll borrow his chest, then after a while the protagonist gets hit with the brutal truth. He'd lost, he told his uncle it felt like he just wasn't ready for this level yet, and the man burst into laughter, saying, no, this isn't a bad tactic. However, they finished way too fast, so why not play again? The MC practically beamed and said he was totally in. After a while, Yuri said with a heavy sigh, I'm sorry, I'm still. Goku's smile cut through the crushing defeat, like he was ready to end it right there. Yeah, looks that way, right when the protagonist thinks of his uncle, that memory just hooks in. We're brilliant, even if it was probably some famous move he didn't even know about it yet. Then this insanely strong man suddenly launched himself forward, mid-jump. He sprang up in a flash, yanked out his weapon, and lunged for his nephew, slamming the blade against his chest. He shot it right up to his face. Then the protagonist's eyes went wide, and he blurted out in shock. And asked, what's he doing? Did he pull some kind of rude move? Goku let out a chuckle, totally approving. This guy's got guts, he'll make a perfect night shift, straightening everything up like a machine. He stepped up to the MC and shot his shot, asking him if he'd become his son-in-law. His eyes snapped wide, what? And it turns out he'd been riding the royal. Turns out the royal eagle isn't the only terrifying tradition in the Hao family. He even shot back that he'd never marry a girl whose face he'd never got to see. Goku grinned at him and urged him to think hard, because if he truly wanted to hit his peak, he'd need way more than what he had right now. Honestly, with a room full of adults, he'd be bored out of his mind, so for now, this is the better move. It was better to play with his daughter, so the protagonist followed the maid as she led him to one of the rooms cracked open, and he bowed politely then. He wished him a pleasant stay, and he thanked her before knocking on the door, then it swung open. He cracked the door open just a bit and leaned in, eyes sharp, peering into the room like something was about to jump out. He stepped in and spotted a girl parked at a table in the far corner, back turned to him. He couldn't shake the thought, was that really her? The protagonist greeted her, then Sam stayed stone silent, then he screamed at the top of his lungs, is anybody alive? Alive, and then the world swallowed the sound. Silence hit again, and the MC stepped in. He closed the distance and brushed his finger against her cheek. She's alive somehow, and just when the girl says, that's pretty rude, she whips around, flinches, and looks totally shocked like she can't believe it. Don't you feel that way too? Alive, he blurted out, asking if she had trouble hearing. She stared at him in shock. Why on earth would he think that? No way, he pressed her for answers, asking why she ignored his greeting, and right then it felt like rage was building in her, as if she was about to snap. She snapped out of her thoughts and told him, no, because she couldn't focus today. Then the protagonist finally noticed. She spotted a tablet packed with numbers on her desk, asked what she was working on, and the girl just shrugged, like, trust me, you wouldn't get it even if I tried. She admitted maybe it's true, but until she told him herself, she couldn't really say for sure. Then she let out a heavy sigh and confessed, yeah, that's also true, before adding that it was nothing but a pointless waste of time. Time anyway, he seethed. How brazen could she be? He thought, then forced it out loud. If you're struggling to get something, why not let me show you instead? To try, she shouldn't take it so seriously. Sham stared at him hard and said, if she told him. Will he finally leave? She's stuck on that SOSU question, wondering if they can multiply without end, while he blurts out in shock, totally stunned by the same idea. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Did it mash up two Shan dialect words, one for essence and one for repetition, and the moment you look closer at the writing? He figured it was just like prime numbers. Yuri leaned in and asked, do you mean the ones like 2, 3, 5? Then she stared like she was plotting something. What was she really up to? The girl snapped back, annoyed right from the start, and of course, just like she predicted, he still didn't get a single thing. So she was practically begging him to get out of here already, and the protagonist shot back in a calm voice, yeah, because he understood. MC finally got what she meant, then snapped his eyes to her in total shock. Continued, first, set n as some number. If the numbers are 2 or bigger, then when n and n are both 1, they share no common denominators at all, except for 1. If they had more than 2 common denominators, that would be wild, so when you multiply n by n plus 1 and call m the derivative of those primes m has to end up packed with 2 or more primes. And that means primes with that m are always different, because just like prime numbers themselves, m and m plus 1 team up to multiply together. So yeah, there's no end to the prime numbers, because infinitely many of them keep showing up. It's right there because it doesn't stop, it can keep going forever. Prime numbers never run out, there are infinitely many of them. Sham stared in disbelief and blurted, "He's unreal, seriously, he's amazing." He stumbled on this info in a book, and he somehow remembers it all so perfectly. It's wild. MC turned beet red and muttered that it's all simple, because the theory is easy to grasp, and you'd walk away with a whole new perspective. Jealousy surged in Sham. Her family just didn't get her, so they refused to buy her the books she craved. Yuri's eyes turned soft as she felt bad for her, like, oh no, what are we gonna do? Turns out it was all a waste. She was still sharp as ever, and that's exactly why she ended up blushing hard, embarrassed too, and then he asked, "Do you honestly think that?" He shot back, "Yeah, but if everyone around her was as smart as she is, I'd be done for and I'd fall behind fast." She rushed to set the record straight, because that was absolutely not true. Then he stayed cool, thanked her, and that was that. She shot her hand out to him and introduced herself, then asked the one question that could flip his whole life. "Could I be your apprentice?" He froze. He gripped her hand and said, "No way, you two are cousins, aren't you?" So he could only tutor her in things like math. What on earth would she even want to learn? She didn't hesitate for a second and agreed to everything he said. After some time, the protagonist finally dozed off, and in his dream, he stood right in the middle of his classroom. It slammed into him like a punch to the heart, pure, terrible nostalgia, and Yahata stood behind the teacher's desk, staring as the guy started to talk. He told him, "Your dad just got fired. What are you gonna do, huh?" Did he hear anything about this at all, him and Yaha? Ahata and his father weren't exactly buddies, but his dad still worked at Ahata's father's factory, and back then, his father was ripping into old employees with accusations. To finally get rid of them, after the divorce, he grabbed a new woman and buried himself in work just to dodge the benefits, and honestly, his father was a total mess, not as a parent, not as a. So he was right there juggling the life of an entrepreneur, then boom, the phone rang. It was his father. He snatched the call and blurted, "What's going on?" But his father wasn't done. Fuming because one of his own employees had complained to his son, the MC snapped back and swore it wasn't true. So what really happened? The old man warned him he'd landed in hot water with the cops for stealing company property, and the protagonist froze, stunned. Theft. What did he even take? Right then, his father barked into the phone, demanding, "You're asking what nails and metal fittings. That's straight-up theft, and whether it's small time or a big score doesn't matter. Theft's theft, and treating it like a disciplinary move isn't exactly rare, is it?" The protagonist pushed back, refusing to accept that case's so-called fair measure. So the father snapped out a magical move. He shoved the MC into a pile of nails and metal fittings, and then he screamed at him. If he won't let him run his own life, why keep paying a huge salary to someone whose skills are falling behind? Yuri, still sinking under a pile of metal objects, spun toward Yahata and begged for help. The boy didn't even budge, then told him, calm as stone, not to worry. Worry nodded him, because once he became a doctor, he'd help him, and then those cold metal objects swallowed him whole. MC burst into a shout, and somehow managed to scream Yahata's name. He shot upright in bed, heart pounding, and wondered if he'd just woken up into a dream. Maybe it was because he'd been scribbling his old life in a diary, but when he woke up, it felt so real it knocked the air out of him. Kata never ended up becoming a doctor right then. No miracle at all. Right then, knock, knock, someone hit the door and Yuri tiptoed down the stairs, careful as a shadow. He climbed the stairs and closed in on the door, without daring to open it. He demanded to know who it was, and Shun shot back, "It's me. The Howe family's loyal servant." The antagonist snapped in shock. Turns out it was a servant from the main house, and the servant told him straight that he wasn't allowed to open the front door himself. He told himself he'd get moving, he'd sprint off and wake his father right now, and after a while, Luke struck a fire in the fireplace, then grabbed Shun's attention and told him to check his hands and feet first. The servant rubbed his hands together and, with a shaky little grin, told him, yeah, he was totally fine. Luke shrugged like, that's his call. Then he muttered that there was no way he'd even notice frostbite until it was too late. Shun said, I can't believe it. The father's got no shame at all. He snatched off the servant's boots on the spot and jabbed his eyes at his bruised lip. Limbs, he then grinned and said, excellent, nothing to fear. The story didn't need more worrying. Then the main guy hauled in food and steaming hot tea and told them, if nobody minds, I'll set it right here. Shun. Completely mortified by all that attention, he shot them both a quick thank you, then dove into his food with such greedy hunger that Luke blinked in shock. He hadn't eaten since morning. The servant nodded and confirmed it, then paused as his work swallowed every ounce of his focus, so he started skipping meals, and MC's father boiled with indignation. Charging into that freezing cold on a totally empty stomach was pure recklessness, so tell me, what happened next? Shun. Shun swallowed hard and said, Lord Goku is dead, perished in battle. Luke and Yuri went completely still, frozen by the blow. Like lightning slammed him, the servant burst into tears and kept going, charging forward. Luke's royal eagle bore him as he drove forward, charging straight ahead. And from what he'd heard, he'd absolutely crushed it. The protagonist's jaw dropped. His uncle had somehow. He'd fallen in battle, but they'd barely even gotten a few days together. A few days ago he was breathing, and now Luke grabbed the servant, only to realize he was dead. Shun grabbed him by the shoulder and snapped, Tell me you're kidding, please. Shun lowered his head, eyes heavy, and admitted, No, I'm scared. It was only a rumor, but they were 100% sure he was dead, until. They still hadn't found his body, then boom, something loud ripped through the silence. Suzuya heard the news, and the basin of hot water slipped from her hands. Everyone jolted and turned to stare. He stared at her as water blasted across the floor, and she blurted out, confused, I need more water. She's going to do it right now. His mother vanished behind the curtain. Snuck a peek behind the curtain and caught her on the floor, sobbing like her heart was breaking. His father stared in disbelief. Wait, did his brother really die? MC pressed his hand to his mother's shoulder. She snapped her gaze on him, clung tight, and burst back into tears. Shun then blurted out that he'd come to deliver a request. He needed them at a family meeting tomorrow. Luke. Luke's voice shook as he promised he'd be there. Then he turned his face from the servant so he wouldn't see his. Through his tears, the protagonist's father snapped that he'd put him up in the guest room and told him to drink this and then hit the bed. Yuri's father pushed a glass of wine into his hands, then cut in that he didn't want him to die from falling off a bird on the way home. Then he should definitely sip this in his brother's memory. The servant froze, then hurriedly took the glass his master handed him. Then the very next day, Luke, his family, and Shun showed up. Strolled right into the Hao family's Karakumo compound. Father and son sat at the dining table in total silence, like the room was holding its breath. The dining hall suddenly went quiet, then Shun burst through the door, right in the middle of it. The room snapped the scroll into Luke's hands and warned him it was a full list of who'd be at the meeting. Luke shot him a grateful nod, scanned the roster, and then his eyes caught something. He blinked in disbelief. Rikunu's name wasn't on the list at all, so Shun dropped the truth. Rikunu refused to cooperate. So yeah, that meant they kicked him off the participant list. He snapped that a coward like him didn't deserve the title of knight, but Luke calmly shot back that one move like that doesn't make someone lose their knighthood. Shun said they were writing the meeting so their son-in-law could come too, and the protagonist immediately latched onto the Rikunu Ek family, untouchably famous, insanely influential, the ones trusted with a huge city on the outskirts, so it felt wildly wrong that they weren't showing up, and dread curdled in his gut as he zeroed in on his son-in-law. Luke told the servant he pretty much got it, then shot back a thank you. Shun bowed low and asked for leave to go. When the servant finally stormed out, the father snapped at the protagonist that he wasn't actually allowed to talk, so now he'd better sit there and shut up. MC snapped back, totally in the right. Since he was Goku's younger brother, why wouldn't he deserve a floor? Luke shot back, no. In their family, if you don't carry the title of knight, you're basically shut out, and they won't let you boss anyone around. Then he stormed out, leaving. So that's why he never made it into the academy, hence no knight. Yuri snapped in surprise. Wait, really? Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, and what's this about the royal eagle attacking me? His dad shot him a grim look and said, it's time you learn about it too. It's a brutal way to win, strike the enemy army from the sky, and slam down hard into their territory at dawn. There's no telling who's actually waiting out there, could be allies, could be enemies, and still, the knight has to gamble with his life. If it all goes sideways, he'll have to cut down the general himself. It's a last-ditch play, pure desperation. When the world feels hopeless and every chance is dead at zero, the protagonist is left rattled, confusion crashing in. What the hell is this? Why are you being so brutal? A special tactic. Father kept sipping his wine, because nobody can promise it'll all run smooth, but his older brother had somehow pulled it off anyway, and the antagonist smirked, like that proved exactly how terrifyingly strong he was. Then he turned to his father and demanded, do I really have to be part of this, if I'm going to? Became a knight, Luke shot back. No, this was my choice. No one could drag him into it, but in a knight's world, doing something like that was treated like pure honor. Right then, a maid burst up to the door, knocked hard, and shouted that every participant had arrived. Then she ushered them in. His father marched straight to the exit with zero hesitation, and MC could only whisper, "Go get him." The man snapped his head toward him, eyes wide, trying to figure out what he was even saying. Then he realized he was fully awake, and the list was being shown right to him. A list of participants, his father chimed in, then his name. His name was on it too. Yuri's brain screeched in confusion. Him too, the ma. The maid guided them to a massive door, dipped into a deep bow and told them, "Follow me." She shoved the massive, heavy door open and get them into the conference room. Those gloomy faces said everything before a single word could. 3 empty chairs sat right in the middle of the table, while the men loomed around it. The maid shoved them toward the table, waved at the empty chairs, and told Luke and Yuri, "Sit down." The protagonist gasped in surprise. Yeah, he'd heard older folks would be here, but seeing it hit him hard. But for everyone here to be old, was it really okay that almost no one young showed up? The guard snapped his head. He spun toward him, jabbed at a chair, and barked, "This way, Prota." Our protagonist was totally thrown off, because this was the place of honor. Luke beamed at Satsuki and told her he was so happy she'd come back. She grinned at him and told him to call her by. Luke answered like he finally got it, then shoved his son toward her and told him to say hello. MC came walking up. He marched up to his aunt, told her his name, and greeted her, and the woman lit up with a warm smile, then said that Sham had been singing his praises like crazy. Yuri thought, "She's way nicer." Seriously, right there, he thanked the woman out loud, and Satsuki slipped her arm around his shoulders, gently shoving him toward. He strode toward the chair and told him to sit. Then he grabbed the center seat among the 3, while his father slid in on his left. She shifted left, Satsuki snapped to his right, standing there, not sitting, shut her eyes, gathered every ounce of strength, and then she said. She thanked everyone for showing up like they already knew. Her husband had battled the enemy, and when it was over, he died a hero. The hero hits pause because the next move could change everything. Then Yuri spots the missing piece. Shum isn't anywhere to be found. Satsuki's premonition rattled him to the core, and luckily, Satsuki kept going anyway. Her husband finally thought of his family and broke away, leaving her behind with that goodbye hanging in the air. She thrust the sealed document in everyone's face and kept going. She's saying, "Come on, watch it right now, seriously." Every single person leaned in and stared hard at the will. Will, the woman snapped the seal open on F. He ripped the document open and read every word out loud. Kai, the 27th head, studied what was written and then named his brother Luku to be the. So he's going to be the next head of the family, period. Everyone in the room stared at each other, and Luke practically sputtered, stunned and totally confused. Luke shot up, whipped around to face Satsuki, and was seconds away from refusing the job he'd been assigned. But the woman cut him off softly, telling him she got it all. If he wanted, he could go on living as. She repeated herself, then slammed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and pressed on in a hard, stern voice, like the conversation wasn't over yet, and they were about to learn that the hard way. They wouldn't mind one bit if his son took over as head after getting that night's training. Night title, then the floor just crumbled under the MC's feet, and confusion hit him like a wave, and when Luke replayed what she had said, he was in. Rage surged through him. Why did he get the job as head? Weren't there other candidates? Gotsuki leaned in and told him, "Goku picked you." Then he snapped, "Take it with honor, no hesitation." After reading the will, the man snapped irritably, "But Luke doesn't have the knight title, does he?" The woman. "Don't sweat it, turns out they already got special permission from the kingdom, so the head doesn't need that knight title anymore. Even so, he'd have it in the bag. Every record he needed is right there, waiting for him. He's got a little time to gather everything, then he'll finally get what's coming." She even said the House territory is far from where it all starts. Yuri's from the Kirihina kingdom, and she commands this stunning slice of nature. But after that brutal, never-ending war, their warriors are worn down to the bone, and Yuri can't stop thinking about it. That's why the meeting is packed with old men. Normally, an elderly person wouldn't need to step up and become the head, but do. But with so many young men dropping dead again and again, there's basically nobody else left, so Siamese. These lands have always sworn that only women can sit on the throne, while the men fight in the army, so yeah, she's clearly plotting to use that. She planned to hijack the Ho family's power for herself and send them barreling into battle to defend the capital. Honestly, this is gonna get wild, because he never saw it coming that they'd agree to this ahead of time, and now he and his father are tangled up in a full-blown mess. Luke watched his uncle's wild family stretch out into the distance, then clutched Yuri tight and declared with steel in his voice that he'd never, ever turn his son into a knight. Satsuki pressed him, asking if he really believed that, because every kid was seething with dreams of becoming knights, and Luke only started to say when the thought hit. Even if it's true he's only 7, don't saddle him with something that heavy. Satsuki snapped, keep him isolated, even if he doesn't seem ready for the job. After he graduates from the Knight Academy, he still keeps his spot. He'd still be welcomed as Sayam's son-in-law. Luke froze, staring at her in pure confusion, and the protagonist's mind snapped in shock. Seriously, this woman's already planned that far ahead. Luke just regretted it. With a heavy heart, the protagonist gave his father a moment to think, staring at him like, I can't help but feel sorry for you. So he'd stay the head right up to graduation, like a tight little tie-up. Luke clutched his. His head spun with confusion, because the whole situation felt wildly tangled. He had no clue how to escape, and Yuri was stuck too, panicking over one thing. Would this actually be real, and how in the world would he ever figure it out? So how do you even settle this? Does his father just speak up, or do the elders all take a vote and decide everything? If he wants to stay alive, he'd better bring out his ugliest side, so he'll try this stunt and pray it works. Right as he was about to confess it to his father, Rakunu exploded into the room. He shoved the poor maid with everything he had. She rocketed backward and he snapped at her with pure rage, yelling for her to get out of the way. Everyone stared at him, baffled, and then the man strode right up. Stormed up to the table and shouted through clenched teeth, How dare they call a meeting without him? They don't even realize. The protagonist stared in shock as pure rage blazed off the man like a wildfire. Katsuki huffed in frustration and snapped that he did show up after all. He growled through clenched teeth, it was true. Then the protagonist shot back, thinking, So you recognize the Ekrukuna family's head's name, right? Good, because he's the guy who got knocked out as a participant in that meeting. He was the top pick, and the man snapped at Satsuki with a furious glare. How dare she tamper with her husband's last? The woman snapped back with a nasty tone, Who's out there talking? Then she scoffed, a coward who bolted from the battlefield. Raku spun toward everyone there, screaming through clenched rage, This is all a lie, because he didn't know what she'd already whispered to them, yet he still demanded they wouldn't trust a single word she said. The word she said hit the air, and MC just stared, totally baffled, because this guy was acting so damn strange. The Ek family's head stared at the order in one of the elders' hands, then demanded answers from him. He demanded what kind of document it was, and the old man shot back, Goku's will. Then a raccoon snatched it right out of his hands fast. He read it fast, then snapped the paper down on the table with pure rage. Everybody jumped at the blast. He stormed up to Satsuki and, voice heavy with dread, muttered, This is a F. A fake claiming Goku's wife is this treacherous woman. His wife shot him a glaring look, pure irritation, then kept her mouth shut. He yanked a sealed scroll out from under his shirt and shouted, This is the real will. Satsuki stared at it, completely baffled, like her brain couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. Fusion, she never saw this coming. Nothing in her wildest dreams could have prepared her for just how intense it got. Talk about a crazy twist. Luke and the protagonist both stared at the letter in shock. Raccoon unfolded the note and read it in shock. Goku was demanding he step up as the next head of the family, then poured his hope into one thing. If he worked with care, it would light up a bright future for their people. After reading it, he spun towards Satsuki and sneered, asking what on earth was wrong with her. Then she froze, completely unable to find the words. You're telling me that some person like that is in your family? Seriously, I can't believe it. Satsuki snaps, rage blazing in every word. He roared at them, Don't feed me nonsense. Then rage flared, how could he dare sell a fake? And after the head died, he walked out of the job. He pulled the plug on his job and told everyone flat out that he was already out of the running. Then Raccoon snapped back in furious rage. He shot back, What's she even going on about? Lord Goku himself handed him that note. He didn't back down. When a trusted Rosk family member handed her the will, both of them stood firm like they were daring the world to stop them, and the man who once guarded it too kept roaring, refusing to fold. But that's the whole problem. Maybe she's changed for the better, yet where's the proof If she hadn't been tricked, they would have stared at each other, both ready to sprint into the next moment. Inch by inch they were counting down to when the end would begin. He was ready to burn everyone to ash with just those killer stares. The MC couldn't shake the dread that maybe the fate crushing everything was his own doing. Fake Satsuki's face twisted with pure rage, like it could tear the air apart, and that storm of emotion was so intense it felt impossible to stay calm, because next to her, Rakuna looks rock solid, and if anyone can defy her, it's him. He just has to verify figuring out whether those two documents are real wouldn't help, because Rakuna's the one winning here, and he has nothing to lose. He didn't want to make enemies out of the elders, and they understood it, especially since his father, who isn't a knight, and Satsuki too. Compared to Rakuna, they're falling behind, and he whispered. He sprinted up to his father and blurted, "Can we take a break?" Because he had to hit the bathroom right now, his father. His father looked completely baffled and grilled him about what he'd said, yet there was nothing else to do, so Luke snapped to his feet, and sheepishly, she asked Satsuki for a break, because his kid had to use the bathroom right now, and the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that his dad probably never would have said it out loud. The woman froze in shock, snapped herself back, and blurted. He admitted it, yeah, they were right, and then he stormed out of the meeting room, the protagonist. Shot his father a question, got any empty rooms near. Nearby, Luke froze in shock. Wait, what about the toilet? MCD. He snapped at him, that's a lie, now stop dodging it and just talk to me. As soon as they stepped into the room, Luke dropped into a chair. He leaned back in the chair and with a grin teased, all right, so what was the big topic of your little mini-meeting? The protagonist stared him down and asked, straight up, if he planned to take the top spot. Luke shot back that it all hinged on the elections. He's not exactly thrilled about it, but if his older brother wanted it that badly, he wouldn't dare refuse, so the protagonist clocked that the wills were totally different in what they said, so it's obvious one of them is fake, plain and simple. But with only this, they still can't tell which one is the real deal, and if it keeps going like this, Rakuna's about to flip and become his enemy. This isn't just fighting anymore, it's a full-on political war, and we have to slam it shut fast, or everyone's going to start slaughtering each other. His dad told him he never thought it would spiral this far, and the MC shot back, wait, seriously, I've heard a ton of stories just like this. And it all kicked off the same way. His dad's side leaned in like, what a mess this is, and ruffled his son's hair, telling him not to worry so much. At the very least, he's going to make something happen. He couldn't make sense of it, like his head was spinning. Sure, he trusts him, but his father is just too careless. When his father came up to the door and cracked it open, the protagonist shot him a warning, don't you go looking for a fight. Luke blurted that he knew and then flinched hard, totally shocked. Satsuki stood right at the doorway. Right as the woman suddenly appeared, the protagonist snapped into the exact same reaction. She demanded to know why they were here, and they had no choice but to push on, because they still had more to do. Steadying his breath, the MC wheeled toward her and asked, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" She stared at him, shocked he even had something to say, but she still nodded and agreed. Listen up, later on, the hero finally shows up. Pulled up to Raccoon's house and greeted the guards like he owned the place. The guards barked his name into the air, and you could tell they were shocked. Spurred the protagonist to spill what happened, like, what's going on? He blurted out that his father ordered him here, and then he leaned in and asked. If Rakuna was here, one of the guards would have grabbed him with the news. She isn't home right now, and that's when the MC. He pleaded with him, desperate to ask the one question that could change everything. Could he really hold out until the leader of this family came back and made sure those guards got swapped out? They traded shocked looks and shoved him into their guard room, one of them blurting, Academy, huh? He wished he could rewind time. Yuri froze in shock, because this place was just so damn perfect. The boy shot back, yeah, unlike the capital, there are tons of territories out here. If you've got friends, you can train and practice until your heart's content. Go ahead, yes, that's what youth feels like. The protagonist clocked it in his head, and he barely finished his thought. I'm telling you, Raku couldn't stand the past. After a while, it all kept slipping into the Raku no cutoff. Kunu barged into the room, snapped at the guards with pure irritation, and demanded to know what they'd done, just as the senior. The guard dipped his head to his master and said, they've got their sights locked on this kid. A raccoon shot him a rude glare, barking, shut up like it on the whole job site, and then demanded he get to work. Quickly, after he shooed the guard off, the man leaned in and demanded, hey, what's the... MC shot an embarrassed look, then blurted, the matter. Then my father leaned in and demanded I spill Satsuki's secret, Raku no. She walked in curious, and Yuri's mind snapped straight to death, the only thing that can give every living soul the same final end. So tell me, when someone comes back to life, does it feel the same for everyone? Like him bursting out of endless darkness, he threw himself into a brand new life, the very last. The last thing he remembered was a kid fighting for air in the water, and a flash of something else right after it. Aha. The weight of his body pressed down, and still, he regretted nothing, not even that ugly moment. The squalor of his life was crushing him. Then these people, his new family, the ones he adored with all his heart, kept dragging him back, and in that moment he just couldn't. He had begged for his mind to drown those cruel memories, and now Gokuho, the head of the family, was gone, dead, and according to his will. Luke's father said Luke would be the heir. Then the meeting blindsided everyone because Raccoon showed up and came with. He rolled in with a note from Goku saying he should take the lead, and it came with 2 documents and a choice that fateful decision rested on. With just a vote hanging in the balance, Raccoon would decide whether his family lived or fell, and he couldn't bear the thought of losing them, so he decided to do it. Again, Raccoon pressed him, "What's the secret behind Satsuki's will?" And Luke didn't show up, why not? The protagonist snapped back that he could feel several officers watching him, and they'd been sent in his father's name. At Dad's place, the man said, "All right, enough talk, let him get to business." The protagonist froze for a beat, yanked a letter from his chest, and shoved it into Raccoon's hands. Raccoon said Satsuki's will was inked on a paper like that, and then he leaned in, ready to show him something big. With those words, the MC dropped into a seat right before the roaring fire. By the fireplace, he cranked up the heat and warmed the paper, then the Howe family. A sharp crest rose on it, staring right at the... You stared at the drawing, you demanded back, baffled out of your mind. Why does the color look so lifeless? It needs a bigger pop, like right now. More, he snatched the paper back up and started warming it again. It burst into flames and the fire tore through, then the story cuts off right there. The protagonist snapped in pure fury, and then he let it all fall. Tossed the sheet straight into the fire, then he grinned sheepishly. Officially, he apologized to Raccoon, and the man snapped back irritably, "Nothing, but what does that even mean?" The protagonist stared at the crumpled scrap of paper and then snapped, "There." Raku tore that note away in a flash, because it felt like it was hiding something huge, and then he started digging into it like it mattered. Carefully, in the upper right, the message paper goes in. In the lower right, it's time to hunt down Sarun's statement. In the upper left, the same treatment continues like always. In the lower left. Corner crumpled and right in the upper right, the correct side, Raku's little Aston trick, then, confusion. Why on earth is he writing something like that to him? And the MC shot back an answer. His father refuses to be king. He wants to stay just an ordinary citizen, and Satsuki is nothing but a roadblock in his way. He clutched the paper in his fist, burst out laughing, and said, "So that's it, guess that's why I sent him away. Is that really all there is?" "Yep, no doubt about it, I've got it, and I'm saying it on purpose." The second Satsuki showed it, he snatched another sheet of paper like it was his. "He's back now, and he's dying to ask for something." Raccoon leaned in, asking if the treatment was going to keep going, and the protagonist says, "Yeah, it'll work," and then the story cranks forward. The antagonist flashed a sweet, polite bow, and a grin of pure satisfaction spread across his face as he thought it. It worked because even if Raccoon pulls off the win at the vote, his family is still going to be saved. He'll be safe, so the man checked the paper again, and right there in the far right corner, he finally saw it. He stared straight at the MC and snapped, "That's it. They're finished, he's done, he's out." Yuri tipped her hat, said her goodbye, and then bolted out the door. A raccoon let out a smug, satisfied laugh as the protagonist swung the door shut. The door behind him stared from under his brows because he'd already backed into safety. He finally felt the tension drop, and a huge sigh tore out of him. Thank God, he thought he didn't like. Acting like a total kid, didn't the raccoon clock how strained his whole act was? And honestly, his father never in a million years would have imagined doing something like that. He just wasn't used to it. He'd always gone for the easy kind of solution, so there's no way he would have tried something like this. This time either he couldn't let his father find out, but exhaustion was crushing him, and all he wanted was to collapse into bed. The guards greeted him and shouted their good luck, then the protagonist. The protagonist stormed into the house, and his angry father was waiting right there, glaring like he was about to explode. A father demanded in a dark, heavy voice where he'd been. MC jolted awake and blurted, "I'm up." Luke had screamed too. How could he sleep when he wasn't even at home at night? Yuri scrambled to explain himself. Yeah, he was right here, next to him, but his father's rage just exploded. He couldn't keep lying, because Yuri knew every one of these spots like the back of his hand. So he didn't even have to try, none of it, while the protagonist let out a heavy sigh, apologized fast, and insisted he really had been incredibly. He was swamped beyond belief, yet Luke only wanted to help. Luke grabbed him by the shoulders, dropped to his knees right in front of him. He stared him in the eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Then he promised, straight to his face, that he would protect him. So he didn't believe him. The protagonist snapped back, "Wait, what was he even trying to say?" Father pressed his forehead to mine and, locking eyes with me, said, "I'm telling you, he's got real talent, and yeah, he definitely just nailed a solid solution. The answer to everything, yet for him and his mother." He was more important than anything, more than their lives, more than the terror itself. He squeezed his son in his arms, held him tight, and begged, "Please, don't let him ever risk himself like that again." MC clenched his fingers behind his back and promised him, "Don't worry, I'll keep it," right up to the after A before the moment cut off. After a while, everyone finally packed in to vote, and the tension in the air in that room felt electric. Everyone leaned forward, holding their breath, waiting for it to happen. Meeting, Satsuki swept her eyes across the room, greeted everyone with a sharp "good morning," then declared that today, the Howe family's destiny rides on one decision. She demanded the whole truth and told everyone to stop lying to themselves. Right there today, they'd locked everything in place for the verdict. Everything was ready, and it was about to be unleashed. So there was only one way to tell if the will was real. Every elder stared at her in shock, like they'd just seen the impossible. The woman went to each person and apologized for hiding it, and because something like this had already happened before, everyone understood why, though the explanation was cut off. You have to cling to the will until the fire answers, then the truth will finally reveal itself. Right here on this table rests the Surin Howe predecessor's will, the one they left behind. They're gonna show them how it all works with it, but damn, yesterday they couldn't prove a single thing. She spun to Raccoon and told him, "Yesterday, when we talked, you swore your document was the real deal." He'd have to pay for every word he'd said. Then the man chuckled, grinning like it was all fine, and told him, "Yes, please." "Please," Satsuko said. "Okay, first he's gonna grab his document." The maid snatched Goku's note right out of the man's hands and handed it straight to Satsuki. Then she took it in and proved it. He flashed it to everybody and grilled Raccoon, asking if he was. He was 100% certain that Will was the real deal. Then the man burst out, shouting. Hissed through clenched teeth, "No debating that. Now let the process start already." The woman's. They said this time their cook will run it. The servant wiped his forehead and grumbled, "Yeah, it's a bit complicated." Still, he muttered that at least it beats being Raccoon's subordinate. He'll give it everything he's got. Then the protagonist let out a chuckle and muttered, "What a wild choice." The maid slammed 3 wills onto the table, Sarun's, her own document, and then she wrote. And Raccoon's, Satsuki said they'd kick things off with Surin's will. But once the flames die down, everything will be laid bare for all to see. The cook shoved his tool into the fireplace and cranked up the heat until it roared. Burst the flame to life, then get ready. This test is about to start. Satsuki snapped start, and he answered by launching himself into the flames. It was Surin's will made into an instrument. Then the thing sat there, totally empty, like a trap waiting for the next move. Next, the cook slammed the instrument onto Satsuki's document. Everyone freaked out when they saw it was spotless too, clean as a whistle. As the cook leaned in toward Raccoon's document, the paper screamed forgery in plain, unmistakable ink. He blurted it out in total shock, because seriously, how was this even possible? Tatsuki grinned and said they finally cracked it. Now they knew exactly who was lying. Luke shot to his feet and bellowed with fury, "What's going on?" The protagonist figured everything was on track, until last night, when after he walked out, Raccoon went and crafted the exact same document. Satsuki kicked off the meeting the moment she confirmed that the man who came back had gone straight to the Ekfin chief's room. Family had already been prepping like it was showtime, and the moment their authenticity got exposed. Once it all clicked, everyone would realize he could not be trusted with those things. With this post, a raccoon sprang up from the table and barked at the MC with pure, no-nonsense intensity. Luke stared at his son in shock and blurted, "Did you do this?" So what did he do? Yuri rushed to his father and admitted that everything he'd told him the day before was a straight-up lie. And that's exactly how it played out. What a mess of a meeting. He ditched halfway through yesterday just to make the liquid. He soaked it all in liquid, then right after, Satsuki let him borrow the Howe family seal, and he slammed through every last preparation. He stared at Rukuna and pressed, got something to say. He leaned in and roared like a threat, then demanded an apology. No, he clenched his fist and yelled, "This isn't a fake," because he was convinced some thief slipped in yesterday and swapped the pay. The papers he snapped back with a counter-argument, but if he was so sure, why was he here right now, not chasing down the thief? And just recently he swore up and down that his will was the real deal, no doubts, no questions. Enough with your delusional excuses, Raccoon slams. He slammed his fist on the table and snapped at the protagonist that he wasn't going. I didn't forgive him, no way, not for someone like that. This MC figured out the truth. This guy's original move was to wipe out the Hu family, and it all came down to his own hand. His hand stayed smeared with blood. No matter how his plan collapsed, he still pushed forward, killing anyway. they're F. If someone like him took over the family, they'd be doomed, finished for good. Only Dad was left worthy of the seat. So yeah, if this kept going, it'd be a total disaster, because the protagonist stared down the raccoon like he owned the place, sizing him up with a snort and saying, "This little brat you call yourself just wiped his nose, so don't you think being head of the family is a bit too much?" For him, everything snapped. His father suddenly bellowed his name and snatched. He yanked his son by the shoulders and snapped, "That's enough." Yuri stared at him with terror in her eyes, then begged her father to forgive him. "Forgiveness," Satsuki snapped her hands together and shouted. So if raccoons got nothing left to say, then they will lay out her decision, and she shot a quick look around at everyone. Everyone there pressed on, and the people who believed Luke hush. "So how do we choose the next head? Raise your hands and hear what the elder says." The elders slammed their votes unanimously behind her decision. Decision time. MC shot his hand up too, right alongside them. Satsuki, when the head of the Ek family stared back, rage swallowed his face, turning him into something downright terrifying. She slammed the moment shut. There was no going back now, it was decided. She formally declared that Gokuhao's younger brother, Luku, would be. So he'd take the throne as the next successor. Then the guards burst into the hall on orders from. Satsuki ordered the guards to grab Rakuna, so they surged in his direction. One of them slammed a hand onto the man's shoulder and demanded he come with them. Hakuna snapped, shouting no. Then he yanked a hidden blade straight out of his sleeve. He slashed the guard across the throat. The protagonist snapped into motion, leaping in shock like he'd just been struck. Rakuna snapped her head toward him and hissing with pure rage, he vows he'll end his life. He raised the bloody blade high and let out a brutal growl. How dare they talk to him like that? Guard thrust his spear at him, and Rakun snapped into action fast. Snapped into motion and turned with deadly precision. Snapped his blade aside and he didn't hesitate, he plunged the weapon straight in. A blade jammed straight into his neck. The elders suddenly jolted awake and pure panic hit, so they started shouting for help. And he demanded security right away. Yuri just froze in his chair, utterly struck dumb by what he was seeing. Staring him down as rage blazed in the man's face, the elders snapped at Raccoon, "Have you totally lost your mind?" What a horrifying sight. The father yanked the protagonist out of his chair, dropped him on the floor, and told him everything's fine, don't panic, and promised, "I'll protect you." He whirled toward Satsuki, demanding she step back. He turned back to keep watch over his son, then yanked off his cape and sprinted straight at his opponent, claiming his martial stance like he was about to strike. Art stance, Rakuna flashed a wicked grin, then surged forward and slashed at him. Luke snapped his bare hand up to block the hit. He shoved his bare hands against the blade and shoved it back. Rakuna got shoved into a full retreat. Rage poured out of him as he exhaled, and then he launched into the attack, pushing past exhaustion to protect even more. The protagonist's father twisted out of his strike again, then snapped his arm up to block it clean. Snapped his weapon in its tracks. Rakuna clocked it instantly. He wasn't just fighting, he was trying to smother his opponent's every move. And it wasn't easy for him at all. The opponent suddenly sprang straight toward him. Charged at Luke and slashed his knife, but Yuri's father snapped out of the way too, dodging the blast like it was nothing, just like. While his opponent tried to pull off that sweeping move, he was already one step ahead. With cursed rage in his voice, a furious farmer who hasn't even stepped onto a real battlefield yet. He charged Luke again, but Luke was already locked in, ready to take him down. A sneaky raccoon lunged at him again, dagger raised, ready to strike. Again, Luke flicked his hand and deflected the attack straight into a chair. The dagger slammed into the chair. He yanked it away and then kicked it hard aside. Then he snatched him into a headlock and started choking him. Then he couldn't. You had no way out. This headlock crushed the fight right out of you, and you blacked out. Yuri stared at his father in pure shock, and his mind raced as he thought that this man was so strong. He took down several guards and burst into the hall, closed the distance fast, and said, But they'd better move fast. He was still breathing, so if they hesitated, they'd have to drag him out. He burst up to his father, grabbed him by the edge of. He slid into that sleeve, shut his mouth tight, and stayed silent for a tense face. He yanked his hand up to stroke his head, like he was trying to calm the storm inside. Apare. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and fired off. Are you scared? He snapped back and said, everything was fine. Then he suddenly went quiet. Then he stared at the lifeless guards, and Satsuki stepped up to them. They shouted his name, thanked him to his face, and told him they never could have expected it. I honestly didn't expect it, and it blew me away. He even shrugged and said it was nothing special. He stared at his father's torn sleeve, snapped a warning, and couldn't stop staring back. He grinned and admitted he'd wrecked an important suit. Yeah, Mom's about to get slammed with extra work, because when they get back, he'll cover. So for him, yeah, after a while, they finally slid into their seats at the table and tore into his food. Then he stared at his plate, and the memory hit him, sharp as a knife. Earlier, it all went down with Rakunu, and I couldn't stop thinking that. Back then, that moment didn't matter at all. If his father lost, then everything would have fallen apart, no doubt. What would have happened if Luke hadn't slammed his hand on his S***T? He shoved a hand to his shoulder and told him, loud and clear, that he didn't have to push himself to eat. So he ate slow, and if he kept doing that, he'd get better, and sure enough, he felt a bit better and nodded right along. And Satsuki shot them a small smile, saying, "It's been 18 years. Years had blown by since that day. Now he's a master, but he still can't stand fighting, right?" He nodded along and said, "That's exactly why I ditched knighthood and chose a whole new path," as she pressed him right there, asking if he actually wanted to hand his son over as a knight, didn't he? And at that meeting, she'd already made it clear it was fine if he walked away halfway through. Of course he'll keep running the ranch, right? But wait, she didn't even get to finish because he cut in and asked, "So you're telling me she won't, right?" She said, "Yeah, I know it's not exactly right, but I'm still going to get through this and stay out of the spotlight as little as I can." She presses them to swear they'll write to her if anything goes wrong, and he says yes. Right then, a maid shows up. She stormed up to the MC and demanded he hand over a cutlery to her. He nodded, opened his mouth to speak, then froze mid-sentence, like the words got ripped out of his throat as it cut off with a hard she. Sham gulped, grabbed her courage, and finally asked her if could they go stare at the stars with her. He blinked in shock and asked if she wanted to catch the stars right now. She nodded fast and asked, "So you'll agree too, right?" She spun around, called her mom, and asked, "Can they write?" Then Satsuki jabbed at her plate and said that she needs to finish eating first. He caught the tremble in her voice, spun toward her father, and asked if he could come, and with a sly grin, he said yeah, like he'd already planned the mischief. Grin, what the hell was that supposed to mean? It freaked him out, and he couldn't stop wondering what kind of face even was that. Then later, when they both finished. As Luke kept chewing, he warned, "Don't leave the mansion, stay put." He nodded and Sham jabbed his finger to the side like, "Come on, let's head there." Right there, she figured out the perfect spot to watch from, then they showed up. Climbed straight up to the stairs, pushed upward, and ended up on the roof, he gasped, shocked to realize he had never even known a place like that existed. She found the place, yanked a blanket from the drawer, and asked him if he actually liked it there. This was her secret place, and he admitted, his voice a little confused, that he wasn't exactly great at reading the stars. She spread it across the floor, told him, "Then I'll explain," and just like that they sat side by side. Then they both looked up, and he said, "Heck," she said the sky was gorgeous, and when she smiled back, she swore it always soothed the heart. He stared at the tight pack of stars, and swore it looked just like the Milky Way. So yeah, it turns out this world has galaxies too, and the people still living here look a whole lot like us, and trust me, it's not over yet. She looked him dead in the eyes, clearly annoyed, and demanded, "Are you even listening to me?" He threw out an apology on the spot. And she said, "This is Marura, the third star around this one, Marura." Then she leaned in and warned me, "It's special, and there are barely any of them left now." About 5, he stared at it and wondered if she really meant a satellite, then shook his head thinking, do the locals even understand this? Under that sky, she leaned in and asked if he knew the signs. He nodded and said, "Yeah, I've got it." But then he reminded her that in astronomy, the real heart of it is the birth of those 5 stars. So he shut down everything else, but he still begged the teacher to teach him everything she knew. She said that. He stayed polite, hoping she'd finally tell him, like the signs split cleanly between summer and winter. Now winter's creeping in, and she starts spotting signs, pointing out different stars like she's calling out a secret map. And gave them wild nicknames, the bull, the liar, and the cat. And the dipper, he didn't. Couldn't make sense of it all, but his attention. That last constellation tightened the tension like a trap snapping shut. And he swore it was the constellation of. He stared at the Big Dipper, then snapped his gaze the other way, and boom, Orion came into view. Wait, could it? Could the exact same constellations show up in an iSky world, too? Because the stars can't match in 2 worlds at once, this is weird as hell, and if this is another world, then what's going on? Then the stars have to be different, right? We've got to hunt down the reason, maybe in the And yeah, he's out there somewhere on the globe, right at a specific spot no one's talking about. Chuba dropped it like that. Did he really think he could forget what he just said? Everett called out, but Yuri didn't answer. Panic hit her like a wave. He called out to him and asked, "You asleep?" He stormed to the exit, apologized on the spot, and blurted that he just remembered something urgent, then told them to wrap it up for today. She snapped back, still angry, saying that as she saw. He didn't seem to like it at all, so he snapped that it wasn't true, claiming he loved everything. Then suddenly he realized something and had to check. Next time he wouldn't bolt, he'd stand his ground. She opened her mouth with a serious look, like the words mattered. Oppression pressed down on him, but he still charged toward the stairs and slammed the hatch shut. Behind him, then she flashed a smile and asked, "So, you?" If he figured it out, it only took a little longer for everything to click. Later, Satsuki stood at the table, locked in and ready. She spun to the table and clutched a letter in her hand. Then a sharp knock hit the door, and her attention snapped to it. She opened up and let him in. He burst into her room, blurted out an apology for barging in, and asked if he could. She could finally study the map, then it snatched her attention, and she started to. She said, "Yeah, you won't find anything like that at Luke's," and he goes. That if she could, she'd go for the biggest map on the whole list, no doubts. Where every border of the territory would be right there in plain sight. She took. She grabbed a flashlight, and as they strode down the corridor, she snapped that the biggest one was the map of the late Empire, then urged them to go get it. He strode beside her, and thoughts started clawing at his mind. Shantira, the mighty empire that once ruled this land, now nothing but history beneath the kingdom of Sialta. It was loaded with wealth, then it crumbled 900 years ago, and rumor says the territory still bears the marks of how they ruled. Practically nothing had changed, so I was dying to see that map. They pushed into a room packed with all kinds of weird, collected treasures. She snapped her hand over her face and groaned that the dust was still everywhere. She figured it had to be around here, then she yanked open the closet and pulled out a map. She slammed the map down on the table, then jabbed at it with her finger and told them their country was hiding somewhere. Around here, he scanned the area like he already knew something was hiding in the shadows. He inched them closer and thought, this is it really matters. It seriously looked like straight-up Scandinavia. The shapes are a mess, but you'll still get the gist. Check the borders, and you'll see the Chantier Empire sitting out here, stretching across the east. Way out in the west are the Ural Mountains, and beyond that stretches Scandinavia. Then down south it lines up with the Ukraine region. The capital, Chintinian, sits right on the Crimean Peninsula, so the Black Sea practically glares at you. This is Earth, after all, so how could he not clock it in 7 years? Yeah, Satsuki said, eyes narrowing like she was piecing something together. She believed the center of their country leaned closer to the east, so they barely show up on the maps, and her husband keeps a map of the place tucked away in his office. Then the protagonist asked if he. She nodded and promised she'd de-search for it. Then they marched into the office, and he started scanning the place, saying, so many books were stacked everywhere. She hurried to the table and said, so if you move in here, you're free to read anything you want, books nonstop, as much as you can handle. She snatched him up and plopped him into a huge chair so he could stare down the map. He stared at the map like it betrayed him, then blurted out in shock that the kingdom of Sialta and just like that, Karakumo shows up, and the art looks absolutely gorgeous. Grandpa Goku battled right around here. She stared at it like it was about to change everything. Stared him down with a grim look, and then it hit him. He remembered how he'd already warned her that he needed a favor, and tomorrow she'd have to throw out a fake proposal. Tomorrow she asked if he wanted to set a trap on paper, and she was already sure he'd bite, because going alone was risky as hell. He asked. She questioned, do you really think you'll win if you just stand there and do nothing? She paused, then said she wouldn't say that, and besides, they've got more allies, so there's no need to stress so hard. He asked. So what's the point of winning if you're just going to turn your back? He spun around. And she demanded to know what he meant, and he snapped back that becoming the head. It doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. He marched right up to the spear. He lifted the spear and asked if it would be possible to do that after they'd won. To stop Rakuna from getting away and carry out his execution, he wouldn't even mind if she tried to sent the Ek family abroad. If she ditched him alone and brought him back, he'd snap into revenge mode and start plotting against her. So you think those feudal lords are actually going to back you up? Please, he's not some easy target, and you don't beat him with tricks. You end this only with one crushing, overwhelming blow. She thinks he's a piece of cake, but when it comes to the truth, she just admits she has no clue at all. So tell me, isn't it way too soon for them to start? He snapped into a serious voice, told her to start worrying, and then, just like that, added, unfortunately. No way he'd believe a guy that cunning would just sit there and do nothing. He was going to try. He'd try to stop her by any means he could, but the truth is the Howe family wouldn't even have to get involved. This war meant they'd never pull off anything truly big, nothing that could have really changed the game. Does she really think she can survive another decade, keeping this policy going, while it's being watched both at home and all over the world? 10 years ago, she warned him that if their scheme ever got discovered, things would spiral into something way worse. She apologized, but she refused to join, so he snapped around and turned. He spun around and demanded, "So you don't believe me?" And she nodded, agreeing. He read it and blurted out that he was still little, then burst into loud laughter, and she shot him a look. "What's so funny?" She asked it. Doesn't it weird her out? She knows, plain as day, that her uncle had already sent her an invitation before. Still, it all landed on him to protect the Hu family, because if she can't trust Grandpa Goku, what hope is there for anyone else? So why is she rushing to carry out her late husband's request right now, just like the moment he called that Sats back? Satsuki said his name again and again, but she couldn't hear him at all. She was stuck in her own head, so she just kept apologizing. He said he was finished for the day, and he was so grateful she took. She grabbed a flashlight, grinned, and said she was happy she could help. Then, after that, they cut down the hallway together, and she couldn't deny it. He was one fascinating kid, and then, in the end, everything played out exactly like he promised, and the whole thing ended safely, no casualties. He called her, wished her good night, then told her she didn't have to lay eyes on him. She would not let him out anymore. He'd get there by himself, and she couldn't help but wish. Shot him the same wish back, then lined in like, wait, what does Goku even see in this guy? After a while, the maids barged into Yuri's room and greeted him with a loud, cheery good morning. And he told them they'd brought a fresh set of clothes. He spun toward them, gratitude blazing, and thanked them like it meant everything. They said Soim Hao was waiting for him, and when he heard it, his eyes widened. He snapped, got it, and promised he'd try to. They hurried out, left their clothes on the table, asked for leave, and bolted from the room. Then he rubbed the back of his head, muttering that he still couldn't get used to being. They treated him like that, so he snapped, stormed out of the house, and realized 3 years had somehow slipped by since his father became the head. Nodded and they moved in. Now he was 10, and his life changed completely, like his days were rewritten from scratch. Not like before, this room is massive, and so is the crew working in it. There's always someone there too, tending to him with everything he's got. His life right now is nothing like the one he had before his. His father runs fierce training for the knights and handles all kinds of hard jobs fit for a man like him. So he stays slammed from morning till night, and yeah, basically the management gets left in his hands. So he only swung by on weekends, Suzuya called him, and asked, "Are you busy right now?" He nodded, and then she pulled him along to show him the. With a bright grin, he handed her the basket and told her, "Look at how much I collected." Then he leaned in and said they should eat together like. Later, he thanked her, grinned like he couldn't wait, and then took off running. And realized, to his shock, that his mother hadn't changed one bit. He burst into the building, shouting a warning, then someone inside had. Someone lunged at him, and he twisted out of the strike so fast his teeth caught the edge mid-dodge. Teacher saw him gripping a wooden club. Clutching the club in his hand, he said he had sharp reflexes, so they'd keep going. Then the protagonist grabbed a wooden pole and they kicked off training, then kept smashing through every fight until the dust settled. The teacher praised him to his face, then snapped into action and parried his move right away. He took the impact like a champ, then snatched the bottom of his cloak in one grab. His clothes snagged at his feet and yanked him straight down to the floor. He sprawled on the floor, just lying there, and he grabbed his attention and told him, at this rate, even in that hospital bed, they couldn't help laughing at him. He's got to learn his limits, so here's the advice. He stared at him and realized that, at Satsuki's request, he'd been teaching him all those skills. He'd buried his son and his grandson in the war, and at 90 years old, he still loved training with him, until it all got. He shoved himself upright and growled that if he backed off, they'd pin him down. Then he laughed like a man who'd already said it all, every single thing. Everything clicked into place. If this were a battlefield, he'd be the one who couldn't be stopped. A spear from the side could have nailed him too, so they need to stop right now. Stop talking, he's about to strike. He snapped into a fighting stance and nodded, agreeing with him. Later, Satsuki slammed him on the head with a. He hauled out a book and snapped in a displeased voice, asking her if her lesson was really that boring. He denied it, swore he'd do better, and insisted he'd been studying since morning. Then he ate, of course, and it was naturally. Of course he wanted to sleep, and she strode to the board, promising, "I'll explain it again, right from the start. Right now, you've got to remember the lanterns and that winter snow," because he had no clue what was going on, and he blurted out, "What do you mean by that?" She said she'd already broken down verb conjugation when the subject is I and the tense is present. Then she paused and said, "Now the object is going to be." A man, a woman, a foreigner, or even just some random thing can end up landing the royal family. Depends on what the world hands you. He kept breaking it down, and he was convinced she was teaching him a dead ancient language, because these rules felt so alien that he couldn't spot the logic behind them, and it made everything insanely hard to learn. Logic, she swears that in any era, only the elite can speak that language. No spell, no magic trick, just a tongue used in the old records. He asked, "Is there even a point in memorizing this?" She let out a heavy sigh and said, "If you want to read the classics, you've got to at least know this." Why was it so brutal for him? She showed up with a mountain of books and told him to listen like his life depended on it. She'd make sure he could read every single one. Without knowing the language, you can't really call him cultured, because he's out here writing everything down, then trying to memorize it by pure determination. After that, MC, dead tired, trudged down the corridor, muttering about repentance, or at least that's what he meant. Torture and abuse, just relentless. How much longer can this nightmare keep going? He needed. He craved healing, something that could quiet his soul, and with that, he knocked on the door and told them he was about to step inside. He swings the door open and yells, "Shem," but she totally ignored him, and then he marched right up and started poking at her cheek with his finger. Chasing her attention, she couldn't believe it when she finally caught him, and he blurted out, asking what was running through her mind, and she answered. She blurted that she'd been studying Kepler's law, because with it, she could finally make sense of everything, and for the longest time she'd been totally stuck. She de-nailed the model, then the twist hit her hard. The moon circles the earth, and somehow the sun's following too, like a second one marching around it. A second moon, then watch Mercury, Venus, and even Saturn orbit it like obedient satellites. Of the sun, yeah, it's a bit confusing at first, but once it clicks, everything starts making sense. With that law in her corner, she could finally understand it all. He was totally baffled by her bright, happy energy, so he shot out a congratulation, and figured she must be thrilled over something this small. Did he really have that kind of fire in him before? Nope, no way, he hadn't. She was scribbling notes, then she looked up and said. And she added, "Oh, and by the way, I can show you." Yuri called out to Sham, and told her he thought it was time to get outside. She might finally spot something. Then they dashed outside and he blurted that winter had already crashed into the world. She said he'd just copied the same line as Dad, and he instantly cringed. Being compared to some old man hit him like a punch. And he told her, "I've got a job for you." Then she frowned and asked, "Why's it so cold in here?" "Wait, why? Because they're up in the north," he asked, then went, "Nope, they're on the equator too." "Hold up, this waiter just said that in this country, they get the exact same number of sunny days as you do, like the sun is always blazing at the peak every year. If you treat it like a stove, then hold your hands upright and it blasts you with heat, flip them flat and it turns cold fast. Since the heat you feel scales with the size of what the heat source can see, the sun when it's lower hits the ground at a flatter angle, so the warmth spreads out and you feel it drop, like when your hands cool down." She lit up, saying how insanely interesting it was. Then he grabbed a fly like it was nothing. He leaned in and said, "Then, okay, why?" and suddenly dropped the second question like it mattered more than anything. Why were the trees dumping their leaves? She mulled it over and asked, "Maybe they just have to." He nodded and said, "Yeah, part of it's true. Some plants drop their leaves. When it freezes, new growth can't happen in winter, so that puts the poor plant under major stress. So if the cold doesn't bite too hard and you keep the leaves toasty, they'll most likely stay put. But yeah, this kind of thing is rare, and even then the leaves still can't really handle it there. Closer to the south, where the weather stays warm, insects munch on leaves all year long," she said, voice cutting off mid. "With that smile, you'd better start taking action, because they won't just back off." He agreed, and admitted she was wildly inquisitive. Maybe back then he could have had a daughter like her too, because she sure sounded like the only chance he ever had, and he'd already become something like an old grandpa. "I just want these days to stretch on forever." After a while, Luke slumped at the table, his face screaming pure exhaustion. The protagonist stared and said, "My dad's totally wiped out," and Suzia shot him a look, asking if he should maybe step in and give. He shoved part of the job onto someone else, spun around, and shouted to his mother, asking if she'd ever dealt with something like this. Then she answered. She said at first it felt kinda weird, but then she clicked with everyone, got a spot in the garden, and suddenly everything was perfect. He felt insanely lucky his mom was the type she was. She's a farmer, not someone you drag into learning military duties now, and she's the one who shows up to social gatherings in the first place, so everything was fine. He couldn't shake this little dread about the air meeting, but it all went smoothly, and then Luke, with a sour, unimpressed tone, said, he definitely didn't expect it to be that easy. He never saw this kind of brutal exhaustion coming, and he blurted that he just needed to rest for. Little tomorrow, he snapped, denied it, and claimed a sickness was spreading in. In the South, everything crumbled. Plans for tomorrow got thrown out the window. Smallpox had struck. He was blown away by what he heard, convinced he'd never heard anything like this disease before, especially with how many. Died a long time ago, and people treated the disease like a curse from the shadows, so he wouldn't let his father march into that deadly place alone, not without running the numbers and doing real research, and that's when he called. He called his father and warned him, don't go there. He was shocked by what he heard, and he snapped back that he had no choice, because everyone around him was so confused, and the head just had to do it. If they just sat around praying for a miracle, they'd go nowhere fast. He shot a worried look, thinking, what if I get infected? He spoke in a steady voice, but the worry never left him, again, like always, and he insisted it is that simple to get infected. He spoke with iron determination and promised, I'm going right now. If infection isn't that simple, then he won't give it a second thought. He bowed his head, begged to tag along, and swore he had to see it with his own eyes. Suzuya shot him down on the spot, yelling that he was still just a kid. Luke blurted her name to halt her, nodded like he understood, and then said, and told him he'd have to follow his orders no matter what. He agreed without arguing. After this condition, and only then, do the two of them rode a roaring eagle straight to the village. They dropped in by the village, then yanked the eagle up and tied it tight to a tree. Under a looming tree, the MC snatched out a cloth like the start of a show. He pulled the cloth from his bag, shoved it into his father's hands, and blurted, so why do you even need this? He covered his mouth and nose with the cloth and told everyone else to do the same, so they could cut their chances of catching the infection. He said, eyes flickering with worry, and then he trailed off like something was about to go wrong, though. He didn't even let him finish. He just cut him off with the question right there. He does. He won't let himself get sick, because the moment he does, they're all finished, right? Then, out of nowhere, they hit the village. He started scanning the area, and the villagers snapped back that it was all moving way too fast, and they didn't have a drop of medicine, not even. Anything at all, how is that even possible? They lived in peace, so how did a disaster like this slam into their world? They can only stare at it and call it a curse. Yuri thought the name smallpox was born with the Kura people, way back in the oldest days, because this world has no clue viruses even exist, so they can only throw their hopes at God. Then they rushed to the barn and the villagers swore they'd herded every sick person right here, and right now, the healthy folks are the ones taking care of them. He stepped up to them and told them, you're coming inside. The moment they walked in, they shut the door behind them and stepped into the barn side by side. They huddled together, and then, right when they spotted the crowd, both of them froze in shock. A packed crowd of sick, suffering souls inside. Then he turned his gaze, staring right at them. Saw the people with worried eyes and thought, if this keeps going, it'll all fall apart. And it turned out everything was even worse than he ever imagined. He called his dad and told him, under absolutely no circumstances, what happens if they get close to the sick. Luke nodded in full agreement, and they even counted the stuff, plus the walls. They kept pushing forward, scanning everything with wide eyes, then horror hit him like a wave. Shocked out of his mind by it, one of the infected shot up and asked. For water, he reached to fill a glass, right on the edge of it. Sprawled in the water on the floor, he grabbed the protagonist's hand and got yanked forward, led him right on to. He bolted for the exit, and this twist caught him off guard, so he blurted out. She leaned in and demanded to know what was wrong. He had to stop right then, because they needed. He needed water, and he snapped back, no answer, just a loud shout that they had. They had to yank the door open immediately, and both of them sprinted outside. He dropped his mask, demanded to know what happened to him, and just as they'd stepped inside, he spun to his father and said, they said they couldn't show up because even they could get infected too, and he just didn't buy it. He called him out for it, pointing straight at the truth that he always exaggerated, always. But he figured it out: smallpox, a nasty virus with deadly bite. After it strikes, it storms into the internal organs, and the death rate shoots up fast. The infection comes straight from the patient's pus, and once those blisters are scratched open, whatever touches the skin gets contaminated too. Clothes, everyday items, anything familiar, so you don't dare touch the patient or their belongings, never. That whole room is soaked through and through with the virus. He blared out that they had to rush back to the mansion, but his father shouted back that he refused. Then he swore saving them was his duty and promised he'd help first. They had to round up everyone and get ready, food, water, and a fresh set of clothes, no excuses. The MC stopped them cold and in a sharp, no-jokes tone, warned that if they kicked off this here, no, staying here would only make it worse, because even if they managed to save those 100, they'd just end up infecting someone else. 1,000, then the villagers freaked out over what they'd heard, and they demanded answers. Was he about to abandon everything? Is he really demanding they just stand there and watch their families get wiped out in silence? He rushed up, threw out a real apology for himself, and told them to finally calm down. They refused to give up on them, and right then an elderly villager stepped up to him. Then he lined in and told them he'd love to show them something. They tore past the village, where the bodies were being hauled in and stacked. And he said these names were the dead, like the count was just way too high. It was massive, so massive they couldn't even bury them right, and he just stared at the fire, burning hot in front of him. The villagers scrambled to set it up, and they swore it was a smoke signal, yet he couldn't help thinking they were right on the mark. The villagers snapped, glaring and demanding, "Why did we even come here?" And then he showed up with a useless kid trailing behind him, like that elder. An old villager begged for help, swearing this village wasn't the end of the road yet. He shot them a side glance and thought, asterisk, so that's what he's got, asterisk. His words hit them like a punch to the chest, but they totally missed the bigger, worldwide truth of what was really going on. To them, his words might as well have been wind, because he was just a kid, if they even followed as far as his. His father warned him that the virus would rip through the entire country. The country, then the village, then the territory, then the whole country again. The tree family and whatever he picked from them. He clenched his fist tight, like he was about to explode. He rang up his father and blurted out an apology for all those harsh words. But he demanded the villager listen to him, and the villager was. He opened his mouth to blow up loud, but Luke clamped it shut, nodded, and said, he told them he'd speak again, just once, and that would be the final word. Yuri spoke with full seriousness and dropped the truth. He knew exactly how to save the villagers. After that, the villagers leaned in and asked, "So, you guys want to go to the foe?" He formed up and stared at the cows. Yep, they raise cattle right nearby. For him, the farmers looked downright unstoppable, healthy to the bone. They rolled up to the farm, took one look around, and there were the villagers, healthy, strong, and thriving, standing right in front of them, and then he said everything would go exactly his way, and everyone stared back at him. He grabbed them and demanded, "This is a mistake, right?" Then he flat out denied it and told him they'd developed immunities ever since they'd. They hustled into the barn and started milking the cows, then they lined in and stared them down. He spun in place, scanning everything, and said he knew it, down to his bones. They didn't miss a beat, then they walked up to the cow and he said he had to check if it was chicken pox. A deadly sickness that mirrors smallpox, ripping through bodies like it's straight out of a nightmare. But here's the wild part. When people catch smallpox from cows, the cows themselves don't drop dead from it, because smallpox just isn't dangerous for them. Luke frowned, utterly lost, like, wait, they already had it. That has to be way milder than what I'm imagining. Then everything exploded with one question. Why was this happening to him? He tried to speak, but how could he even explain it? Two enemies were battling inside his own body, and the worst part was it was only getting started. They built immunity, and that's why they won. Then he started wondering if Japan had cowpox, because they used it to forge a vaccine that could take on regular smallpox. People already immune to cowpox never caught smallpox, so the plan is to copy that miracle, using a needle to spread cowpox onto a person's hand, just enough to make a tiny scratch bleed. If it works, they'll be protected from smallpox too. That's the whole idea. His father yanked his head up and snapped that he had no clue how anyone could read books that way, because he'd never once heard of that method of. He paused mid-breath, desperate to explain, but then he nodded and admitted, I get it. If he's going to insist, then they should just go for it. There's no backing out now. He trusted him with everything, and when it hit, something in him broke loose, and he couldn't even finish the sentence. And thanked him for putting his trust in him, then waited in the silence for 4 more days. The protagonist finally made it back home, tore the bandage off his wound, and stared at what was underneath. His sleeve slid up, and there they were, smallpox scars etched into his skin. He truly believed he and his father had already given the vaccine, so even if they were infected, and honestly, it didn't feel like it should be a big deal until they vaccinated every last person in the village who hadn't. So they sealed off the village for good. No one could risk catching it again until the virus was finally wiped out, and that's why. When they finally got back to the mansion, you could basically say his plan had paid off because they rushed to clean their bodies. With distilled liquor, yep, his father did the exact same thing. They wasted no time and sealed up their clothes right away. He can't help but feel grateful to him, even in the worst moments. In the middle of the harshest chaos, he still trusts his son because that faith is everything. To him, but even with the memories from his past life, will he still be able to pull it off when it matters most? When he gets thrown into that brutal desert, will he still manage to protect the people he loves most? Months later, in the capital of Shibuya, the desperate situation was still burning hot. MC scribbled in the carriage, then glanced around with a flash of embarrassed heat. His parents sat there, right in front of him, and he leaned in and demanded, "Just listen to me." He leaned in and basically told them, "I don't think both of you should come with me." Then he shot the question, "Do they really need you there?" And they said, "Yeah, of course." Of course it was. This was the inauguration ceremony, and they couldn't miss their chance to be there for that unforgettable day. He didn't have to fret. Every single one of them would show up, right there with their parents, and everything was set. He'd have his back, no question, and he swore he'd give it everything he had. And just a little later, they finally rolled up to a spot packed with people already. They were already gathering. Then they stepped out together. Luke gave him a shoulder tap and told him, "I warned you. Maybe, just maybe." Even in this crowd, there were some who would go on to become something huge. They'd be his friends someday, so he scanned the room with fresh hope. He spotted a whole bunch of kids and immediately thought, this has to be it. A brand new chapter in his life was about to kick off. In this academy of knighthood. Then they burst inside, like the whole world was about to change. And he snapped his head around, trying to catch every detail, because he remembered. He remembered how he'd teamed up with his dad on the farm, then grilled him for answers. His father said there were 2 facilities, and once he agreed, he added that besides the Academy of Knighthood. And yeah, there's a liberal arts school too. Together they're just called the school, but here's the deal. The Academy of Knighthood is for boys, and the liberal arts school is for girls. He demanded at the Academy of Knighthood, if boys train to become knights, then what's the deal with that liberal arts school? And he spun around as he asked. He swung toward him and said, "We study here to become officials," and then added, "So yeah, most of the witches end up going there." He was so shocked by what he heard that he shot back, "What are you talking about?" Because in his mind, that didn't match the story he'd been telling. These are the words they use for the royal family civil servants, the ones who step in and serve them, and the liberal arts school is where that kind of training starts. Most of the students come from knight families, but then there's Satsuki, born into knights, yet somehow ended up at an all-girls school because she didn't follow the usual path, and while she learned there, the Knighthood Academy trained its students like true soldiers. And that's how the knight title becomes their diploma. Without it, they're not real knights and they can't step onto the battlefield. Most of the kids there are raised for knighthood by knightly families, but some girls chase the same dream too, because if they prove themselves, they just might earn a spot among the royal knights. Luke said he'd chart his own path. If he didn't want to go, he could just. Don't back down. Whatever road he picks, he and his mom will always have his back, and right now he's convinced he can handle it. Yuri figured he could pick a route that wouldn't lock him into any one place. Right there, he snapped his eyes to the side and couldn't stop wondering what in the world was happening over there. Everybody's eyes snapped to them the moment they came into view. Now it's crystal clear. Those eyes are on his father, the new head of the Howe family, and of course he's got to deal with the fact he doesn't have the knight title, so they're about to become the talk of the town, and he can already feel a storm of trouble crashing down on him. It gets brutal the moment he starts imagining what's coming next. Luke pushed up to the girl at the counter, introduced himself, and dropped his son's name like it was the first clue in a bigger mystery. She bowed low, met their eyes, and promised, "I'll guide you, follow me." Their parents had to wait in a different room, and he stayed right there with Susan. Suzuya and the other guy both shouted that they hoped he'd do great, and it left him blushing at all that support, so he grabbed his things and headed off too. The worker who guided him to the office pushed the door open, and he stepped in to see. He stepped back, apologized for crashing in, and he was totally stunned when he spotted the students. Eyes wide in shock, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't stop wondering, had the test already kicked off without him? Were the ones already sprinting to turn in their work? And he could even spot the answers, like the clock didn't even exist. Don't all the tests kick off at the exact same moment? Then the teacher strides up, circles the desk, and turns to him. And he told him, sit right here, now we'll get everything ready, like the whole plan was about to explode. The main character dropped into the chair at the table, and right then they slid in a wooden tablet for him. He stared at it and thought, are they actually skipping paper? He clocked 10 completely different questions, and his brain started spinning like, what kind of assignment is this? Because it felt way too easy. So if it's easy, then why the heck did he grind and study with Satsuki for 3 straight years? He tore through the answers, then shot up to the teacher and announced his name. He muttered that he was done, then double-checked the answers and told. He snapped to attention when she told the assistant to take him straight to the Max room. And he blurted out whether there would be another interview, but the teacher snatched up a quill and said the exam would be in a whole different room. His jaw practically dropped. He froze at what he heard, then his mind screamed, wait, what was that just now? He said it was only time to do a quick surface-level check of everyone's abilities, and the real exam was coming next, he thought. Then it hit him everything made sense. Here, nobody starts with elementary school, so the applicant pool is enormous, and kids like him are even. One studied an ancient language, and if you couldn't even manage the basics, you got sorted into the wrong group, because this step was required by law. Based on what they knew, he blurted out an apology for not understanding, asked to be excused, and in that moment it finally clicked. His father never told him a thing about it. He showed up in the classroom where a bunch of kids were already seated, and he realized there weren't as many as he expected, which meant plenty of them couldn't possibly rake in the top score. Even though this is an academy of knights, it feels like they don't care much about this kind of knowledge. When does the exam start? Right as the teacher marched into the class. In the classroom, a student stared up as the teacher broke the news. They were finally starting. The real exam finally began, and that's when pure shock hit him. He froze the moment he spotted a blonde student, and she strode right up to him, ready to talk. And he leaned in, asking if she could slide in right next to him. He nodded along, then couldn't help thinking that the blonde was downright rare. Carol, right from the royal castle, had that same blonde hair, so tell me, was it really her? The teacher held up an hourglass and announced, all right, worksheets start now. Time would slam shut the instant the final grain of sand hit the bottom. She flipped the clock over and shouted, exam time, as the room erupted into action. Then he froze, a little shocked when he spotted the test and realized those questions could trip up even him. Then it kicks off with the Clan Expo's questions. Breaking down the weird military record terms in a couple lines, then diving into questions about what move to make at night in that exact situation, math and all. Geometric problems show up everywhere, using the Pythagorean theorems. Then the history part hits, name all 9. In the aftermath of the Shantira Empire collapsing, the kingdoms are left scrambling, because no matter how you slice it, these questions are way too intense for a 10-year-old. He finally got it. Still, there's not one single question about ancient languages, and if it's not in this test, then maybe. Maybe he shouldn't have learned it at all. He clocked Satsuki's real game the moment she taught him, but then, unfortunately. Sadly, it was absolutely useless to him from that point on. He just needed to blast through the tasks, so he finished the test and snatched. He handed it to the teacher, and she froze in shock, then started to say that. But there was still time left. MC leaned in and asked if it was. Taking the test early was forbidden. She straight up denied it and he swore in a calm voice that he'd never be able to come back. He brushed it off like nothing was wrong, claiming he'd done everything right. If that was all, then he'd go. Carol was. Reeling from what she heard, she bit her lip with raw anger, then snapped her tongue in disgust. Pleasure. Then, just a little later, Luke threw himself into an intense arm wrestle. Wrestling called Gal, the name of his opponent, and fired the question like, that's all you've got. He grinned at him and leaned in, asking. Demanded if he still claimed the title Spearmaster, then rage hit him hard at. Right when he heard it, Yuri cut in, grabbed his attention, and asked what the heck he was doing. He was trying to do it, then it pulled his attention, bam, he lost the. He clinched the arm wrestling win, burst out laughing with pure joy, and then strode over to his son. And basically admitted, we haven't seen each other in forever. He told him, I'm so happy to see you again. And yeah, the last time they'd crossed paths was right there in the castle. He was stunned. He remembered it all like, wait, there's still an hour left, right? Then he passed the exam. He nodded and admitted, yeah, I'm not sure about the max. He kept writing his best and it showed. Then he grinned and promised he'd see his son soon, asking for one thing, be friends with me after that. Trouble was, unlike him, his son was a full-on hooligan, so he begged him to let him look after him. He looked shaken by what he'd heard, then lined in and demanded his name. He feared that if his son got his physique, it was game over for him, so when Gala said the boy's name was Dora Godwin, that dread hit harder. Later, he marched up to his father and told him it was time to head home, and Luke, face blazing red from the booze, snapped back, asking if they had to leave already, and he nodded, agreeing. He read it, then blurted out that it was all finished, over and done. And his mom, her rage burned like a wildfire. They stared at her and watched pure rage explode. She was furious that he ditched her and went off drinking alone. With a shaky grin, he insisted, "I'm right, now let's go," and that was the signal to move. The next day, all three of them hopped on and rode off together, rattling down the road in a carriage, heading straight for the academy. The antagonist stared out the window and snapped that the road was totally different from yesterday. Yesterday, his father pressed him, "Didn't you tell me? The ceremony was happening in the royal castle, right? So the queen would actually be there." He nodded, swore it was going to be a huge, unforgettable day. A frustrated sigh cut the air, and it snapped his attention to the person, so he demanded, "Why are you sighing like that?" He didn't even. He never thought he'd enjoy it. He swore he couldn't bear to leave his family, and he definitely didn't expect to click with anyone and make friends. He grinned and said it would be a piece of cake for him to make friends, because He'd finally clicked with Sham, but his nerves were still screaming, and he insisted this was a one-time exception. Suzia burst into tears and snapped, voice shaking, that she wouldn't get to see him for a long time, leaving Luke totally baffled By then he leaned in and demanded what was wrong with her, like something was seriously off. It wasn't forever. He nodded along with his father, then promised, "The moment the chance shows up, I'm coming home," and he trailed off with that determined urgency. Right away she took a breath, cooled off a bit, and told him to give it a shot. He nodded, and for the first time in his whole life he actually felt calm. He calmed his mother down, because no way could he stand by and let them down now, not after all this, but he could. You figured the girl would swing back with a slap anytime. Later they burst into the royal castle, and he stared up, frozen. His eyes snapped open wide as he spun around, stunned. His father called him over and asked if he was nervous. He nodded, admitting it. Then this girl hurried up, blurted out an apology, and asked if they were from the house. Family, he nodded and agreed, and she slid closer like she meant trouble. And she lowered her voice and told him to step away for a minute, then they slipped off on a short. Right at that moment, she told him something that shocked him. He blurted out, loud as thunder, asking if she meant their son. She nodded and agreed, he got it, then turned to him and promised, "They'll take you somewhere." He should go with her. MC's stomach dropped with worry, and he insisted it was all fine, right up until he confessed he should sprint. Then later, he finally burst into the office. He stayed with the girl, wondering what kind of trap or destination awaited him next. Something felt horribly wrong to him, then she knocked and warned him. She blurted that she'd brought him. I yanked the door open and told him to come inside, then he stepped in. Burst into the office and immediately saw Carol with two elderly strangers. People turned their heads as the woman shouted his name and told him he could finally sit, so he dropped down into a seat on the chair right in front of them. He spotted her and instantly convinced himself she was the one. He had no clue what kind of conversation was about to go down, so tell me, why was he even here in the first place? The older folks insisted on one thing: start by introducing yourself. She did, and it hit hard. She's the principal of the Humanities School, Isabo Marmoset. Albaro Rube is the principal of Knighthood Academy, and he couldn't stop smiling because he found their surnames ridiculously popular. The Marmoset family rules as the head of the 7 witch clans, and the Rube family, yeah, they're one of the 5 knight families. Families like his own, their territory sits right on the border with another country, so it's treated as. At the edge of the territory, right where the first military strikes were about to begin, Satsuki insisted it was true. He told him, and you could feel it, these families are tight, like real steel. He and Carol locked eyes for one breath, then she yanked her gaze away from him instantly. Isabao called them both over and promised they'd lead the students right up to the queen and put them in charge as the head students. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, blurted out in shock, "Wait, are you seriously going for the head?" Before the show even started, she told them they'd do a quick rehearsal first because they had tons to memorize. Then he cut in, told everyone to wait, and asked if he would. Alvaro was like, "No way, she won't just be any second head student," because he promised that the Knighthood Academy's head student would step forward, and she would be the one to represent her. She was there to represent the Humanities School. Plus, remember, for anything like this, you ask with permission first. Yuri's nerves crashed over her, and she couldn't shake the worry. Didn't she already take the Knighthood Academy exam? Isabao cut him off and said, "That's it." Then they rushed off to rehearse and slipped into. In the office, the tutor leaned in and said, "First, we do this. Memorize every word she fed you, then you'll drill the phrases until they stick," and he read the lines like his life depended on it. With a tense look etched on his face, he scanned that brutal list of consequences, and his mind started racing as he realized what it all meant. Thought hit wait, there's way too much written here. Carol, hurry. Quickly, with a calm face, she said she'd memorized it all, then she looked up at. He stared him down with a smug smirk, and it hit him like a shock. And he couldn't shake the feeling. Why was she smirking like that? There was no way you could learn something like this in such a short time, so what was? What on earth was happening? He shot up his hand with a trembling look and insisted he thought he was ready. Then they started. He kicked off rehearsals, then bolted out of the office, and his mind started racing. He couldn't stop thinking about how brutally awful that ceremony made him feel. He hadn't even kicked off, and the exhaustion was already crushing him. Carol spun toward him with a bright grin, and then she said the best news. Turns out he was nothing at all. Nothing special, yet it hit him like a punch. He was stunned, thinking, is she starting with insults? He demanded, "What did I do to her?" and still kept his voice calm as he said he knew all about it. She fumed, snapped, "What kind of manners is this? Is he trying to make me look dumb just because he got a better grade?" He remembered the test and shot back that they were in the same room, so why did she pick that? The Academy of Knighthood. She flashed a grin like she already knew what came next, confident and fearless. With a self-confident grin, she swore she'd graduate from 2 schools at once, then somehow crushed 2 exams and still left everyone in awe. He faced the exams, but he also couldn't ignore the Academy of Knighthood, and once he got it, he straight up called it amazing. He never thought this would even happen, so all he could do was send her off with one last word, good luck, because honestly, he didn't know what came next. He refused to go anywhere until a chance finally slipped in. He would have snapped and refused to take the oath. Right out of nowhere, she stormed up to him and slapped him across the face. She snapped her palm across his face, and he froze, stunned by the hit, and she was still coming. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke in a fierce, shaking voice. "Tell me, does he have even a drop of honor?" She launched right into it. He got hit again and again with insults, then tore down the corridor. Right after that, he looked. He stared at her, totally baffled, and said, I couldn't understand anything." After that, they burst into the hall with the other students, packed in shoulder to shoulder. The antagonist wiped a nasty handprint off his face and then slid into his seat. Side then pictured the worst possible nightmare, getting slapped across the face by a girl on the very day of the entrance ceremony. If his father ever found out, he'd crack up laughing at him. The guy beside him sat there, dead quiet. He reached out and told him, "It was awesome meeting you." Miero Gudenville, yeah, that was his name, stepped up, introduced himself, and then straight up asked how he knew it. His eyes followed like he was about to reveal something. He looked. He stared at him and blurted, "What happened to your cheek?" Confusion flickered across his face as he said, "I just ran into a girl." He told her it looked like he had lived a wild, interesting life. Then MC snapped back that he was just an ordinary guy. He pointed. He jabbed a finger at the feather stuck to his jacket and declared, "Said that, but even an ordinary person can. You can't become a representative, so you just stared at it like it was daring you." He replayed their last meeting with Carol and felt like he'd bruised her pride, so what had she survived just to stand beside him now? He was slyly weaponizing the jobs from his old life and her efforts. Yeah, he didn't deserve half of that, so when she clocked his attitude, fury exploded in her. He should have put himself in her shoes, he should have, but he didn't. Shoes, he crushed someone's feelings before he even realized what he was doing, just like he used to, because back then, he already believed that smart people don't always end up successful. Just like you don't look at someone acting grown before their time and call it great. Nero said loud and confident that he'd nailed it and spotted the truth right away. But they don't know a thing yet, they're still kids, and he just stared right at him. He stared at them and thought, yeah, these guys still have everything coming for them. The guy up on the podium snapped that everyone needed to shut up and listen. So everything goes quieter, and then bam, the entrance ceremony kicks off. The representatives brace themselves, because the oath is moments away. They both sprang to their feet from their seats. Suzuya yanked Luke by the shoulder and barked, "You." That he couldn't ignore, he grew up so. Significant pulled her into a tight hug and blurted, "This is our son," and they both marched up to the queen and started talking, like at a. He got a rehearsal, and for a moment he told himself not to stress. even if he somehow forgot something. He could totally make it up on the spot. Now the real question is to cross the finish line without a hitch. Then he was done. They finally cut off mid-sentence and thought, now it was Carol's moment, and she lined in and said, being close by and cheering her on. She started to feel the panic creep in. He kept repeating just that one line, Yuri, over and over, like it was the only thing that mattered. Mary snapped her gaze to her with panic in her eyes and couldn't stop wondering if she had blanked the text, if she had forgotten her speech. She's talking so boldly, so why does she act like she's got nothing to fear? And on top of that, she was trying to pull the strings and make it work. It hurt him so bad it made her choke up. Then she spun toward him, ready to spill tears. And he couldn't stop staring back, because her gaze felt way too intense for comfort. Now, he dove into the tech for a bit and kept reading, right up to hers. He slid a calm nudge through the screen, urging her to text back. She suddenly snapped back to full memory and blurted out that if she backed the act, she declares, full of fire, that she'll study like her life depends on it. He charged ahead, convinced it was finally over, like everything had been settled. Only one thing was left. He barreled toward the queen, dropped to his knees and pressed a kiss to her hand, like it was the only thing keeping him alive. She stretched out, then shot his head up and stared right at him. Stared at her face like it held the answer. Then the students started breaking apart and flying off. As they headed to the ceremony, Marrow snapped, I'm the one who's speaking. He said it wasn't that at all, and even with a calm face, you could feel the nerves buzzing under his skin. So he asked straight up if he would mind grabbing lunch with him afterward. He grabbed the chance, thanked him, rushed out an apology, and then admitted that he'd already promised to see his family. Regret hit him hard, but Carol marched right up to them and he screamed at the top of his lungs to grab his attention, and he finally turned too. She whipped around, seized his hand, and yanked him forward with her, dragging him along with her, and shouted for him to come right here, while the protagonist was indignant about this, loudest of them all. He calmly told her to stop, then insisted she should at least let him say goodbye. She nodded, and he spun around, then rushed out a sincere apology. He told me he had to bounce, and I'm like, yeah, it was awesome talking to you. Miaro flashed him a warm smile and wished him the best, then lifted a hand and waved him off with a cheerful goodbye. Goodbye. Then she yanked his hand impatiently and blurted, loud as a shout, Then they pushed the pace until they reached an empty office, and she scanned the hallway, checking that nobody was around. Then he swung the door shut behind her, and he spun. He spun around just as she was about to open her mouth. But then out of nowhere, she broke down in tears, her face screaming heartbreak. Her face just froze, total confusion, and he couldn't make sense of any of it, so he blurted, wait, what are you saying? And asked. She forced herself not to break down, asked what happened, and then, just like that, she kept on crying. And she snapped that she was offended. Then she decided to go toe-to-toe with him. He's right there but lost in the chaos, and it all happened because of one single phrase, and that's when he reminds me of him. It hit her like a punch. What a shame. He finally thought it was obvious now, but She tried to outdo him, but the test score betrayed her. She landed lower than he did. She was determined to claw back what she lost, because if she couldn't, then what was the point? But he can't help thinking she's got way more talent than he ever had. He stared at him in disbelief, then asked with a shaky, confused voice, wait, did she bring him here just to tell him about? She steadied her breath, wiped the tears off her face, and finally let the storm inside her ease. Others shot the idea down and insisted she just wanted to thank him. She managed to get through her speech, and she looked at him like, thank you, because she genuinely was relieved he'd been there. She swung the door open, blurted out, that's it, everything I needed to say, and left the rest hanging in the air. He was ready to bolt, but he stopped, told her to wait, and admitted he thought he'd been unfairly rude too. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, but when he admitted he didn't have the pride of a knight, her voice snapped. She said she was furious and that this wasn't worthy of her. He tells her that a future ruler like her shouldn't be losing to someone like him, and then the MC drops the real bomb. If she's the ruler, the vassals should swear allegiance to her, so why is she even competing with people who are lower status than her? Carol flashed a small smile and said a ruler ought to be stronger and sharper. Then he blinked, totally lost, and admitted he didn't get her logic, so she snapped back, loud and indignant, do you still not understand I refuse to lose to you? Because if I do, I'll look worse than some low scoundrel. He spoke in a cool, steady voice and said the exams didn't matter to him at all. So she should try, but those words hit like a punch. Her eyes burned, and she snapped in an angry voice. So you mean I'll never win? He tried to laugh it off, but nerves hit him hard. He straight up told her that if she fought back, it would wreck everything for him. She didn't have to stress, he wasn't going to push himself, so she spun right past him again. Rage swallowed her, she blasted him with loud insults and stormed out. She bolted down the hallway and basically told him, I already regret thanking you. She finally steadied herself, then whipped around and faced him. She jabbed her finger at him and swore she'd never, ever lose to him. To him, she kept moving, and a tiny smile flickered across his face. And he said the ceremony turned into a total nightmare. Troublesome. Sam yanked Yuri's suit into place and snapped, voice full of worry, wait, you're really leaving. He said he'd miss her too, but starting next year, she'll be studying as well, and that means they'll finally see each other soon. Just look at how far apart they've been. If she looks at the distance from Earth to the moon, she might call them close, but deep down, she still felt crushed. He blurted, I've got an idea, and promised her an assignment, then warned her, while she was busy solving it, she would. He couldn't just be that lonely, right? She smiled and swore she'd wait for him, no matter how long it took. One day he burst into the academy, stared down at his handful of bags and murmured, that's all I've got, so I'm going in. That he already packed his things, so now he had to do something with them, because there was no way he could carry any of it for long. Yeah, carry it all at once, so maybe he should hide it for a bit. Still, no one would snatch it. Wait, Myro clocked him. He snapped his name and said, you're way too lost in your thoughts. He stormed up to him, they shot a greeting back, and then he finally snapped, I just don't get it. He stood there staring at the registration spot, totally clueless on where he was supposed to drop his stuff. Offered to walk him home, and said the stuff should have been sent ahead of time, the protagonist. He froze at what he heard, huffed in annoyance, and knew no doubt about it, that something was seriously wrong with his father. He stepped in and promised he'd help, saying that they could make it. The dorm wasn't even far from here. They hauled his bags straight to the entrance, where a long line of students waited, and the winning crowd was right there too. One by one they stepped into the dorm, then it was his turn, and he stormed up to the worker and announced who he was. She nodded and said he got the first room. He headed upstairs to a room on the second floor, ready to stash his personal stuff in the safe inside, and then he got the next piece of news. They grabbed the key and the two of them sprinted down the hallway. Mayaro then told him he had the second room, so that meant they were officially. We're neighbors. He spun toward him with a grin and said, like it was nothing, that they were. They were insanely lucky. Somehow, they slipped all the way to his room. He dropped his huge bag and finally exhaled, like a weight just left his chest. Then the MC swung around, thanked him, and said he'd helped him a ton with the. He said, in this storm, it's nothing but fresh faces, only newcomers, and then he smiled like he'd just locked in a deal with him for the next 15 years. He was met with the same warmth. They said their goodbyes, and he started believing he was the heir to it all. From one of the 7 great witch families, yeah, and he was genuinely nice. He seemed like the kind of nice guy who could actually pull it off, like he had it all in his grip and didn't know it yet. Couldn't resist getting along with him. Then, without wasting a second, he stepped in and headed inside. Burst into the room and froze. There was a guy staring him down with a hard, serious look that said trouble. Face, he greeted him, told him his name, and immediately assumed, so you're the roommate, huh? Then the hostility in his head flared. Where does this tension even come from? Came from, the student shot back, voice heavy with urgency. A chilling, dead serious tone that made it sound like he'd never even heard the name before. He cracked his knuckles, locked eyes with him, and he hauled his stuff into the closet, then stopped with one. He stared around, dying to know who he even was, then caught sight of his closet. He shoved the deposit stuff down, dropped his bags there, spun on his heel, and thawed out. He figured the guy didn't even want to breathe the same air as him, so how much longer, until he finally gave up on talking. He stared at him like that, and with Mayaro, everything was totally different. And for the first time, he finally felt it. Everything was going right. He should storm outside and scout the dorm. He even glanced down at his bag like it held the next clue. He shoved his books back into place and thought, this was already his 3rd diary. He scribbles in Japanese, so if anyone snatches it, they'll think they've stumbled onto nothing until it gets dangerous. Something felt wildly off, so they needed to lock the two of them up fast before it got worse. He'd finally put it down, then slammed the closet shut. He tossed his bag onto the bed. Then he grabbed the diary and the writing tools and set them right on the table. The guy snapped out a serious cry and demanded, who in the world told him he could use that table? He spun to him and said, "There are two tables, everything's already on one, and the other one can't. Why not use the empty table?" He demanded, claiming it could work, but only if they got his approval first. He couldn't wrap his head around why he was acting like this, and demanded to know his name. He shot up out of his seat, then blared back, loud enough to shake the room, "What did you just say?" He begged him to lower his voice, then tossed out a wild guess, like, what if he was royalty, and right after that, he closed the distance. He leaned in with a serious voice and told him not to get it twisted, that he didn't have permission to do every. Yuri's palms got sweaty, but he still forced out a steady voice and said, because he was the one calling the shots, after all, right there. And he said, "Let's talk about this right here at the tables and decide." Then he spun around and snapped that he didn't want any of this, then jabbed a finger straight at him. He snapped at himself and swore his name was Dora Godwin. When he heard his last name, his stomach dropped because it meant he was Gal's son. He'd heard rumors that he was some kind of hooligan, but living with him for all. 15 years later, he grilled him, asking if he realized that he already knew the truth, then trailed off mid-sentence like it was too much to say. His father, he leaned in with a disgusted look and snapped, "So what?" Then he'd praised him, only to turn up his nose, deny everything, and leave him wondering what mess he'd just gotten himself into. He hurled the ink onto the floor with one wild wave of his hand, splattering the ground like a warning. Then he snatched his attention and with a loud laugh called him a nerd and basically told him, "You're way too full of yourself. This is where people forge themselves into knights, battling with everything they've got to shield their country. And he's here to learn, because to beat the enemy, he doesn't need paper." And then, quill in hand, he steals up with a spear, a sword, and a shield. He needs a shield and pure strength, nothing less. He had absolutely no business standing there, acting like he owned the place just because he pulled in high scores on. He rushed through the tests, and when he didn't even acknowledge him, he snapped his gaze straight at him. He locked eyes with that smirk, held the silence, and when he finally caved, he said, he told him to answer something. "So what's his problem? Are you telling me he's scared?" Scared, he snatched up his diary, flashed a smirk, and the words on his lips, gone in an instant, like a. He blurted, "What is this?" then stared at the binding and asked again. When they asked if it was a study book he'd brought just for himself, he stared at the cover, and there, in bold, it warned, "Do not touch." He started smashing the book onto his head and demanded to know who he thought he was, the protagonist, then spoke in a dead serious tone, saying he had to return it. It was something he couldn't afford to lose, Dora asked with a look that meant it mattered. With a smug, arrogant stare, like, wait, did he just put himself in the exact kind of position he can't escape now? He finally got the power to command, then he slammed his diary to the floor and started to, grinning wide as he stomped on it. Rage exploded in him over what had just happened, and he couldn't stop thinking. He thought this was the only 10 years he'd get, and then he asked in a deadly serious voice, "So what, he's a dog if he can't understand words. Fine, then he'll treat him accordingly. Treat him the same way. If he's that kind of dog, he'll attack, not just bark." Bark, rage boiled over his words, and he bolted straight at him, trying to knock him out. Then, out of nowhere for him, MC snapped his arm up to parry the hit, then drove a brutal strike straight into his stomach. He clutched his stomach from the shock, and his body just refused to move. And he sprinted up to him and slammed him hard to the side. Darrow. An arrow slammed into his back, and he bolted straight at him, charging forward like his life depended on it, and he slammed into him and drove a brutal hit straight into his stomach. MC sat right on top of Dora and told him, straight up, "I asked for." Dora told him to shut up, like, "Right for that, yeah." Then Yuri slammed into him and snapped that he shouldn't dare do it. He shouldn't ramble, he should answer the question, and wait, did he just start? Dora shot back a clear yes, ready to start the fight right now. Then MC smashed him again with another brutal hit. He leaned in and asked, "So you're really ready for this?" And he just said, "Yeah, it means a lot to me." Right, now he needed to answer. Dora nodded and said, "Yeah, he told me so." So Yuri yanked Dora in close and demanded his answer. He's totally fine with killing him, so hard the door starts shaking. He said he was done, but he still didn't answer right after that. After that, his vision shattered, and then everything went black. At that moment, the door swung open, and Nada marched inside. She spotted Dora sprawled on the stairs and sprinted straight to him. She grabbed him and started shaking him hard, shouting, and grabbed his attention, telling him to snap out of it and get his head straight. She snapped that someone had to rush to the infirmary and grab a doctor, while the MC stood right there, trembling like he couldn't control it. Rattled, he snapped that she had no business shaking him like that, he just didn't get to finish the sentence. Clung to consciousness just long enough to demand, "Why are you here, and what did you two do?" Yuri yanked his tie straight and swore he'd attacked him, then the guy just shot him a cold reply. MC snapped, "No, stop demanding more detail, that's everything." And that was it, he didn't add a single word. Nation stared him down and snapped that she saw not a single ounce of guilt in him. Yuri shot her a brutal glare too, then snapped, "So now you're not even going to mind your own business, or what, huh?" She swallowed her shame, because she was the one who'd assigned the students to those rooms. And then, right in his room, a dangerous dog loomed, snarling and threatening him like it meant to bite. Then it smashed into him with those fists. If he hadn't fought back, things would have gone way worse for him. Different, she didn't spot a single trace of guilt, so he had no reason to feel it, either. Nada said they'd handle him later. Later, he had to rush home and tell his family everything. And go home, MC snatched up. He grabbed his stuff and bolted out of the office. My arrow shot up. He closed in on him and blurted his name, then pushed through the chaos of the crowd, apologizing like crazy because he still needed. He had to move right now, and he told Yuri, "There's blood on my face. We've got to wash it off. Scrub it clean, this looks awful." The MC shoots an apology right after. He apologized and told him to ignore it, and then they just stood outside. By the well outside, Mayaro splashed water over his hands, like he was getting ready for whatever came next. Yuri admitted they'd only just met him, and somehow it was already time to say goodbye. He swallowed hard, let out a shaky breath, and told them, "I never pictured myself getting expelled, not like this." That's why my arrow burst into laughter and swore it couldn't possibly happen. He can't get expelled. It was just a fight between. He swore it between the boys, and the MC shot back, "Yeah, that's exactly how it was." He thought his words were weirdly calming, then Miara's. Moro brushed it off and said not to worry, but Yuri snapped back that he should quit laughing, then he actually started believing he was a real good guy, the Howe family. At home, MC faced his mother, clutched his injured hand close, and tried to hide the pain. Suzia told Luke to prove it, and Luke snapped back that it was just. Fight breaks out, Suzia screams at him too. Then she shoved the whole situation on pause, telling him to stay quiet for now. Then she lined in and demanded Yuri tell her, did he hit him? MC swallowed hard and nodded yes, then immediately ducked out of sight, hiding. She smacked him hard on the head and snapped that if the two of them were. If they were fighting, then his hands were part of the blame too. Because he loved throwing hands, they'd click the moment he came back, he should. Yuri squeezed her head and thought, what kind of parenting is this? She had to make peace with him, no doubt, after that. Suzuya leaned in and asked the MC straight up if he'd answer her, and he hesitated, still convinced he couldn't take on his mom, until Yuri shot back, yes. The very next day at the dorm, the MC hopped down from the carriage and marched straight into the building, while the driver called out, wishing him good luck. Yuri thanked him, and right after that, he clocked it. Based on his father's words, Dora wasn't really buying what he was saying. Right after that, the MC charged straight for the entrance. And there was Dora standing right in front of him. He lined in and demanded, so why are you just standing there? Yuri lunged up to him and demanded a path to slip right past. But Doris shot back that he hadn't lost at all. Lost, the brawl kept raging, and then the MC leaned in, asking him if he had any idea what was going on. He couldn't handle the thought of losing, because losing to him would break something in him. So listen, if he knew that was the price, he'd swallow the loss and take this fight anyway. Dora sprinted after him and told him that. It wasn't over, so he had to get ready, then wait for him to come. Yuri snapped back that she didn't want it, because that was the one way things would spiral for him, for sure. Couldn't take him down, then, the very next second. Dora steps in front of him and snaps, so you're really gonna run off. The MC shot back that in a real fight, he'd already be lying in the ground, dead. This fight is straight up life or death, and with that mindset locked in, it's, you don't beat him, seriously, especially not this guy. Dor promised, I'll try again after I train, and that was his way of telling everyone, don't you dare run. Run, Yuri barked that he'd better not get caught, or he'd curb it and lose everything. He thrashed under a curse in his sleep, and at night Doris screamed after him, swearing he'd never do it again. But don't underestimate him. MC barrels into the office. He checked the office and figured the floor had finally been fixed. Then he spotted it. The inkwell was still right where it was. And yeah, so were the stakes too, so don't think it's done yet. Then the bell blared, and everyone bolted toward the D's. The dining room then, right after that, not a soul left in the. Stepped up in front of everyone and shouted. Insisted you had to graduate from the academy. They had to rack up 300 points, so they double-checked that board like it could make or break everything. Yuri realized that out of those 300 points, half of them were locked to special subjects meant for knights, technique included. Techniques powered by raw physical strength could chew up a full third of those 300, and the exact number depends on the choices, because not everyone can master the. You can master the Royal Eagles with those skills, then the last 150 points get dumped into languages, math, and history, the usual grind. Pick the ancient language he studied, Shang, if you want, but the one subject that's got his full attention is Kura. He can't believe you can learn his enemy's language in a place like this, and if war ever breaks out, people who know the enemy's tongue are the ones who survive. The enemy's language games were everything, pure power you could use for life. Nada said that today they'd run a test to get out of the mandatory courses for anyone who felt they didn't need them. If they could take the test, they'd get 0 grades, so MC figured he was insanely lucky, because those answers were basically gonna fall out of the sky. Sky said from now on you'll follow the teacher's instructions, and that's the whole deal. Yuri just stared, thinking, 3 years with Satsuki weren't just time passing, they were years that changed everything. He sat there feeling wrecked, then quietly mouthed his thanks to her, and right after, MC shot up to his feet. She hunched over her notes, scribbled like her life depended on it, and then shot straight into the office. As the night slid in, Yuri's stomach growled for food. He figured the tests had taken everything from him, but then the day finally shut down. But he'd already been cleared for 40% after. After that, the MC suddenly caught sight of Mai. In the cafeteria, he stormed up to him and blurted out, asking if he could. Miara nodded, "Yeah, I can," and Yuri shot him a grateful thanks then. He told him he'd heard about 300 units and it terrified him, but he admitted it was smart they'd come up with that kind of system. Then the MC leaned in and asked him. Mayaro shot back, "Yep," and hit him with the crazy number, 93%. Yuri lit up and said, "That's amazing," like he had no idea he could study so well, because of course he was smart after all. Then my arrow straight up asked, "What about him?" And MC fired back, "He's got 120% of my." Myro's spoon clattered to the floor, and when he asked, 120, Yuri stammered back, "Yes, sure." Myro said he'd been studying too, and if it meant graduating sooner, then heck yes, he agreed. He could read, sure, but graduating from the Night Academy usually took forever, and he couldn't believe it, so he asked why. The answer was, there are. So with those combat skills, he'd be training for around 7 years, meaning if everything went perfectly, he'd finally graduate at 17. My arrow shot back a hard no, telling me they only hand out final classes at 20 because there are way too many. There are cases where their young students get shipped straight to the battlefield, and the MC just pauses and thinks, then says, "So that's it." What about a liberal arts school? Myro shot back that you could graduate in a flash, and the system there is. Because graduating sooner is the goal, this is way different from a Night Academy. Yuri leaned in and asked him, "So you really know all this?" Myaro shot back that if you're stuck in a family of mages, you don't get to act like you're above it. Those kinds of skills get absorbed, whether you like it or not. MC found his family sitting among the 7 great mage clans that have ruled for ages. Mages were supposed to be the king's hands and feet, but deep down, they grabbed the real power and did whatever the heck they wanted. They don't just want your loyalty, they'll push you into crimes too, like when they hand you ship duty, they hire stevedores to wreck and loot other people's fleets. You can't stop it because the ones keeping order look the other way, let the theft happen, and even shove bribes into people's hands, so it all just fattens their own pockets. And as for Steve, he's stuck doing the easy-to-forget routine door-by-door work for the guys who unload the ship. Like this is nothing at all, even though it's exactly the kind of thing that's going to break someone. Dirty deeds in the field, that's unforgivable. Corruption crawls through every country, and that doesn't make the whole nation evil just because the 7 great families of magicians have wielded that kind of power since ancient times. It just means history never once cleared the rot, and they're buried deep in it. Miyaro told me their family runs real estate business, but that system can't save people. Yuri snapped, "Wait, I see, he's got a name." A sour attitude toward it, maybe it's because he's a guy. Miyaro even said his family is. Once he pulls this off, he'll be the head of the family someday, right? MC said he didn't want any part of that. Then, right on cue, Myro toppled backward. Yuri glanced at him and asked, "You okay?" Myro froze, then blurted, "Why?" about his family. His family was famous for its legendary past, so when he heard he once even helped his own father, it hit him like a flashback. MC thought. Myro leaned in and asked like, "You're not just stuck, are you?" And he already knew. Yuri swore he'd study hard to someday take over as the head of the family. so he figured he'd give. Once he finally found partners, he handed the place over to his cousins because farming fit him way better. But he owned the farm, swore he was born for the head role and the MC. He figured he must have missed his old life, calm, quiet, peaceful, so he just said, "If I find," and cut himself off. A worthy bride would have been a whole different story. No one can predict what the future holds, right? Maybe he'd rise up and become the head, and Myro just stood there. Answered yes, and Yuri leaned in and said, "Let's look at our schedules," so they could slot in a bunch of joint activities together. Miero shot back a yes, then MC, after a bit, finally let out a dead tired sigh, convinced this was his day off. On his day off, he should have taken a stroll around the capital. Then, right then, he spotted a crowd. A distant commotion kept growing, and when he finally craned his neck, he spotted Carol. Yuri couldn't believe it. What was she even doing here, rocking a man's uniform like it was the most unreal thing in the world? Right as he tried to slip away, Carol spotted him and shot him a deadly glare. MC told himself he wasn't scared, then he decided he better not even show up to bother her. Then, after what felt like forever, Yuri finally burst into the capital. He strolled through the city streets, and then his mind raced, because he was already thinking that turns out the capital was a blast after all, and every single person here was always rushing like his life depended on it, convinced that if he wore the uniform right, he'd finally stand out. It was good thing he finally decided to switch it up. MC kept moving forward. Strolling through the capital streets, he didn't realize someone had their eyes locked on him. That year, he yanked his gaze away and suddenly realized he felt like he'd never been here before. MC spots 3 men downing alcohol, and he can't shake the feeling they've been drinking for a while. Since lunch, it didn't take long before the men started brawling. Yuri watched it all unfold and thought, "Dude, can you feel it? The vibe's unreal. He just can't wrap his head around it. He'd better stay out of places like this." Got it. After that, the MC heard a voice and his stomach dropped. Was it a woman's scream or something worse? She wasn't wrong. Something was really coming from right nearby. And then, after that, Yuri spotted someone clutching Carol in their arms, and they refused to let her go. Boone told her to stand up. Still, the MC stared at her like, "What?" Carol's screaming. He screamed for his life, begging her to let him go, and she blurted out for help like it was the only way to survive. But nobody cared. Boone slapped her across the face and snapped at her to shut up. That little girl's weird noise, like it didn't belong in this world, just made everything feel wrong, and now they had to deal with it. He needed to tie her up fast, then he leaned in and stared at her. He leaned in and said, "Wait, are you really the royal one?" and pointed at her hair like it was proof. "Royal family? No way. People like that are just roaming around here like it's nothing, and I can't believe it." So he wouldn't get nailed for it. Yuri was peeping around. Leaning in, peeking around the corner at everything like a spy, he thought, This idiot, what is she even doing here? She's just standing there, hesitating like she can't make up her mind. So tell me, are they trying to kidnap someone, or are they specifically asterisk after that girl? Because if she'd just bolt and run herself, that would be perfect, right? The moment they uncovered her origin, he felt it. Something was off with him, and dread hit fast. Then Boone snapped his head back and spotted MC, and he yelled at him to get out, right now. "Get out of here." Yuri paused for a breath, then hesitated. Said this girl was his servant, like, do they really? "So you're really trying to kidnap her?" Boone demanded. "Servant?" Zuko snapped, then leaned in and demanded, "What about the money?" MC swore he figured her parents would cough up the money, but they were. Yuri couldn't shake the feeling they'd be in panic. She'd only counted 4 of them, 3 at most, and nothing more than. Boone told him to shut up, and MC started to think, because their leader, totally different. Just by the way he looked, you knew. This wasn't some random guy, he was a soldier, and you'd seen that same hardened look before. Look at his family back then, cold as stone, dead inside. Dead silent and straight up terrifying, enough to make your skin crawl with pure horror. Then Boone stormed up to Yuri and issued a brutal threat. He pressed a knife to him and demanded, "Who is she?" MCS. MC told him, "Answer me and I swear, then I won't kill you." "Kill him?" Boone snapped back, saying it all hinged on what he said next. But Yuri said they'd still grab her and take her with them. He said, "So take him then, won't we get even more money that way?" After he finished speaking, Boone grinned and answered with a smile. Said they'd figure it out later. Then, after a bit, they were led. Carol got shoved into a room, and when she tried to speak, a gag slammed over her mouth and killed her words. Zuko snapped at her to shut up, then he clocked MC and warned he'd ask again. "Who the hell is she?" He had to snap back and answer, "Right now." Yuri snapped, "I do know." then admitted he'd totally forgotten, and Zuko fired back, "You shouldn't." Mock them. Boone stepped aside, then later said that. Then they had to verify both of them, and Zuko jumped at the idea, answering with a quick yes. He told them he had to check what they'd been hiding, so he could grab the key after that. Boone. Right then the key slipped into view, and the MC marched up to it, only for the person to say it belonged to the Howe family. Family, right, so she came from that same line too, Yuri said. They all clocked it fast. Yeah, that's it, her name is Sham Howe. Whoa, she's the headman's daughter. The MC shot a mental apology to Sham. But he had no choice. Boone asked. Sham. He'd heard they had a daughter, sure, and that blonde hair screamed royal blood. Yuri told him her ancestors were nobility, so royal blood runs through her veins too, and the MC panicked, thinking, if I'm wrong, they'll kill me on the spot. Boone snapped, so that's the truth, and the very next moment everything changed. He stormed up to Carol, yanked her by the hair, and snapped that he shouldn't. Don't underestimate him. He's about to tell the truth, and the real question is, was she truly only driven by blood inheritance? Yuri blared, I'm not lying, and dared him to verify it for himself. Boone snapped back, don't you lie to me, then cut her off, I'll send you to. He dragged her toward the castle, then the MC burst out, shouting that it was the absolute truth. She was the former headman's daughter, and that's where it all began. After that, Boone broke into a grin and laughed, like he couldn't believe he didn't think he finally saw a way to meet her. Then he snapped out an apology to him, and he told her not to take it personally, and Yuri couldn't shake the thought, did it really mean that? Boone knew the headman, so he swept his bangs aside and said that his life wasn't anything like before. No matter how hard he fought, he still ended up stuck in the dark. You could practically hear how hungry he was. Then Boone plowed into Carol and snapped, we've gotta hurry now, we have to. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay quiet, then he stormed out of the room. Then, right in the hush, MC swallowed their pride and quietly apologized. He groaned out an apology to Carol for using her just to get up. He'd untie her right now, then Yuri ripped the knot free. Ripped the rope loose, then snapped it tight around what he had on. After that, he leaned in and told her that she should offer him her hands, because he always keeps it ready for moments like this, and that's exactly why it came in clutch. Then the MC finally snapped the ropes off their wrists and strode forward, free. Carol demanded to know why he just walked to the door, like, what was the rush? He just stormed out, so there's no way he'd still be sitting there now. Yuri shot back that they weren't strangers, and he hadn't even realized it himself. She finally clocked the fact someone was tailing her. Carol snapped back that he could ditch the formality and call her by her first name, and then MC went on to say that she'd been kidnapped, and he prayed the guards would clock her absence any minute and rush in to save her, because after all, he came from a bloodline of warriors, and he understood exactly what this meant. Carol snapped back that if anyone ever learned about the ransom, it would ruin her reputation, and she was done explaining because she had now. She dragged him through the mud and tarnished his family's name, then she blurted out an apology and squeezed him tight. She squeezed her hand and swore she could take them on, she'd trained for ages. But the moment her screams tore through the air, her body locked up like stone, and for the first time Carol was utterly terrified. She thought that the stunning view from the castle hit her like a living painting. She never even bothered to look at it from the other side. Then she leaned in and demanded to know how he could keep his cool and not break. She stays ice calm, but isn't he terrified? She couldn't stop thinking about his eyes, and then, right after that, Carol said she was terrified. Yuri still felt like a kid until he shattered that thought. He had no clue what to say to her, and his mind scrambled, hunting for something, anything. He'd never managed to calm anyone down until his own training finally found its first true target, him. His father, then MC, stepped right up to her, slid his hand onto her shoulder and said, training isn't like. From reality, everyone gets scared the first time, because in his very first fight, he was so damn. Trembling with fear, Yuri couldn't shake the feeling it made him look like a total fool. A former soldier, but the state should have handled it from the start. Of him, so if that never happened, then maybe he was a soldier from the Kirihina kingdom, told her, and MC filled her in that a whole lot of. A bunch of guys like that always end up piling into places like this, too naive to realize what they're walking into. If she didn't snap herself together, that darkness would swallow everything. Would swallow her whole. Then he snatched. Carol grabbed your face and snapped, hey, what's wrong? Yuri snapped back, it's, and the rest of her words died in her throat. Especially since she was a princess, and he knew exactly what she could do. His abilities took the impact. Those hits barely fazed him, not like her sharp blows that came next. She almost sliced straight through his guard. Slap Carol stared him down, listened closely, and then broke into a smile. MC. He shot his hand toward her and told her, "Let's go back." Carol grabbed his hand and nodded, then shot out, leaving the rest hanging in the air. He asked, "But how are we getting out of here?" Then he made up his mind. He'd smash that window. Yuri snapped back that it was the second floor, and suddenly it didn't feel like they'd make it. Then MC. Carol circled him, her eyes scanning his face, and then she asked what was wrong. Was there something on her? Yuri snatched her from behind, leaned in, and asked to check something. Then he answered. That was straight up excellent. Her curves were ridiculously well trained, and there's no way she's losing. Got outpaced by them in the sprint. Carol's face burned with shame, and she blurted, What was I supposed to do right then? The guards suddenly heard it, then they burst into the room. But when they checked the room, they only found Carol. Go demanded, "Where's the kid?" And MC just vanished into hiding. Crouching behind that door at the worst possible moment. The second Zuko stepped in, Yuri sprang into action, orders locked in, mission underway. He drove the blade in, then slammed him down to the ground. Yanked the knife out of his grip and drove it into him, stab. He drove the blade into his leg, and right after that, MC sprinted straight for the second car. Guard, and he handled it like nothing, easy. At that exact moment, the kidnapper was in medieval plan, still right there, closing in. Was hauling himself up the stairs and blurting out that. And finally he pulled it off. Success hit him like a wave, and he finally felt the weight lift off his chest. Then, right then, he locked eyes. He snapped his head up and froze. Yuri was right there in front of him. The moment he slipped in, the other guy was ready to lunge his blade and end him. After the MC wiped out every single guard, Carol snapped her gaze to the room, staring straight ahead. She stared at it in pure shock, then the kids. The kidnapper slipped up behind her and yanked her into his grip. He snapped that they were nothing but damn kids. At that exact moment, Carol snapped to attention, then drove a vicious kick straight into him. The kidnapper yanked his grip off her, groaning, "It hurts." It left Carol in pain, then she bolted to the side right after. Then he came back around and smashed him between the legs, right where it hit. The kidnapper knew it. Carol slammed him into the ground in agony, then demanded how he liked it after that. Yuri thrust the knife into her hands and showered her with praise. Everything was set perfectly for them, all their stuff already in place. Then they even refused to take a single cent, like of course. Yeah, sure, this isn't exactly the best place, but if they push into a busier street, it'll all work out. Everything will be fine. They have to sprint. Carol snapped a look at him and nodded like it was a green light. Positively, the MC yanked the door open, and they sprinted out as fast as they could. Then, Boone stood right outside the door, spotted them, and called, "Come in." Yuri snapped his attention, took Carol's hand in hers, and so. He told them, "Run here." Boone tore after them, closing the gap fast, and then he said he'd crush their escape, and after a while, MC and. As Carol kept sprinting, she spun around mid-run and snapped into thought. "What the hell is this place? Please tell me this isn't." Yuri leaned in and told her to watch the capital with razor-sharp attention. She'd never think she'd ever see something like this. From the castle window, the MC peered out, and his gut told him this dark scene was just the start. Dark side of the capital, Carol thought she'd escape it, but the truth was coming for her fast. You had no clue about it right then. Right then, Boone burst into view in front of them and shouted. They said they were caught, right here in his yard. Tag S done, at last it's over. He refused to let them slip away until he had the money in his hands. Yuri snapped that if he wanted the money that badly, then he could take it. Then he hucked the bag of. Boone slashed the money in half, and the bills exploded outward, raining down on him. The whole town gasped when everything suddenly flipped on its head. They caught sight of it and, in pure disbelief, screamed that it was money right after that. So the residents sprinted to where the money was raining down, and they slammed into the spot fast. Blocked Boone's path to MC and Carol. Yuri snapped that they needed to scatter it too, and Carol fired back, answered. Boone yanked one of the residents, barked that he had to move right now, because the guy was blocking him. Then Boone stared down at. He peered forward and saw they were already gone. Then Boone erupted in a furious curse. MC and Carol finally broke free, and when they hit the open air, they stood there. They froze in place, gasping for breath after that long breakneck sprint. Yuri blurted that he prayed they were safe at last, and Carol snapped her eyes around the area like she expected danger to jump out. And he figured it was just a normal, everyday landscape. Happy faces flooded a city that only ever seemed to glow with pure light. This was the capital she'd always known, and how could anything this dark exist here? Darkness clung behind it, and Carol was absolutely furious. An MC clocked it instantly, let out a sharp breath, and said, "His." The fear finally faded, and as soon as it did, hunger slammed into him. Maybe they. Carol shot him a look and blurted, "Maybe we should go somewhere, even with everything like this." How could he stay so calm, like nothing was happening? He was only thinking about food, and honestly, that was just weird as hell. Strange, Yuri shook his head and snapped that this was the first time he'd ever ended up in something like this. Carol snapped back, "That's just how she is," like that settled everything. "She's still acting way too immature. She didn't do a damn thing but cry." MC smirked and told her he wouldn't dare say that about her after all, then stopped, like he couldn't finish the thought. She landed a hit too, then Carol paused for a breath and snapped back that she'd done. Yuri told him to keep it simple, just one slap, and there was no way he'd survive a hit like that. Carol shot back, furious, insisting she never meant to hit him, no more of this, and right then, Carol's servants sprinted up to them, panicked, and asked where she'd gotten that filthy. "What happened to you?" they demanded, then Carol snapped back, She'd just gotten turned around, slipped, and hit the ground, and right then the servant asked, "Are you alone?" Because being alone in a place like that was pure danger, wasn't it? Yeah, right after that, she yanked Carol's hand and declared they were going back, but Carol tried to protest, and then his servant said she'd listen to her on the way, then right then MC snapped, "Stop, we let him." He tore himself away to say goodbye to her, and the servant shot him a dirty look before answering him back, rude as hell. No, after that, Yuri yanked a knife out of nowhere. He gripped the knife and said, "I get it," then pointed out that he's the headman's son. Yuri Howe's family name hung in the air, then the servant caught it and rushed to bathe. She answered right away, all smiles, and promised she'd get the carriage ready. For now they had to part ways. Carol leaned in and quietly admitted to MC that she'd lied to them, and Yuri stayed calm, telling her not to waste time listening to it. Carol confessed she dragged him through endless trouble, and then she dropped the apology right on the spot. MC said the only thing that mattered was that they were both still alive. Then they locked hands and swore to meet up at the academy. Me and Carol climbed into the carriage, and I told him, "Thank you for today," with real gratitude. Yuri was already back home, sprawled on his bed, convinced he'd just entered the academy, only to realize he'd stumbled into way more than he expected. So many adventures, each one hammered him into the ground. One roommate was still gone, and the other still hadn't. Still hadn't moved in, even with classes kicking off tomorrow. MC couldn't shake the memory of Carol thanking him, and then the thought hit, had anyone ever? He'd never thanked him for that before. Then the words hit like a time machine, dragging him right back to his grad student days, when he finally uncovered what happened, and that's when he realized he got smacked before he could even execute his plan. The tablet revealed fresh new solar panel types. Panels are only a bright spot in the messy world of manufacturing. Yuri thought that permit would finally open the door to a great company, but then everything went sideways. Turns out someone already beat him to it. After a few days off, he stormed back to the lab, and his computer was gone. A colleague told him someone spilled water on it, and his heart sank because the truth was obvious. It wasn't just broken, it had been stolen. The other workers had yanked away the special permit with some lame excuse, and suddenly the whole mess made perfect sense. Still, there was one cruel limit. He couldn't restore the memory. But thank God something was still saved on that USB. Then he hired a lawyer, dug up the evidence, and slammed a lawsuit into court. The lawsuit dragged on, and when the dust finally settled, he did get paid, only to walk out without a job. His girlfriend ripped into him, called him an idiot, screamed that his temper was a disaster, and said he was the biggest bore alive. He could barely see anything but his lab. Then he just stopped working, stopped studying, and knew he had to toss everything. MC cut in and told her, "I just got enough money to live happy." Then he leaned closer and said, "So if she said so, he'd swallow it all and keep it to himself." Then after that, his girlfriend snapped, What does all this mean?" And Yuri shot back that she didn't need to worry about it anymore. Then she demanded, "Stop." At that exact moment, MC pushed her out the door and told her, "All right, it's time to say goodbye." But when that door shut, an abyss yawned open behind it. At that exact moment, Yuri jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He felt it was perfect, like everything was only a dream. Carol leaned in and asked if he was okay, but he couldn't settle. He kept tossing and turning all night. MC's heart dropped with fear, and he blurted out, "Why are you here?" Carol snapped back that it was her bed, and Yuri blurted that he never saw them becoming roommates. This was the boys' room. Carol stomped her foot, pouted that he was talking just like everyone else, and snapped that he better tell her, like, right now, but was he? Was it just a nightmare? MC shot back, yeah. He confessed his girlfriend dumped him right there, and then he got fired from his job too. Carol sighed that losing his job was a tragedy, yeah, but the second the girl left, he finally exhaled like he'd been holding his breath the whole time, and the rest just spilled out. Relief was all she could think about. Yuri stared at her, confused, then blurted out, "Wait, what?" Carol snapped that the girl was stupid. MC froze, totally lost, and blurted, "I don't get a single thing." Then Carol shot back. He said, "Listen up and pay close attention. No matter the person or their gender, the real issue is whether their material stuff matters more than anything else." So when it hits him, he realizes, yeah, that makes him a fool, because that kind of person always turns on everyone else but a good soul, even if she loses her title. He'd never betray her, at least that's what her mother swore to her, until she turned into a total fool, because yeah, that part's crazy hard to believe. Believe men can say "I love you" with a straight face, but secretly they're chasing looks, not hearts, so really he should. Should drop that dream. Yuri stared at her in stunned silence and thought she was totally out of her mind, while Carol sat down and… At that age it felt wild. How could she dream like the MC claimed? He was panicking about her, and she didn't even ask them to move. Carol shoved herself out of bed and declared, "Everything's fine, because what's the point of joining the academy if you don't win friends with the future knights?" Sure, she could get along with them better, but that mattered more than anything. It mattered to her more than anything, so tonight she just needed to pull him into a game with her, and Yuri asked, "So, do you want to play together?" Together, Carol shot back with a big yes and went, "He's strong, right?" MC just froze, not sure what to say after that. After some training, Carol threw herself into her lessons, and the teacher leaned in and said he was slamming her into the second squad. Then he barked for the next one to come forward. He nodded with certainty and closed the distance toward him. He grinned and told him how happy he was to finally meet him. The teacher bellowed that they had to do it. It kicks off, then the MC bolts forward and slams into the attack. They lunged straight at the teacher. Training was in full swing right then. Yuri unleashed everything he had, and still, he wasn't done because he was. Even after MC got slammed by the teacher's hit, he still couldn't land a win. None of it was enough to beat him. Then the teacher leaned in and told him, flat out, that he'd been trained well. He got trained and marched straight into the first squad. Then he snapped his fingers and called the next one, while Yuri just stood there with everyone else. Then let it out in a slow, heavy breath, like a decision forming in his chest, because he knew exactly how to move, and his level up hit harder than ever. Pairs of idiots who only knew one move, brute force to get. Push through it, Myro, because in the end, it was crystal clear. Myro got the news he'd be stuck in the fourth squad, and MC told him to cool off and finally slide in with the group. Join him, then Dora darted over, called Yuri, and stood right in front of him with pure rage in her eyes, shouting that MCs shouldn't. Don't get cocky, he hadn't won yet, and his team was tearing it up right now, so he better remember that. Remember that, then Dora bolted, and Yuri was left thinking he'd been talking nonsense nonstop. Nonsense again, he even ambushed me, what the hell is going on? Later on, the MC found himself inside the academy, sitting at. He slumped at his desk and realized practical classes were hitting in the morning, with a math lecture waiting in the afternoon. He's got a ton of special exceptions, so his schedule gets bent into its own wild shape. And he's completely alone, so Harold slides up to Yuri and asks if it's okay for him to sit right next to him. MC shot back, yes. Harold slid in beside Yuri and leaned over with a grin, "I'm Harold." Harold, MC nodded, Yuri. Then Harold's eyes widened. "No way, you're the heir to how," and he just stood there stunned like the moment couldn't land. Yuri just met a celebrity and she burst out awkward laughter before asking, "Wait, is that really true?" He couldn't help thinking, Harold, I've never even heard that name and it doesn't sound normal at all. Harold said he'd been taking classes at the academy for a whole year to run the family business next, and when MC asked if he'd ever missed a day, Harold just stared, so MC pressed, "So you're a student, right?" "Wait, haven't I seen Uriah before?" Harold said I could skip the formalities and call him by his first name. He's a student auditor. Harold snapped, "Wait, so you're a civilian, not some academy kid?" And the guy just froze, because the academy lets civilians of any age in. To join the lectures as an auditor, MC blurted, "So that's why there are so many civilians here, and why this place of all places," Harold answered. So the tuition's cheaper, and the teachers are way better. He's a merchant's son, and if he can't do math or read and write, his classmates will label him as stupid before he even gets a chance to prove himself. Yuri realized he'd never even get a word out to nobles without an education, bad tutor or not. That doesn't mean the teacher's knowledge is wrong. He thought it was true, but at the institute, they're teaching him the same knowledge aristocrats get, so now he can walk right up and talk to. He went straight to his trusted business partners. No fights, no doubts, just smooth agreement. Then the MC leaned in and asked what he does for a living. Harold shot back, "It's trade. I'm a sailor," he said, "and before all this, I mostly traded with the Kirshner king." The kingdom he relied on was torn apart by war, and every place he used to haul goods from was smashed to pieces. "It's war out there, so we can't just march into another merchant's turf. That's a fast way to ruin everything." Yuri thought he had it all figured out. It was like charging into a sinking ship of a company. No safety net, no limits at all. In this world, that limited liability setup is a joke. If you go bankrupt, they strip you naked, no kidding, and you'd better pray you learn your lesson fast. Figuratively speaking, sure, but this was a family business that had survived for years, and they weren't about to quit without a fight. It'd be amazing if they could dream up a whole new product, but there was no point in pushing the sellers to invent it, because right then the MC clocked something big and blurted to Harold, "Why won't you learn Kura instead?" He tried to barter with them, even though everyone knew it was forbidden. Still, he figured it wasn't illegal in his own country, so what was the harm? Harold didn't answer. The theory goes like this: when countries clash, they slam the diplomatic doors, cut off travel, and tell their citizens, "Don't cross." But out there in the real world, there are always hustlers who slip past the rules, because if they smell profit, they'll take the risk. And if those people cross the border for business or travel, they might stumble straight into a war zone, and then everything goes downhill fast. Zone meant one thing, death or capture, and that was the nightmare. Still, these people would deal with them any way they had to, no limits, no mercy, so Harold admitted he hadn't even thought about it. He had to try, and once he did, he rushed up, thanked the MC, and promised he'd see what he could do, praying he wouldn't end up having to deal with that mess. Pirates were causing trouble, and Yuri shot back that he got it all, then he wished him luck. A few days later, Mayaro finally clicked and told everyone it all made sense, so that's why Harold showed up at the corral length. Language lecture. Harold froze in cold sweat and shook his head, and Mayaro pushed him to stop holding back about. He kept talking anyway, and it didn't bother him one bit. Harold from the Herald Chamber of Commerce, right? Harold blurted, stunned, and he knew. MC thought, was I really that scared just by the name? Right after that, Yuri leaned in and whispered to my arrow that this was a pretty famous trading house. He said yes right away. The MC figured it was just a medium-sized operation, but he'd heard the whispers. Marma's interference had pushed the 7 great witch houses to the brink, and people were saying it was bankrupt. Mayaro said they were out there chasing down merchants who wouldn't cough up bribes, so Yuri's like, wait, they're criminals, right? Harold tends to keep his distance from crowds like these. Harold pressed them, so what are you talking about? And Mayaro snapped back that he'd already told him. His shop got hit by a full-on racket. MC brushed it off and said trading was nothing but a crazy idea. Did he really think it would work? Mayaro shot back a bold yes, and then he added that even if behavioral problems pop up, the job would still be about charging straight into Kur territory to hunt for trading partners, because if they'd been mowing people down, even the soft ones, if they start defending themselves with their own secret army, it could spill into piracy, and the chances are slim, but if anyone calls it piracy, they're staring down the death penalty. Penalty? Yuri's stomach dropped as she wondered if this was even illegal, like she'd just started her own tiny private war on something that was. Mayaro said, if we're good enough to snag something our country can't get, I swear the prize will be huge. And suddenly, the ambitious young merchants who dared to bet everything on that dangerous mission. Harold's hands clenched and knotted, and Mayaro cut in, He taught Kura as a language teacher at the academy. An escaped defector from the Kura people, Esther shot back, hope you all have a great day. She leaned in and told him she taught at the academy, because the god's grace had placed her there. Her Majesty the Queen, Esther Vino, and once you heard her name, it was impossible not to know who she was. Tell by the tilt of her ears, she was Akura, and it was a thrill to meet everyone. MC thought it was the same girl, then Mayaro snapped. Said she was wildly religious, like her faith was all she lived for having. She got branded a heretic and left this place 3 years ago, so what on earth did she do to run all the way here? Yuri stared at it, totally baffled, because that story had a weird shape to it, like those ears, because he'd heard Care and Sean couldn't have kids, so he kept wondering if their bodies were really that different, and that's why he expected them to look totally unlike each other. But they looked way more human than Shan ever did, like, even back in the Shan Empire, when Shan traded with the entire world, nobody could spot a single difference, and the Kerr would have noticed them too, the way they'd spot long-eared, hairy aliens hiding off in some isolated region. Esther said first things first, today they had an intro lecture, and the language she taught was called Terran. MC, down to the last detail, remembered what his teacher said. Terran wasn't the language everyone could understand during the whole coronation. But besides the kingdom of Sharda, where they were trapped for the moment, and the neighboring kingdom of Kirshner, there were tons of other places too. So many other countries and states, no one shared a single language across the whole place. Sure, it's part of that giant Eurasia continent, but in most of Europe, Terran was the official language, and his teacher basically said, that's the best one for you. And honestly, learning this language is brutal. Since the course only lasts a year, it's way too short to truly master a foreign tongue. They had to learn the language from scratch, and that made the course feel like a hard slog, so students weren't exactly lining up to enroll until the teacher finally started spilling the real twist. The course's strange peculiarity. She swears Terran has its own quirks, nothing like Shan, more like the gap between Japanese and English, and he's not feeling it at all, so after that. Yuri stared at Harold and thought, nope, he looked totally carefree, like he'd been through this before, maybe he has experience. Esther said, right here, this is where my lecture ends, then flashed a bright smile and told everyone she can't wait to work with them. Stayed with them for the rest of the year, and MC stared at Myro and demanded to know what the hell happened. My arrow shot back that he had no clue if he could pull it off, and it sounded like he was comparing it to some wild octopus thing. Yuri stumbled over an awkward reply, then admitted, yeah, I get it, but the truth hit hard, this road still stretched forever. Good point, so everyone should just cool off. Mero burst out laughing, all nerves. Then MC turned to Harold and asked, so, how are you holding up? Harold shot back, saying he finally got how he'd set up the trade with care, and that he'd have to tackle it with total seriousness. He should bring it up with his teacher when they meet. Yuri promised he'd go with him, and he couldn't stop wondering about it. A few days later, Esther leaned in and demanded, so, are we trading with the people of care? She warned this is insanely dangerous, but deep down she still believed it wasn't impossible if you really want it. She pushed her to start there and recommended the Republic of Albion, though she'd never stepped foot herself. She said it was some island nation just off the continent's edge, so why bother going there at all? She claimed she'd heard wild rumors about the people who lived there. They live there and the Shan don't have to fear them, they're not hostile at all. Their faith is called Edushin and they're known as Karlug there. Their teachings don't pick on the Shan at all. Yet, somehow, most of the world still finds a way to discriminate. Idis is a monotheistic religion, and it's one of the pillars of Terran culture, with doctrine that leaves no room for doubt. The doctrine spit venom at the Shan, straight up calling them demons, and blaming them for the fall of the Great Kingdom. Kingdom of Chantal, but he'd never, ever stumbled on so many different teachings and faiths. Yuri leaned in and asked if those two sects followed different scriptures. Esther snapped back, no, they didn't, and then she said, from the very start, their scriptures never once threw a single bad word at the Shin. They just blurted out that the Shan were northern pagans, straight up with hair sprouting right from their ears. Back then, they lumped the Kerr and the Shan together as one, and the MC couldn't help but wonder, what? Remember what that means? Were the Shan seen as outsiders to be wiped out? The people of Idis banded together, forming a confederation called the Crusaders, and it was those Crusaders who smashed into Kirchner, the shield of this side, during the war 3 years ago. So the declaration of war hit like a hammer. They were God's sons, an army built to crush the demons who kept desecrating their sacred land. And if the devils were ashamed of what they'd done and wanted to wipe the filth off their souls, they'll be crowned with filth, sacrifice their heads, and only then God, with merciful hands, might grant them a taste of his favor, if they'll just repent and repent. The Crusaders march out with a doctrine that turns plunder and slave hunts into holy work, and his own uncle died right in the middle of that nightmare, fighting exactly those people. Yuri called his teacher and demanded, wait, are we really saying the exact opposite of what the masses believe? He believed it and the teacher nodded yes, then grimly admitted that, no matter what, stuff like that really happens. It's wild, those original texts of Idis were carved into existence 2,000 years ago, and even now they still survive, written in an ancient, long-forgotten language. This latest Terran translation of the scriptures is pure sabotage. Someone planted deliberate mistranslations that twisted the Shan's old pagans into demons, and that is blasphemy with teeth. That language is brutal to crack, and only the clergy dare to speak it, MC immediately clocked how the masses twist the doctrine just to suit themselves, and then he learned the official Catholic Holy Scripture is the King James Version. That's why the Shans get targeted, because almost nobody, not even 1 in 10,000, can read the original words, and even when translations are done right, believers still can't confirm them by checking the scriptures for themselves. Back in the medieval Europe he knew, they thought they were living in God's own world, and anyone outside that world was branded an infidel. Racism, prejudice, and discrimination spawn in every world, so do they do the. Harold leaned in toward Yuri and said he wouldn't dare cut into this conversation. Then the MC snapped and called the teacher, asking to borrow the board for just a minute, because seriously, where even was this Republic of Albion? For a minute, then the teacher nodded and told him, yeah, he could be. Be her guest. Yuri whipped out the board and drew a wild map of the whole world, while the teacher just stared in shock. He said it was a really well-drawn map, 2 islands marked on it, Albion and the southern half of the bigger one. The Albion Islands are locked under the control of a power called the UFO's Confederation. And they've been fighting a brutal war for a while now, clawing back these lands, while the Karlugi sect, the one that broke away from them before their teachings ever took root, stays in the way. Their faces were twisted in the worst ways, but the Shans aren't demons, people just fear them. They're pirates, so getting close is a death wish, and honestly, that's still safer than facing the Care, who are just as bad. The Catholic Church, where some folks bend scripture to match what the Pope wants, made him see it not as a true sect, but as a faction, and he also pointed out that this twisted take on the Shans wasn't even part of the Church's real history. Early Catholic doctrine, and Yuri suddenly asks, by the way, what sect are you from? Esther shot back that she's trained in the Vitash school. It's a group that clings to the early Catholics' teachings and builds on them through research. Then she came terrifyingly close to dying. Trying to drag everyone over to her faith, it felt like. By the end she'd been left with nothing but her religion itself. Harold and the MC were stunned. Thinking she'd been dead already, she still gambled her life just to preach. Then Yuri slammed that it was a damn shame, and Esther cut in, it's just. What a tragedy, because faith doesn't get forced into you, it has to ignite from inside your own heart. It's that restless can't-sit-still feeling where you refuse to hold back your faith from everyone around you, because you don't need to hide it. An obsession born from the cracks in human nature, just enough to cling to that faith still burning inside, Harold asked. MC asked him if he was into religion, and Esther snapped back that she didn't mind. Then MC pressed her for details about the school. Answered yes, and after a while, Mero and Yuri. Yuri was locked in, playing a game, and my arrow kept firing out wild thoughts, like he truly believed he'd nailed the perfect idea. He shouted at the MC, but Yuri just wouldn't answer. Back when he was just a simple researcher in his past life, that faith rising inside him made him fully believe in the ideas he chased, and he stuck to them hard. He only had them in his dreams, then someone ripped them away and his hope crumbled. He didn't trust anyone, he didn't expect them to trust him either, and honestly, he didn't care. And after that, he shut the world out, until now, when everything in him feels different. He's starting to believe in love, and he actually wants to trust people again. If he takes action now, he can swing the whole course of events in the world, even if it's just a little. Maybe he's got the strength to protect everyone he holds dear. Miara was still trying to reach the MC, and Yuri finally heard him, then rushed to. Asked if it was his turn, then he slid the king like a move no one could stop. Said he was insanely strong, and the MC immediately snapped, is that for real? And the odds of winning were about. It was a dead even split, about 50-50, and Mayaro leaned in, asking what was really on his mind, and Yuri admitted he'd been thinking. What he should do next once he's stuck inside that academy. He demanded the truth, and the MC shrugged, got basically 0 credit. He's got a bunch of credits and way too much free time, so he's scrambling to stay occupied, living off his internship, and his studies is working, at least for now. But starting something new hits even harder, like Harold's wild idea, the business plan he's been pacing on in his head for a. He can't do that for now, not while he's busy building a whole new business from the ground up. Mayaro said it sounds just like him, hustling for the business and forging a brand new product from scratch. Him, okay, then they'll talk about it tomorrow. Mayaro said he'd be more than happy to handle that, at that very moment. Right when Carol was watching them, she pushed in closer and told them, I want to. Yuri almost couldn't believe it, she asked, right now, but he was already about to. To bed, the next morning, Carol was strutting down the Academy Corp like she owned the place. Corridor, everyone greeted her bright and early, and she flashed back a warm reply like she couldn't wait for the day. Then she spotted Sham, standing there, waiting for her like he'd been waiting forever. She called her over and pulled her into the night account, welcoming her like it was the start of something big. Carol told her at her brother's request she'd escort her all the way to the door. In the dorms, she finally had someone she could lean on. With real gratitude pouring out of them, they thanked her, while MC and Mayara dove right back into the game again. The game, Carol strode up to Yuri and demanded, "Why don't you host it yourself?" And MC shot back that he'd be happy. But boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm, so how the heck did it go? He introduced her to her roommate and told her she could go meet her. Her name was Lily, and she radiated kindness like it was her superpower. She smiled at everyone and waved like she owned the whole day. Then Carol leaned in and told Yuri that. Then it hit MC like a truck. Sham wasn't like her cousin at all. She was genuinely nice, and he blurted out, "That's." Those words crushed him. Mayato shot up, admitted defeat, and wondered if he was really dating the princess. Man, he'd better head out so they could finally steal some time together. Yuri snapped her gaze to him in shock and blurts out, "Wait, did Miyaro just ask if we're on a date?" The moment he was asked out on a date, the MC shot back no, and Mayara smirked like, "Sure looks like one." Then Carol and Yuri blurted at the exact same time, "We're not dating." After a while, MC finally planted himself right next to. Yuri reached out to the eagle, stroked its feathers, and told it, honestly, that being touched by it felt like a huge honor. He's got the honor to haul a princess on his back. No arguing, total obedience, Carol. Carol grabbed onto the eagle and flashed a smile, saying the seatbelt was locked in tight. MC told me she had to play nice with it, because that eagle's attitude was pure poison, and she'd better stay on guard. Carol carefully slid her glasses on and told him, "I get it." Then Yuri cut in, saying she finally understood. Then she should burst forward right after those words, Carol and. Then the eagle burst upward into the sky, and the MC stared right at it like he couldn't look away. And they thought this is pure perfection, because they were soaring smoothly, steady as can be. Star didn't show a shred of aggression toward Carol, and he was praying hard that it would stay that way. They shot up into the sky, high as stars. Then Yuri laid down for a bit, breathing it in, thinking the weather was perfect, and he could just feel he was about to do something. In this world, winter hits different, ice cold and relentless, and he can't even catch a wink of sleep. As Carla sprinted toward him, she shouted his name and told him that he should wake up. Then she gasped for air all by herself. MC lined in and asked, "Hey, have you seen my older sister?" He stared at her like she'd just walked into his life for the very first time. Wait, was she a brand new student? Her hair was blonde, and that was only the start. After that, Yuri snapped that he didn't even know who she was, so there was no way he'd ever seen her sister. Carla bragged, "My hair's crystal clear, I'm Carla, and I'm on a mission. I'm searching for my older sister, Carol." MC figured this had to mean she was Carol's sister, because twins don't happen often, especially when they look that exact. After that. Then Yuri leaned in and declared, "I'm Yuri Howe, the eldest son of the Howe family. And yeah, Carol is his roommate." Roommate, they've been best friends for ages, and now her sister is about to take off on a flight, fast, like everything's changing at once. "It rides on an eagle, plain and simple," Carla shot back, "and that's the Howe family story, period." She sat down in front of him and worry crawled all over his face. Snatched for the dagger and demanded to know what she thought she was doing. Out of nowhere, she blurted it with a smile, like they were already friends. That warm, friendly smile practically begged, "Let us be best friends," and he froze, totally confused, then blurted, "Wait, why?" Why did she want to be friends with him? She demanded to know, and when he agreed, he made it clear it felt like a huge honor to be close to someone like her. "Yeah, you get it right," he said, straight up admitting he'd probably refuse, because Carol was all he needed. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, are you dating her sister or what?" He froze at what he just heard, then she blurted out that if he didn't say no, she wanted to date him. So yeah, he was completely lost in the chaos. He demanded to know why she needed all that, then shut it down. He wasn't dating or marrying any of them, and he wasn't interested. Curious about it, she rose to her feet, ready to bolt out, and said, "When my sister comes back, you tell her I had." He'd been hunting for her all this time, desperate to tell her something, but she just said her goodbye and slipped away, leaving him staring after her, baffled by what happened. Why was she acting so weird? Was it nothing but another mood swing? Later in the cafeteria, Carol leaned over and asked Yuri if he knew her sister. Then Yuri snapped his head toward her. He showed up to her and admitted it, but he left out one crucial thing. He forgot to tell her that she'd come looking for a chat. Her anger flared instantly, and she snapped at him, "Did you only remember that now?" She inched closer to him and, in a soft voice, demanded to know, did he have feelings for her sister? He snapped at her to stop spouting nonsense. Then he only spoke to her that one time, the day she took off on. The eagle, she said that, but every time her sister talks, she ends up telling everyone they love tells each other the truth. He swore she was probably spilling out her dream. She pressed her question like, so does that mean he wasn't in love with her? He flat out denied it, and she let out a breath like a weight finally fell, saying, good, until her voice went calm again. He kept going. He kept eating and muttered that he never imagined she'd start spreading those rumors, because her sister isn't stupid, so why is she even doing this? She slid into the seat beside him and said, honestly, I'm always trying to outdo her in everything. Then she leaned in, eyes soft as she admitted, Carla loves her so much, and her voice faltered like something was wrong, like she couldn't help but feel the weight of what she'd been done to. Help Sham then earlier, she stormed up to Carol, demanded, what is this? And refused to back down, insisting she was the one who had to accompany her. She couldn't believe it. Normally, the dorm director gives tour to every newcomer, and yet her older sister had helped this girl. She snapped her head. He leaned in and told her she was her friend's cousin, and then he demanded she cool off because she was royal. Family people shouldn't drag her name when she's not there. She should carry herself with dignity, and then, without hesitation, she shouted for her sister and demanded, why? She told it straight, this is what's happening to her, right now, and begged Carla not to do anything. Sham admitted he might have acted like an idiot when he begged her for help. Then Dora rolled up on them. She shot him a disgusted look and snapped that he needed to shut up while she was talking, or he would kill him. He shoved that aside, ran right past him, and while he spoke, his stomach churned as he sprinted straight into the girls' restroom, heart pounding. He bolted forward, desperate, as he ran up to. He leaned right into his face, screamed idiot, and demanded loudly, way too loudly, that he ***T. To shut up, the protagonist grabbed a tray loaded with empty plates and he told him to get out now. If he hadn't eaten yet, he could go with her and keep going. His company, he spun on his heel and demanded to know if she was okay with. Stay with me, she urged, and they both locked in, ready to eat together. He stared at them and thought, of course, just like I figured. Expected, and somehow they were still having the time of their lives, so they pushed on, diving right back into their studies. For 4 years, he locked himself in his room and sank into silence, refusing to move. And then he scribbled a secret in his diary. Right then a knock thundered at the door. Carol, enter. Burst into the room, called his name, and told him, I got it. She tore open a letter from her mother, and just a bit later, when the carriage finally rolled in at the academy, she slammed her fist on the door again, shouted his name, then, and said she'd come for him. So tell me, did he actually fit? He locked in all his preparations, but still nodded and agreed. He straightened his tie and blurted, are you meeting Her Highness? Then he snapped, and tell me, wouldn't it be rude to show up dressed like this? She brushed the dust off his shoulder in that academy uniform and told him, don't stress, this isn't an official meeting. Her mom only wanted to thank him, so he had to rein it in, breathe, relax, and talk to her calmly, because now they had to go. He launched forward, eyes flickering with nerves, thinking, I never in a million years imagined they'd invite me into something this weird. Her Majesty's letter dropped the truth on him. Thanks to the memories from the past, he managed to choke off the spread of a deadly infection in their territory, and then he heard even more. Her father had walked him through exactly what to do. And the damage stayed tiny. Then the two of them slipped into the very same carriage and she insisted it was still unreal, while he kept fretting over every etiquette rule. Then he nodded and agreed. He nodded and said like, come on, he's about to meet Her Majesty. And yeah, it made total sense why he cared, because she absolutely couldn't believe he was actually thinking that. He had to be ready because he had no clue what she'd ask next, so he tightened up, gave it everything he had, and prayed the night would go perfectly. After that, they finally slammed into Ojo Island and spotted At the castle, the MC dropped to his knees and blurted out that he told her he was overflowing with gratitude for the chance to finally meet her. He practically burst with joy at the sight of her, Your Majesty. The queen sat across from him in her chair, grinning like she already knew the ending, and told him that she lit up the moment she saw him, and they both settled in, bowing first. Then he leaned in and asked for forgiveness. She said, like the rumors claimed, that he was the most polite kid in the world, and he nodded along, so Carol called. He accused him of lying and demanded, who do you think you're talking to? He answered politely, but she snapped back with a clearly displeased voice. The tone hit him so hard he should have stopped, and she was frozen with goosebumps all over her skin. She flashed them a grin, burst into laughter, and told them, you two are seriously the best of friends. A servant slid in a tray piled with cups and tea utensils, and she shot up from her chair like something was about to go down. He nodded, thanked her, and promised he'd handle the rest alone. She agreed, and then she started making tea for everyone. The queen took a sip of the tea, lit up, and said it tasted amazing. Then she started brewing even better. Carol thanked her for the praise, and she said she'd calmed down a bit, so they could finally keep talking. Then she reached out to him and thanked him for saving so many lives with his smart method against smallpox. He told me he'd wrestled with the idea for ages, then a shepherd filled him in on this method, something they pull off all the time, like a familiar secret coming back around. She stared at him, stunned like, I can't believe this hasn't hit the public yet. Then she leaned in and blurted, thank you, before she caught herself. So, what does he? He thought hard for a moment. Wait, do I mean a favor or cold cash? And she answered without hesitation. He told him he could pick anything he wanted, as long as it made sense. He told her, grant me the patent next. Then he pitched his dream of inventing something someday, so his profits and his property rights would be locked in tight. If he dreamed up a watch, he could cash in hard by selling it, until someone else ripped off the designs and started copying it, ending his big profit. If invention was pointless, nobody would dare to try anything new, so he's hunting for a system where people who use inventions actually pay for them. Split the profits with the original creator, or else it wouldn't be fair to keep exclusive property rights forever, so give it about 20 to 30 years, then the invention should open up for the public, because the country wins when everyone can use it. She said clearly that this wasn't some ordinary patent, it was something totally different, and she knew she had to bring it to others for discussion, because she truly believed a similar system could be used not just by him, but by everyone in the country. He agreed, then said, as long as I'm protected and my opinion matters, I'm not going to complain. Carol shot him a startled look, blurting his name. Are you serious? He's just a schoolboy. And she demanded, what money are you even talking about? What about? He clung to his duty as a knight, and the protagonist snapped back that money is money, but for knights, it's never, ever enough. That only cranked his confusion higher, so he demanded, what are you even talking about? Because for knights, training and studies should be the top priority. The queen snapped, come here. Then she told her to listen, like, sure, maybe she doesn't have to chase money, but she can't forget this. Not everyone gets to live in luxury. Most people in this world have to grind just to survive, yet she's not the type to dump her studies, especially when he's the smart kid at the top of his class. So what's her real argument, besides the idea that once people start earning money, that's all that matters? Their country is set to get richer, nothing weird about that. Then she shuts her mouth, goes silent, and the tears start to well up like she can't stop them. But he clocked it and shut his mouth, then told her she didn't need to take all of this so personally. Until her rage flared, she shouted, and he decided to mock me. Right, the queen's fury flared. She snapped her name out loud. Then after a bit, in the dorm room at night, MC sat. He pushed out at the table, looking worn out, and admitted that the second he got pulled into all this, problems piled up so fast he couldn't handle it anymore. Marrow said it was only normal that they'd have to deal with witches just to trade, and he nodded, agreeing. Right in the heart of economic life, Sibiak's capital, people realized the whole economy was being run by witches. If they ever sold something truly legendary, they'd churn out thousands of knockoffs afterward, and they'd poison anyone who tried to mess with their rule. They were wrecking their markets and even snatching the goods for themselves, so nobody dared put anything new up for sale, because everyone knew it was doomed from the start, no matter how hard they fought. He swore that if they dared to start selling, they'd get smashed like insects, and then he just let it hang there, like that was all of it. Even a patent somehow sounded calmer than that. Carol stormed over, called out to him, and said, I got a letter from my mother. He tore open the letter, and there it was. His invention had been crowned the very first patented thing in the whole country. She shoved a bag of money into his hands and told him, one more thing, this is your reward. And then he finally figured out that there were roughly 30,000 in there, and she said the 7 great witches had already begun filing complaints. Complaints kept piling up, because they couldn't wrap their heads around the whole deal, where he had to pay just to use the patent, and it looked like they straight up did. I got it like owing his family back for everything, stuck with that crushing debt, and yeah, that's what led to all this. It was only a small stash, but he had to spend it smart, then she left. Yarrow stared at the plate, nodded, and said the amount was tiny, and Yuri immediately figured he was struggling to make ends meet. Then they headed back to the table, and he said, now we can finally save. They kept their trading plan safely on track. Then he nodded and said, all right, now we've got to find some work. Workers, he fired back, asking what kind of people they were hunting for, because he made it clear they weren't just going to flip stuff they found somewhere else. They had to bring in people who knew more than just sales, folks who could adapt fast to any new challenge. So when things got ugly, people usually begged the merchant guild, but he grimaced, because every guild in the capital was being puppeteered by the 7 great witches, and that meant they probably wouldn't help. Even the thought of him switching up the capital made him recoil, and in a sharp, annoyed voice, he snapped that those 7 witches were butting in again, so that meant they refused to pull workers from the capital, so Myro struck back with a plan and said he already had one name in his head, Kofwunt, he belonged. He headed back to the very guild his family always shopped at. Then the witch's fury crashed down on him, forcing him to bolt. After that, they finally talked for a while, and when he admitted he hated the rotten power game between the witches and the merchant guilds, it was clear they could trust him. He took a beat, then leaned in and asked, by the way, what product did he just get a patent for? The protagonist tore open a letter and said, and swore it was the key to a product that would blow up the whole concept of parchment. After a while, he slipped past. He shoved everything into his bag and headed straight for the far end. Part of the city, they slipped into a building and slammed their knuckles against the door. When the door creaked open, the man inside snapped, "Yeah, that door." The door hung wide open, and he darted inside and threw out a sincere apology, then ducked inside to find a man crashed out and sleeping on the couch. There were empty bottles scattered across the floor, and a lot more. The room was packed with objects, and then he stepped up, introduced himself, and said he came because a friend tipped him off. If he wasn't mistaken, he was looking at Mr. Kofwunt. Yeah, that last name stopped him cold, and he demanded to know who had sent that young guy in the first place, because he's got zero patience to mess around, he thought. He swore it was only noon, yet he was already smashed, and he's not buying that Myro tricked him. He insists he even told him in a letter that he was about to sell the new product. He brought it into the capital, and then he snapped, saying it was pointless. No matter what he tried, those cursed witches would snatch it anyway. So yeah, he just gave up on it, that's how. These days, things are finally running smoothly in the country. Then he plunged his hand into his bag, searching for something, and told everyone not to worry about it. Her Majesty Shimon slammed down a decree, one that wipes this whole thing out. Then the system went quiet, and he pulled out a letter like it was a weapon, holding it up and showing it to him. He snapped that it was proof, then tore the letter open and read every word. MC leaned in and asked what kind of new product he had cooking there, and he yanked a tiny box from his pocket, and inside sat a small piece of it. He crumpled a piece of parchment and snapped, "Here, this is it, a real sample of paper. It's forged from the trash they pulled from the spinning wheels of their victims." He snatched it, grinned, and admitted it's rough as hell, but way better than that same old parchment, and for now, it's just a prototype. After countless trial and error attempts, he's finally sure they can turn this prototype into a real, full-fledged product. He kept staring at it, digging for answers, and demanded to know what he was supposed to do next. He swore he'd run the whole production and sell the product himself, basically taking on the work that, at least on paper, was supposed to be someone else's job. So he should have been doing that, but when he heard himself ask, "Wait, did I seriously carve out a free slot for this?" shock hit him. He said he was still studying, so he couldn't work during class, and yeah, he was only just starting to build the paper-making technology he needed. Koff shoved the letter and the sample into his hands, then shot. "So, what about the money?" He took it, shrugged that it wasn't some fortune, just a steady paycheck. Say sales took off, then they could talk a raise. Then he let out a tired sigh, stared him down, and asked, "Do you really think you?" He'd pull it off. He swore that if the product's development and production could finally get stable, parchment would vanish from the market in 10 years. Then he grabbed his head, like the whole thing didn't make sense to him at all. The Parchment Guild belonged to one of the 7 witches, Laclamats, and they wouldn't just block him. They'd threaten him, even smash his factories to bits, because every new product was a direct threat to the market that was already making money. So he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, because he insists that one day they'll fell countless trees to make paper, and if they can set up a proper production system, paper will cost half as much as parchment, which still gets made from animal skin, no matter how unstoppable the Koff watched witches get banished from the economic arena, popped open the bottle, poured himself a glass, and bragged that he was unstoppable. So how in the world was he going to prove he'd actually win? Yuri leaned in and asked if he'd get a solid guarantee that his plan would actually happen. He nodded along, but his gut screamed it was a disaster, so Miara was wrong, and he took off too. He dashed for the exit and declared, "If you still won't trust me, I'll just hunt down another merchant." Even the peasant workers in the fields can't escape fate, and he's begging him to track down proof that it's true. You could rake in a fortune by driving those witches right out of the capital. He's got a massive dream waiting for him, and to pull it off, he needs a rock-solid partner, a sharp, capable merchant. But can you honestly call someone a merchant if they refuse to gamble, take risks, and bet on themselves? You'll never rake in real money with someone like that, so let this merchant stay terrified of risk and keep stuck doing dirty work. He took tiny jobs, living under the witch's care, until someone finally told him the truth. He only left the guild because he hated. He cooked up this rotten system, but yeah, it turned out he was dead wrong about what he thought it would do. He shot him a last look, said his goodbye, then bolted out of his room and headed for the exit. Cav sprinted after him, blared for him to stop, and then he whipped around, facing him. He leaned in and asked, a little scared. Turns out he'd heard it from a friend, but who exactly was it? He named him Myro and told everyone he was his classmate. He froze at the words he heard, shot out an apology, and said. He insisted he was right, and it felt like age had just cranked his stupidity up even higher. But when he was asked to be allowed to help him after a while, the protagonist came back to his workshop, clutching a bag like it held his next move. Catching something on his back, he slammed his fist on the door and called out, "It's me." He let him in and told him, point blank, that all the raw materials he needed were already laid out. He dug up the materials to make paper, then ripped all the scraps of cloth he'd collected into tiny pieces. He chopped the stuff up and sorted it based on the original material. Yeah, it's just how it's done. Isn't it wild how massive that basin is? He strides up to the giant pool of water. He nodded and declared it was go time to start experimenting. He tossed the tool he couldn't stop staring at right onto the floor. He said Lily had made it just for him, and man, she's a seriously talented craftswoman. Koff demanded to know what they'd use as the foundation, and he admitted that at first he planned to boil the crushed wood in alkaline. They mixed the lime water and turned it into fiber, but only because this was all part of their experiments. Today they're going to test their luck and see if they can pull off the most insane plan yet, working with their toes. He jogged to the basin, checked the waste, and then he poured it into the water. Then he yanked his. He shoved his jacket up, yanked his sleeves higher, and grabbed the tool. He grabbed the tool and started lowering it into the water, then shook it again like he was hunting for something. Sometimes he figured that with this tool in hand, the long strands drift on the water, then sink to the bottom and tangle together until they're woven into one solid mass. And it gets even thicker. Then the MC yanks the tool out of the. He scooped up the water and poured it onto the cloth, then closed in and, with a hint of nerves in his voice, he asked what he thought, and the other guy grinned, said the answer right away. He was right-handed. He handed it over, and suddenly the right side ended up thicker. But hey, it was already balancing out, and all that remained was to squeeze out every drop, let the paper dry, boom, everything's ready. This was only a test, now I've got to run it again. That got his attention fast. He leaned in and said, "Let me try." They agreed, and he watched his cough. He kept replaying everything he'd done, and every thought that hit him, already terrified he wouldn't be able to handle it, until it turned out that without alcohol, he was packed with energy, so he could lean on him. He snapped his name out loud and said, he basically told him, "I can't talk to you with respect anymore." And honestly, it felt bizarre seeing a boss talk to his own subordinates like that. He sat there, bored out of his mind, then he nodded and went along with it. A month later, Yuri tore down the corridor, heading straight for what came next. At the night academy, someone leaned in and clapped a hand on his shoulder. He spun around and pure shock hit him. Harold waved him over and said it was at who did it. They hadn't laid eyes on each other in ages. He agreed in a voice packed with shock, then blurted out how long it had been since his trading trip with the people of Care, while teacher Esther stood there, trembling with worry for him. He asked for forgiveness, and just like that, his fury cooled off. He took a deep breath and vowed that he'd expect souvenirs from him. He nodded, lined in, and asked what was new around here, and then he said that because he was already cooking up a brand new product, and he'd planned to sell it in the capital, but then he got blindsided by what happened. He heard the details and blurted, "What's the product?" Then the protagonist shoved his development into his hands, and he took it. He grabbed it and shot back, "Is this paper or some fancy parchment?" He said he's calling it how paper is made, 2 parts. Right now this is just a sample, but he's certain he'll soon roll out a fully fledged product. He jolted at that and blurted out, "So, can you show me how you make it?" And the guy grinned and said he was just about to visit that new workshop. He could roll in with him. Yeah, it's a long way off, but he's damn proud of it. Then they headed straight to the workshop on the bird, until they stopped dead and started moving again. He rushed downstairs, and Harold, dead tired, slumped into view and said. He admitted this was his first ride on a bird, then he checked on himself like, "Are you okay?" A barn used to stand here, and that's how he could spot the water wheel that gathers it all. They haul water straight from the river to keep the cattle going, then gulp down even more because paper demands a ton of it. Thanks to the river running high up in the Sibiak, the water here is crystal clear, like the world just handed us the perfect spot. He swung the door open and waved them in, and the two of them stepped inside, right as he froze in surprise at the sight of this workshop, and then he couldn't help but praise the place. After all that, the MC shot him a thankful nod, then immediately started coughing like his throat had caught fire. He strode up to them, shouted his name, and told him to take a look right now. He called you over, then fixed the sample for Harold, and when they both looked up, they realized they recognized each other. With disgust blazing across his face, he snapped, "You." He snapped his last name at him and demanded to know what he was doing here. He shot a finger at him and blared, "What are you doing here?" Then he answered in a sour voice that it was actually him making the. Right there he stepped in between them, eyes flicking with worry, and announced he was the business partner. Wait, do they even know each other? Rage clenched his teeth as he snapped, "He's my trade rival." Then he hissed, "How many times has he kept getting in my way?" He pulled out his dirty tricks, and with a look full of disgust, he snapped back that he was only doing his job, yeah, but he's still the same as back then, right? Those words hit him like a punch. He got offended and shot back, asking if he hadn't been struck in the face in ages. He leaned in and asked if it looked like he actually enjoyed swinging those punches, then hiding and crying right after. He wasn't real at all, just a young guy putting on an act. Pretending to be a sailor, Harold erupted in rage, screamed at the top of his lungs, and sprinted off. And then she came charging straight at him to strike. Yuri's eyes went wide. She hooked his feet, and she caught him before he could even hit the ground. Jerked him by the collar the second he started to topple. He snapped his name out loud and warned him. No way were they starting a fight. Right here he shouted that they better not hold him, calling out loud, begging. He called Kafka a freak, and right as he started to blurt out what he really meant, it hung in the air. He blared his name at the top of his lungs, then snapped in a deadly serious voice, like "I'm about to," and cut himself off. Even after everything that blew up between them, he had to remember this was his workshop. For years he'd grinded, day after day, until it became his. Years of grinding to save every last coin, so he could finally hire workers, and he even pushed Lily to invent a brand new tool nobody had ever seen before. Every fiber he spots is pure gold, so much value it could change everything if he's going to get what he wants. So he should wipe this whole mess out, because this stupid quarrel isn't worth it. Now get out of here, right now. He finally cooled off, begged for forgiveness, and stepped in to help him. He pushed him awake, snapped his name, and told him, "This is your problem too. If they want to throw down, take it outside," because the moment they locked eyes, the tension between them snapped. Disappointed faces stared back, but nobody dared speak. Then the protagonist finally broke the silence and said, "Now this is." "All right, drop the current topic, focus up and check out the sample." Koff burst in with the sample, slammed it on the table, and demanded. Asked how he liked it, so he snatched it up, ran his fingers over it, and let out this startled "ha." That bright grin on his face screamed, "I nailed it." After all, it didn't feel embarrassing anymore, because now you could sell a surface so silky smooth that you could barely spot a single trace of fabric. He explained how he made that paper better. He flipped the squeezing trick, because the pressure step rubs against a rough wooden board and drags lint onto the sheet, so he polished that top board clean, then covered it with water. Lily praised the waterproof wax idea, swore that once they started raking in profits, they'd boost the staff and upgrade the gear, then turned to Lily and ordered her to improve the tools, promising he'd keep her plan front and center. Harold stared at them in shock, then said with a totally serious voice that they were going at this the right way. For now, they'd squeeze every bit of value out of what they already had, then later, they'd track down raw material suppliers. Koff grinned and said they weren't just talking. They planned to seize power and smash the Parchment Guild. Then he leaned in and asked if a witch would really put up with that. Z told her not to worry. He already had a patent, and the moment they shoved that paper into mass production, everything would kick off like a switch flipping. They jumped straight into the next product, because their new invention isn't patent approved yet. Not yet, he can't spill the truth to them, but he can at least promise them he's got it covered. 2 more great ideas in his head, then paper starts too. For him, the production's more than enough. He's got zero problem with it in principle. He yanked off his headband, shoved his hand out toward him, and, cutting through the tension, he declared, "If you're ready, we move on." He was ready to hand over his talent. He clenched his fist and slammed it down like, "That's when it happens, right then." Months later, the students showed up, because he knew they'd have to rely on him. He hurried to the shop just to grab the paper they churned out. In the chilly north of the capital, right by the witch forest, a maid barged into the office, rapped on the door, then pushed inside like she owned the place. She fired off a warning, named it Lady Luida, and told her she had. She already had that exact product in hand, then she shot her hand out toward her, like a challenge. And the servant shoved a sheet of paper into her hands, saying it was the only. Paper, it's a hit in the capital's stationery shops, because it costs way less than parchment for the same job. She shoots through the market to make the sale, Howe's air hawks it, then she drags her fingers over the paper. And he mentioned the son of the current head of the Houthium. Mero's classmate, she grabbed it and tossed it straight into the fire. He leaned in by the fireplace and ordered that the head of his family had to be invited to the event coming up. An event at the royal palace is about to kick off, and it's time to give him a lesson he won't forget. Later. Noble families packed the island of the royal. Everybody showed up, eyes locked, ready for whatever was coming next. At the royal castle, Gala stormed up to Luke and shouted his name, right there. He lined in and told him, "We haven't seen each other in ages." For a long time, he broke into relief the second he saw him, and then he shot her an apology mid-convo, then stood beside him and said, "Man, you look just as swamped as all." Once again, he demanded to know who was behind all this, because he didn't even have time to grab a drink with him now, and he insisted there was nothing to worry about. It wasn't worth panicking, because right beside them, a guy started pounding his cane like a show, and he demanded to know how they looked back and boom, Luda was there, shouting for the head of the Howe family. Family, they both bowed, and he waved her over with a grin, saying he was just so relieved to see she was healthy. Gala spun toward him, murmured an apology, and admitted she'd have to leave him, and then he turned back to face. And in a soft, trembling voice, he admitted he was relieved to see him healthy, then he bowed. She said, "From what I understand, his son and my grandson, Mero, live in the same dorm," and after Luke nodded along, she watched him cut in, saying his son was. He barely ever came home, so she never got her chance to talk to him. She fanned herself, asked anyway, and he probably has no clue what he just set loose, does he? He's cranking out an alternative to parchment. Paper she sells for dirt cheap, and somehow she still rakes in a fortune from it. Then she said it all in a deadly serious tone. This kind of threat could shake the parchment market to its core. Does he seriously think he can dump that kind of price on a kid's pocket? Pocket money if this keeps going. They can't brush it off anymore as witches, and she started too. He tried to get out, then demanded a moment, and asked if he could talk to his son about it. After everything that's happened, there's a real shot that he's playing with fire, and that line has him spooked. He can't just stand there, so he goes. And he couldn't stop wondering what his son was up to then, some time later, at the Howe family. Villa Yuri stormed back home and wrapped Suzuya in a tight, relieved hug. Zuya, bursting with joy, saw him and greeted him with a huge smile. They greeted each other, then she scooted back a little, putting space between them. He nudged the conversation forward and said, "You know what, I've grown a ton since we last met," then laughed and admitted the academy had classmates so ridiculously huge that he just didn't clock how much he'd changed. She pointed it out and said, his father's waiting in the living room, and he couldn't stop himself. He had to talk to him. To him, she'd call him the second dinner was ready. He burst into the living room, shouted for his father, and he blurted out, "I'm home." Luke spun toward him and said it felt like they'd been apart forever. He strode up to the chair, threw out an apology, and admitted he'd been swamped, then plopped into the chair right in front of him. And said he had to talk to him about it, offered him a seat, then leaned in like, "So I heard you've been blowing serious money, why didn't you tell?" Tell him? He bowed his head, apologized for the interruption, and swore he didn't want to bother him, but this was business. So he kicked things off with his own money, and he wanted to run it separately from his family. He was freaking out over him and said, "Dude, you're still just a student." Then he called him a. He leaned in and said he'd already nailed 90% of his grades. Classes were just in the mornings, but he still had 5 brutal years of studying left, and even in his free time he'd have nothing to do. So tell me, was that even against the law? He nodded like it made sense, then still pushed back. He asked, "Is there something wrong with it?" They said no. He insisted he could just drop it, and then he waved it off like it was totally fine. He asked if that's what he meant, and when the answer hit the air, he snapped back. He wasn't fine at all. So he got hit with a warning from the witches, right? They told him he already had a nasty reputation for messing up business. The other day, he got invited to a reception at the royal castle, and of course, everyone couldn't stop talking, so he tried to keep it all under wraps. His plan cuts them off from business, and the witch family could sniff out every move fast, so he slips in and grabs the whole operation. He takes it seriously, so what happens when it starts hitting his family too? If trouble shows up, he'll have to tell him right away. Luke let out a heavy sigh and told him, "I'm fine." He trusted him completely, and honestly, he didn't care what he did. He'd stay safe as long as he didn't go and do anything bad, but if he planned to start ruffling feathers in the witch family, he'd better brace himself, because in the capital, good intentions don't always shield you. So he better remember that, because he'd heard he was practically right next to Highness Carol, and the witch family had basically warned him, in circles, not to get too friendly. The protagonist felt their face burn, wondering if they should have spoken up about it too. He told him, "I'm all for you becoming friends with Her Highness, but she's the future queen, so you better keep your eyes open and your attention sharp." He blinked in shock and fired, "Wait, are you about to become queen?" Then he pointed out, "And Princess Carla, Her Highness, isn't she supposed to be here?" He denied it. He said he'd heard she hadn't planned on becoming queen, and honestly, he didn't want it to happen. Queen, he didn't get it at all, and he blurted out, "What's wrong with you?" To his father's shock, he answered that she pushed him to go on a date with her, and then word spread that she'd been roaming the dorm, bragging that they were already dating. And that she was his fiancée. It started to grind on his nerves and he politely refused, then cut him off, wearing a slightly worried look, and asked if he was really sure everything would be okay, and they decided to talk about the Shirakawa festival. The Devil's Cave, that's when everything got serious. MC said he'd heard about it when he went to pick the brain of an upperclassman from the Shirakawa dorm about a brand new project. Then he noticed they were hawking some ridiculous book there, one where he was a character. Luke stared at it with a wary look, and he couldn't shake the question. What did it even mean? What kind of book was it, and had he read it? Read the contents. He gave a shaky nod, agreeing with everything, and immediately figured it was a love triangle tale, him, Miyaro, and Dora. There was no way he could tell his father about. The Liberal Arts Academy sticks to a classic magazine style of writing, so he rushed over to a famous author, begging for a piece that would fit the How newspaper, because he didn't think the content was a BL. That novel came with a brutal history. His father had once been the star of one, and the whole thing ended in tragedy. In that doujinshi world, it was taboo to write romance where the author dropped in as himself and then sparked a relationship with a popular boy. The author who shattered that taboo by writing a novel where he and his father were the main characters got relentlessly bullied and harassed, and the pressure snapped. He started hunting his own father down, and when his father refused him, he killed him and took his own life too. Then his brother dragged him into a duel, and that's where it all ignited. He got expelled for the murder, and that second son of a powerful family, once a brilliant kid with a bright future, suddenly couldn't stomach the knightly path, so he married his mother. A lowborn guy stuns everyone by aiming to become a farm owner who breeds living creatures, then mutters that it's probably safer he never reads what's in that book, because he can't afford to dredge up his old problems, he said. With a mildly annoyed glare, he admitted he'd already heard all about it. So yeah, he said to watch himself, because a woman's heart can be impossible to read. A hard knock slammed the door, and then the girl burst in like she'd been sent for something big and said their food was ready right now. Luke went. He slid over and told her she'd arrived right on time. Yuri stared at her, swearing he'd never seen her before. Was this the new maid they hired? He marched up to her, slapped a hand on her shoulder and said, "So you're her." Turns out her name was Barry, his cousin, the daughter of his mom's younger sister. He couldn't believe what he heard, so he blurted out, loud as thunder, "Why did you turn into a maid?" And he swore he believed she just wanted to work for herself. On her own initiative, she bowed, thrilled to finally meet him, and he matched her gesture right back. Then his dad told him they'd talk later, and asked, straight up, for her to let them go. After hanging with them for a bit, she finally gave in and promised, "Then I'll leave you alone," and the moment she walked away. She left and Luke immediately called him over, voice dead serious, because honestly, wouldn't you be upset if a close relative ended up working as a servant in your own house? He agreed. And with a terrifyingly serious voice, he said he'd heard his business was booming and making real money. He got exactly where this was heading, glanced aside like he couldn't stand it, shut it down, and snapped that his business was. They were bleeding money, but they pushed ahead with plans to crank up production, thinking only about tomorrow, because he didn't have time to finish anything. He kept pushing, so they had to step in and help right. He was shaking with nerves, but he still managed to say it could be said that. With that, he snapped his hand up and boomed that it was settled. Boria was officially going to be his new employee. He was fully counting on him, like this was the only way to keep the family alive. He tried to stop him, but the warning fell on deaf ears. After some time, the protagonist burst into the workshop with Boria in tow, and then, right on cue, started coughing hard. He said it was weird as hell, because today a girl showed up with him and he told me her name. He leaned in and asked her name, then told her he wanted to see if he could hire her. She bowed low and practically beamed, saying she couldn't wait for the chance to work with him. He shot up off the sofa and warned, "Don't mix business with my women, it'll drag me into trouble." Then he snapped that she couldn't be misunderstood because she's my maternal cousin. She'd been a maid for a while, but trouble hit, so he brought her in. Then he immediately snapped, "All right, but where's she gonna live?" He told them he'd been eyeing a spare room here, but warned that this area is no place for a girl. Then he said, calm as can be, that they should move their residence instead. Word is they've been raking in serious cash lately, and he's already eyeing a move, because staying here doesn't feel safe at all. Listen, if he's going to hire her, he's going to treat it like his own job to make sure she's safe and taken care of, and he leaned into the plan and trained her, then slid into a chair and said it'd be amazing, only for his father to find out about the whole scheme. This might be the perfect moment to finally make our move from here on out. From this moment on, they're officially the How Company, so he slams the title down and appoints him as the president. She shot him a congratulatory smile, and he leaned in and promised, "Don't worry, I'll be chairman of the board with." After locking in those control functions, they'll hash out the salary later. Koff dipped into a deep bow and blurted out that he'd be honored to serve. He obeyed him, then he thanked him and admitted he'd totally overreacted. He acted like everything was fine, but you could tell his mood was the real problem. After a while, Maedo finally showed up at his grandma's house. Her grandmother yanked him over and demanded to know exactly what she wanted him to do. Gaida told her that she helped him get his shot at the Night Academy, so why isn't he freaking out about the truth that she's not some blogger? Forced to foot the bill for his own education, he has to hand that letter to the boy from the... They're hailing from the How family and sending him a direct message, "Come here right now, consider it an order." If he still won't be satisfied, she'll yank his support right out from under him. And soon, he won't be able to stay at the academy anymore. One day at the academy, he called the MC over and blurted out a message, so worried it felt like trouble was already here. A worried, fast-beating vibe hit him as he realized someone had a letter meant just for him, and it sparked pure curiosity. Caught his attention, then he shot his hand out, ready to make the move, but he yanked his hands back the instant he grabbed the letter. He tossed the letter aside and muttered that there was nothing in it. He realized it was crucial and still shrugged it off like he didn't even need it. He needed it, and when it happened, his face cracked into pure, shocked disbelief. He pointed to the side with a sharp jolt, blared that Harold was running around naked, and spun to see where he'd vanished. He looked around and came up empty, then swore he couldn't find him anywhere. My arrow whipped back, and there he was. He'd already busted open the letter. He skimmed it, grimaced, and said it looked like a total disaster of a letter. Then his thoughts veered back to Luida. Lita, the head of the Gowdenville family and one of the great witch clans, clutched the letter his grandmother had sent. She leaned in and begged him to come over, because if he said no, her financial support for him would get cut off, and it sounded like she was trying to rope him in for something bigger. A piece of his business. She'd laid out conditions he couldn't ignore, so he brought it straight to him, even though he still didn't fully get how it. Someone who hated his family could still hand him this letter with a straight face, until he realizes it's a childish threat meant to squeeze him with the academy fee, and then he sees how she threatens the kid with being kicked out of the academy and tightens his grip, then promises that if things get that bad, he'll step in and take care of him. Yuri called out to him in a calm voice and told him straight up that she'd read the letter so he could leave. Mayato snatched his hand and shouted his name with a worried gasp. Then he grabbed his hand and told him not to stress because it would all be fine. Is his fight. After a while, he burst onto the training ground. He slammed a fist on the ground and shouted Soim. Then he spun around, yelled young master, and said, "We haven't seen each other in forever." Then he whipped his eyes around and he asked if he trained the guards, and when he nodded, the deal was sealed. He said he'd be back at the main house tomorrow, and then they pushed him to take over their training. He shot back an apology, then leaned in and asked if he could tag along with him. He'd insist he be dressed like a butler, not some regular warrior. He's headed to the Goudenville mansion to throw down, and he needs you with him, right now. He begged for help, thought it through, nodded in agreement, and told them, "Yeah, we can handle this." And then, with them, he promised he'd back him up after a little while. Then the two of them slid through the garden on a carriage, racing straight to her mansion. And the guard barked, "Stop," but he showed up anyway. He stepped closer and dropped the bombshell. This was Goudenville's residence, so why were they here in the first place? The protagonist yanked the curtain aside, introduced himself, and told them he'd been personally invited by the head of this family. They've got to verify it fast, then swing those gates wide open. The guard stared at him, completely baffled, like nothing about him made sense. And he blared out that he had to hurry, right now, and not. He shoved the tension aside and refused to keep the guests waiting. Then the gates swung wide open. A servant hurried up, greeted them with a bow, and beckoned them inside. They burst into the hall, and there was Luida already planted in a chair, waiting. She flashed them a warm greeting, waved him to a seat, and he immediately passed The servant snatched up his coat and said, "Even if she hadn't told me." Even then, he still would have dropped into a seat. He stared at Soim and demanded, "So you're the house butler, right?" And Soim answered, "Aye." He said he didn't come to talk about the servants, so what in the world did she want from her? She snapped that he was impatient, and he shot back that he was. He just wanted to be home for dinner, and she told him, "Then we'll cook it ourselves." He called it a bad idea to even sit for dinner at her place, saying it was unwise to cozy up to someone who'd used her own grandchildren for blackmail. She said that sending the Hal family's son and heir was an even bigger blunder than before. He said no matter what, the food they serve there isn't good, and she shot back, "So are you saying it's better to eat with your grandchildren?" Children, MC nodded and said, "Of course everything hits harder when you eat with your best friend," and that snapped her attention. Then he asked. She smirked and snapped, "All right, time to get down to business. Tell me, did you already figure everything out? If he goes along, she'll have his back, no matter what he thinks. She knows it could rattle him, but the city runs on its own rules and customs, and once he hears what they mean, he can't just ignore them. They're not laws at all, just selfish demands dressed up as customs for everyone's convenience, and he's got zero plans to pay bandits protection money." He swore off those rotten customs and demanded to know how much she wanted him to pay, then she called him straight. With a sly grin on his face, he spoke with absolute confidence and zero hesitation, like it was no big deal, yet somehow it felt dangerous. She said, "Since your grandson's fate lands on your shoulders now, I'm putting in 20%, so it'll shield your business." Not a bad deal. He's buying business and letting his friend graduate from the academy. He thought he came here to protect my arrow, but this old guy. This old woman was downright rotten. He shot her a smirk and told her to shut down all that pointless talk, because he had something better to say. He folded his legs, grinned, and told her 30 sheets of paper a month were hers to take, like it was his generosity. She'd do whatever she wanted with it. Pure fury boiled in her chest. Then she stared him down and demanded, "Did you come?" You've completely snapped, because in this house, betting your life on shaky confidence is a fast track to disaster. He stayed calm, certain that his confidence matched his power, and that he could handle anything. Nope, she didn't need to lecture him at all. She snapped her hands together and said, "At your age, people don't talk to me like that." You only caught sight of 2 of them, just the band. Bandits burst into the hall and declared that there were so few that none of them could even dare to talk to him like that. She snapped that he was reckless and that he was just like one of the bandits. Raced to Soim and lunged at him with his blade. His next strike was coming fast. He snapped his fist up, caught the attack with zero effort, then swung right back with a brutal counter. Counterattacked in a blur and smashed his fist into the bandit's nose. Then another one stepped up, getting ready to strike. Drew the knife and lunged to stab him, but he snapped his arm back and stopped the strike cold. And smacked him right in the face with his own hand. Then the other bandits jumped in too. Also tried to attack him, but he made quick work of them all. Luida stood there in silence, eyes locked on everything. And Yuri snapped in a serious voice that she mustn't start thinking. She thought she could take them down with street bugs, and they were on a whole different level. The who were absolutely top tier. They were one of the 5 legendary military families. Families, yeah, that's how it starts, because war was their job, and that's exactly what made them so much better than her. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, in the dorm room at midnight, Miara sat at the table, shaking with nerves about what was about to happen. Then Carol called him. He waved him over and demanded to know why he was standing there all by himself. She wanted to challenge Yuri to a chess match, but then she hadn't laid eyes on him all day, so she blurted, "Do you know where you are?" And she called out. He shouted his name, eyes full of confusion, and he was just about to blurt out something. Meanwhile, Luida kept a calm face and told him that it looked like he had courage, while the protagonists. He said her composure in that moment blew him away. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, you're still fine?" If she understood right, then the talks were done. He flat out said he'd never negotiate with a mob of murderers who threatened to refuse their grandson's tuition, and then he turned the knife, if they didn't graduate from the. In this country, if you don't have the right blood, you don't get treated like a noble at all, especially in a family of witches, where women get priority and men are left out of the career ladder. That's why Miyaro was shipped to the Knight Academy, training to become an officer in the Royal Guard. And no, you don't get to crush a noble man's future just because she doesn't need him. He said her grandson is a good man who handles his duties flawlessly, and he didn't deserve this. She stared in shock at his stubborn determination, but she doesn't care how good he is, because they don't have to pay for his. He said the real reason he ended up in the academy was her. It wasn't just luck, it was her. She went dead serious and snapped that she wouldn't do it just for selfish reasons. She said she did. He didn't send him there, this was all his doing, right from the start. Carol said she got it, he really did run off to the witches, then she just left the rest hanging. Why would his grandmother shell out for his education in the first place? Because the truth embarrassed her to her core. Harris shot her an apology and told her it wasn't any of her business, and then he brushed it off with a calm voice, like nothing was wrong at all. Fine, he still couldn't forgive his grandmother for what she did, and deep down, he knew he never should have studied here at all. He'd only come this far because he'd tricked his. Grandma convinced him to come here, then told him, "If you don't mind, I'd love to hear your story," so why did he even agree? He'd go to extremes just to get into that academy, and he said it like it was a vow he couldn't break. To make you understand, he had to spill his whole life story, back when his mother was still a student. She was dating his father, while her mom came from a proud bloodline of witches, and his dad wore a knight's armor. After their relationship imploded, she got pregnant with their very first child. That's when he finally learned the brutal truth. His mother had been lying to him the whole time, and the fallout stained both families with shame. Families, the heiress of one of the 7 great witch houses, got pregnant while she was still at the academy, utterly outrageous, and her tiny frame could barely hide it. His tricks couldn't fool anyone's eyes, and his father had to step up and marry her after he finished school, but then their first child never came, and soon after, his own family cast him aside. She shoved him out of his nightly life, and the witch family had no work for him, so he drifted around day by day until their marriage slowly died down. 15 years later, she finally gave birth to him, and his father was very. He was over the moon about his first child, loving that little one with his whole heart, yet his mother barely seemed to care about him at all. So his dad stayed right there, teaching him to read and write, while his grandma and the rest of the family helped too. Nobody expected a kid to come into the world for that unlucky couple, so they dumped him and left him to whatever fate came next. But when his grandmother discovered he had a gift, she kept his father from getting close and started training him to be the heir, because that very day, on the way to At a party, the carriage his parents were riding in got jumped by robbers. His father snapped into action and fought with everything he had to shield his mother until the guards finally arrived, but he was left gravely wounded. And back then, he was the only one who truly cared for him, so he finally told him, "I've always prized my title of knight, even if it meant dying before he could defend himself. Would you really call that a noble death for a knight? It's such a shame." Shame crushed him, but he didn't regret a single thing. Then, with those words, he took his final breath and his father. He swore to protect his mother, but the weight of his knightly honor crushed him. After losing his father, despair swallowed him whole, and he died. He slammed the door, locked himself in his room, and just broke down in tears. Then his mother came to his. In his room, drunk out of his mind, he snapped that he'd never been her child, while she admitted she'd been with many men, and that's how he was conceived, and this idiot was totally sterile. Yeah, the man who. The guy who loved him wasn't his real father, but he stayed right beside him anyway, and yeah, he still calls him his. His father's betrayal chained him to rage. He could never forgive his mother for turning on him and his dad. And that fury didn't stop at words. It crushed into her until he decided to expose all her atrocities. He told his grandmother about it, and she shut that worry down fast, saying it didn't matter who his father really was. Forget the dead and focus on studying hard, because he had to earn his place as a worthy heir to their bloodline. Lineage, he just couldn't accept it. His mother kept the truth locked away, then tossed the father aside like he meant nothing, even though that father loved him with everything he had. I loved him, then he started getting sick of his family's way of thinking, and as he dug into the true nature of witchcraft, it changed him completely. By the time he hit 10, his doubt had turned rock solid. He'd totally lost interest in the family inheritance. He craved a life his dad always dreamed of, so he forged his documents and conned his family into sending him to a knight academy instead of. At a liberal arts academy, then right on exam day, they finally crossed paths and he learned the bombshell. The guy was the heir of the Howe family. He tried to ride on his family's name to dodge the witch's reach, but things went sideways fast. He just could. He always treated him with kindness, and honestly, he loved every second at the academy, hanging out with everyone there. He refused to let it slip away. He even couldn't bring himself to burn his grandmother's letter, so he still went there. Carol slipped her hand into his. He took his hand, thanked him like it was everything, then leaned in and swore to keep it just between them. And let it burn in their hearts. He shouldn't stress. He stares at him like. As a classmate, she won't believe he'd ever take advantage of him. She's already been thinking about it. And right then, MC said that even if Mero made the call himself, she still doesn't get the right to decide. They made the choice for him, where he'd go to school, and if he's this brilliant right now, just wait in the future, he's going to become. To become an elite royal guard, you don't just freeze up and treat him coldly for being a man. That's petty and small. Yuita burst into loud, unstoppable laughter. And he blurted out, totally confused, "Wait, what's so funny about that?" She just said, "That's." She couldn't wrap her head around why their conversation was turning so weird. Myro had always been a girl, and then he heard it, so shocking he froze, staring at the words like, "Wait, is this really true? Is this even real?" He's skinny, physically weak, and I refuse to believe it, especially when her granddaughter, the heiress herself, walks into the academy against her own will. He laid it out like this. Her attitude didn't bother him at all. He showed up because she asked, and now it was finally time for him to move. She told him to head home, saying it was a good thing he was rushing back, but she didn't seem to want him to extend it. To finish his studies, he shrugged into his coat, then snapped that he didn't care. If she refused, he'd march straight to his father and demand she be adopted that way. So he told her to stop and really think it through, because if she didn't, he'd cut her off for good. And if it happens, Miara won't just be okay, she'll be over the moon. He tore himself away, said goodbye to her, and they both sprinted for the exit after what felt like an eternity. After a while, he came sprinting back to the night dormitory. He bumped into Yuri right as she was about to blurt out something, and he slammed his hand on your shoulder and said that he was back, so breathe easy, because everything went perfectly. And just like always, they'd end up together. Right up until graduation, he kept coming back to make things right with an apology. Carol stormed over and told him she'd been waiting all day just to play chess with him, only to leave him totally baffled. He said it all, and honestly, his stomach growled like crazy, so he strode down the corridor and decided to go ask. He asked, "Is there anything left in the cafeteria?" And then they marched straight there, only for him to. He shot them an apology and admitted they only had bread with salt and butter were all that was left, and she grinned as she asked, "Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, imagine eating with the people you're closest to. Every bite tastes like the best part of your life. If you eat with the people you truly care about." He nodded, smiled, and said it was. She grinned and said, bright and happy, that it was absolutely delicious, like it hit the perfect sweet spot. Once he was done stuffing his face, they'd all scramble off to play chess. Later, while he was out in the workshop doing his work, Koff sprinted up to him and shouted his name with pure, joyful excitement. He leaned in and swore it happened, then dropped the new raw material. He grabs paper-making material made from genuine leather, and the protagonist beams with a joyful grin. He said this was exactly what he wanted. Now the weight would finally be lifted from his shoulders. The moment they figured out they had to haul lint from the threads, the raw material problem was finally crushed. He figured it out, then a weird smell hit him, and he demanded to know what the guy was doing here. The man immediately apologized and admitted he'd just won. He wanted to refine crude oil, so he asked, "Wait, do you mean this weird black liquid?" He'd never seen anything like it before. "Before, what was it even for?" He said, "If I could." He could refine it, and then it'd be useful for a ton of things. So he leaned in and asked, "Wait, is this part of the arsenal for a new?" He jumped into the new business and swore he needed it to grind out books from borax. Then he turned to Lily, the academy senior, and begged her to help him forge the tools, because in this world every book was copied by hand and reprinted by tedious copyists, so he decided to blast through it with mimeograph technology too. He mass-produces and sells books, using slick wax paper brewed from crude oil so the ink never smears, carving each letter's shape with an iron brush, then rolling on the ink like clockwork. He knows this whole crazy machine is ridiculous in this world, but Lily is a genius who gets his goal and can reproduce it flawlessly. Koff swore every instrument she crafts is top tier, so because her skills made this work happen, he'd better thank her the way she deserves. MC told her, "If it's about pay, I've got you. Here's enough money, so this should be no problem." He grabbed his head and snapped, "I'm not talking about that, she's still a student. Then he waved it off, saying she's buried in studies while he keeps pushing her to do his work and insisting he should return the favor another way every once in a while. He nodded, agreed, and hit him with a real thank you for the advice. A while later, back at the academy, he took a seat with Lily. Lily sat at the same table and told him she was grateful he agreed to come here. He's so thankful for what she does that she can finally chow down without feeling awkward. With a bright smile, she nodded along, and he leaned in to tell her he'd rented a private room in the cab. Cafe, she grinned and said she'd love to spoil him with a cup of tea and something sweet. Sweets, she opened her mouth to say something, but then she halted, turned to Sham, who sat beside her scribbling something, and demanded whether he thought they should be alone, so why didn't he see that coming? Wait, he apologized. And she told him there was nothing to apologize for, she was just messing around. Joking aside, they were roommates, so it honestly didn't matter until the next part. But the whole time, the two of them were locked in on math and astronomy, talking nonstop like it was the only universe that mattered. All day, I can't stop thinking, why was she even here? And did he really? He cooked up yet another bizarre tool, looked a bit jittery as hell, and said. He said she was a quick thinker, then snapped out a blueprint and told her he wanted her to build something for him, fast, so she raised her hand and asked him to wait. She swallowed her excitement and flat out said she couldn't ignore her schoolwork, especially since she'd just made Fort Tsukaijutsu, and she'd also. He built a printing press, then he ducked his head with crushing guilt, and he admitted she was right, but all he could do was lean on her. He had no one else. With a flushed face, she blurted out that she couldn't do a thing, because even the most popular guy in the academy was sulking. How could she possibly say no? He shoved a drawing into her hands and swore he wanted her to. He demanded a device to make it celestial. This snapped their focus, and then he blurted out. He said that if you don't want to vanish out in the ocean where land is nowhere in sight, you've got to use celestial navigation. Celestial navigation lets sailors use stars and planets like road signs to find their position, but sailing ships ride the wind, so they can't stay on a perfect straight line, and once you're out on the open sea, there's nothing to guide you at all. So if you trust only experience and gut feelings, you can get lost fast, so they rely on sectarians and exact watches to lock in their location. The spot of a sky object at a specific date and time, anywhere on Earth, never changes, and astronomy lets them calculate it. Then they cross-check the date and time on their watches and use a sextant to nail their position. If they turned these results into a nautical almanac, the navigator wouldn't wrestle with any hard math. They'd just look outside, line up their coordinates, and match the sky's celestial bodies to where they are. Then he orders Sham to write down the sun's time based on the time of Syzygy. Agreed, Lily squinted at the drawing and said, yeah, that's trouble. The case looks fine, but they're going to need workshop of glass and mirrors. She glanced off to the side and he leaned in asking, what is this? Then he smirked, a small smile creeping onto his face, and said that he always swore she had lousy eyesight, even though she was the one seeing things no one else could. Things blurred, then she realized it was a gift meant just for her, and when she finally opened the case, everything hit at once. And he swore it was a pair of glasses a merchant had bought in an old. Across the sea in another country, she slipped them on, and he couldn't stop himself from saying they fit her perfectly. But everyone sees differently, so the lenses have to be custom made. She can even tell the glass factory to fit her lenses when they build those instruments. Sham called him over and asked, got anything for me? And he swore he'd bring her something next time. Lily stared at the glasses, shot him a silent thank you, and then her mind raced as she thought these were only meant for her, right? Later that night, she was hunched over tools, hands flying as she worked at the table. When she finally woke up, he called out to her and asked. She asked if she was still awake, then she blushed, apologized, and admitted she was finished. Some dorm students tracked her down and peppered her with questions. Turns out people are always begging for pocketwatch repairs, so she just laughed and said she looked genuinely happy crafting things. Then she asked, with a grin, she decided, yeah, maybe, then started pushing this plan just to rake in money, because her family might be knights but they still bleed cash. They soaked them for taxes just so no one fought, no one joined the wars, yet the lords still left them barely scraping by, with people barely able to make ends meet while they churned out watches for the lords, because they couldn't afford the job under normal times. She was stuck fiddling with watches since she was a kid, so she soaked up machine knowledge fast, until it all magically dropped her right here. She knows her family can't shell out for the training, so she pays for it herself, and she can't even look at those fancy ladies wearing. She stared, admiring how the accessories fit her clothes perfectly, and then she thanked Yuri for everything, so now she doesn't have to worry anymore. She might still worry about money, but she won't let it ruin the moment. She's buzzing because the people are genuinely happy with what she's made. That matters to her a ton, so when a job offer came up, she made sure to put her heart into it, because once that sham called her, she told them, "Give it a try, starting now." She told him she'd asked him a question earlier, so why was he pushing himself this hard, never even getting a second to breathe? Lily whipped around and demanded, "Is that true?" But what did he say? She told him he'd promised this country would be destroyed soon. She still heard his earlier words, that he didn't know if it would hit in 5 years or sooner, and the terrifying truth felt unavoidable, like it was about to explode in the near future. Then she asked. She asked with the Kirchner kingdom acting like a shield, "So we're safe for now, right?" And he answered with a punch to the gut. 6 of the 9 Shan states had already been wiped out, so they weren't getting through this unscathed. The Kirchner kingdom was crumbling fast. Bloodied soldiers and terrified refugees poured into this country, turning their backs on the darkness, and they shut their eyes tight, because if someone would spark a revolution, hope might still survive, but the conservatives here are too strong. The real curse of this country, its royal family holds zero real power, and the military's control and authority are the next pieces of the puzzle. Are split between the 5 great generals and the 7 great witches, and still they crush the royal because their power goes way beyond that. Even if Carol claws her way to the throne and tries to rebuild the country, that old fort will still slam the brakes on her dreams. Forces and it won't work, so who else could possibly step in except the royal family, with the exception of. Even so, every single general is terrified, and none of them can pull off a coup, plus, his own family is still in his corner. Is grinding through the painful rebuild of the core, since the expedition beat it down until it shattered and burned out. And it still isn't enough, not even close. Then you've got the witches, the conservative right-wing type, and if they take the reins, the country gets handed over to corrupt witches. They'll shove them straight to the bottom. Then Lily snapped, "So what's he gonna do?" And the protagonist. They jabbed a finger at the sketch and swore they'd step into a brand new world, because that's the only way out now. Once their country gets obliterated, the price is slavery. If that gets destroyed, then a chance to slip away to a whole new land opens up. Doesn't she realize those are totally different things? Right then, Sham finally passed out. And she stared right back, convinced this was all for the sake of their family, even if this country gets wiped out with every ounce of knowledge he's got. He can flee to a place where discrimination doesn't exist, yet he busts his back, hunting for tools and boats, risking everything to reach a new shore and shield his family and loved ones. But if they lay a hand on Carol, the next queen one. He ditched his own country, bolted into the unknown, and yeah, it wasn't just any secret, because even Dor's school friend was tied to his father. And he'd want to throw hands too, never abandoning them, sprinting off to some brand new land instead. Lily pressed her finger into her cheek, wrestling with one terrifying question: stay or bolt. What would she do? Meanwhile, inside the 7th-year Night Academy dorms, right in the middle of at a doubles chess tournament, some guy leaned in and promised that whoever won would represent their dorm at the big university-wide Dookie tournament, then told the students to just roll the dice. Mayaro snapped to the protagonist and swore he'd never let him lose this game. The protagonist flexed his arms and fired back. Excellent. They've got to put on a killer show, so the friends rolled the dice. Mayaro's score shot higher, and then the guy stepped up and announced. Mayaro lunges in first, right as the round explodes into motion. Again, everyone stared at the match with bated breath, trapped in pure tension. He stared at the clock, time was running out, and right then, he hit 16 the age when he was about to step into the Night Academy's big demonstration. And the university-wide doubles tournament, every year at the Academy, the Night Academies demonstrated, determines who's the strongest player in the institution during the very same tournament where Night Academy clashes with the liberal arch. Arts Academy teams up to take on Dookie in a no-mercy rivalry event. Then he got knocked out of his spot, right in the middle of the night. He reached the Academy rep to the door, but he couldn't resist playing Dookie first, where he was clearly the dorm's best all year, and then in the end, he got forced to play against. Miyaro's insanely skilled, especially at Dookie, a board game like Chinese ** Shanghai *, where 2 armies clash across a river, and each side fights as either a royal eagle or a water bird. Unlike shogi, the royal eagle can soar right over both allies and foes, then dive straight for the king. There's no clean plan to trap the king, so how could he possibly lose in a way that screams fair? Even if he wanted to, any wild, off-script move would look unnatural, so he has to play this like a chess master. Calculated, precise, and deadly. And if he loses, he has to make it look like nothing. No one can even suspect a thing, but pulling off a scene like that is brutal, so the protagonist just locks eyes on the play, staring like it's life or death. Playing field, the match went dead silent, no chatter at all, just the sharp clicks of pieces sliding into place and then vary. In the next breath, MC finally clocked it. He hadn't escaped a thing. He cursed it at first, but fate still shoved him to finish the final. The final winning move, just like that, everything flipped in their favor. My arrow let out a sorrowful sigh and whispered, "I'm lost." He was left speechless. Then the guy outright declared Yuri the winner, and he just froze in shock. How in the world did that happen? He thought, because Mayaro must have been one step ahead of him. Carol blurted with amazement. She called it an insane game, but even she couldn't make sense of it. My arrow told him that just like everyone predicted, he won. Then the protagonist burst into a cough and said he suddenly felt sick. Mayato clasped his hand and said, "I can't wait for the palace finale. Please make it there," and then beat him in front of Her Majesty, the Queen. The protagonist blinked in shock, because his opponent knew he had zero interest in winning, yet still chose to throw the fight for him. If the Academy was about to get into a fight, it meant one thing: witches would be waiting in the ring, and it looked like Mayaru really didn't want any part of that. Because of his family, everything changed. Then, the very next day, the main event finally burst into the spotlight. The main event erupted inside the grand auditorium of the Wung Palace. The secretary slammed the room to attention and shouted that the 2316 was officially underway. The 16th All-Academy Dookie tournament kicked off, and the hall was absolutely packed to the brim. And there they stood on the stage, gripping the moment, waiting with bated breath for the game to start. The protagonist stood right there with them. The secretary grilled every single. Everyone who showed up was ready to cheer for the 16 selected players, and all of them happily backed her request, and a thunderclap of applause tore through the hall. MC thought that was insane. The players formed up in turns, men and women side by side, and round one always started with the Knight Academy facing off against the Academy of Arts and Sciences. Yeah, this is a full-blown tournament match where a single loss wipes you out for good. The teams get split into 2 blocks, and their turn hits in the second one. He's here as So the dorm rep took it seriously, and when it was his turn, he smiled at his opponent and told her he couldn't wait to go head-to-head. Then he crushed her and won the first round, and she could only look down with a sad, defeated sigh. She lost in the first round. Yuri absolutely crushed it in the second too, and when his opponent, another girl, realized she'd lost, she nearly broke down crying. The secretary blared that he was moving straight into the semifinals, and the protagonist grinned like, "Perfect, there's no one here who's even been worth my time." The secretary kept going, and now the spotlight swung to the semifinals of Block 2. Yuri Hao versus Lilica Kurson. She narrowed her eyes like she was ready to strike. His eyes locked on me, and he pushed the idea like a challenge. "Let's start our game." After a bit, she finally blurted out that the game was moving way too fast. The protagonist shot back, because his father had drilled it into him from day one, telling him not to keep the girls waiting. Once he made that decisive move, he barked like it was his own sacred truth. Everything had to go. Right here it all gets decided. Lilica stared him down. He caught him off guard, broke into a grin, and fired back with a counter move. Yuri couldn't believe it. The protagonist snapped in a low, silent curse, unlike the opponent he'd faced before. Opponents who stayed stone calm even after his brutal assault, and she was tough, but Miara was on a whole other level. Then he flashed his chip and made his final move. Lilica snapped open her fan, and with a bright smile, like she'd finally found herself again, she declared it. And she still sent him off with a burst of luck for the finals. Then the secretary stepped up and announced that the win. Yuri Hao just snatched the win in the second block finals, and the MC let out a Miara let out a breath of relief, and then, out of nowhere, her voice snapped from just a few steps away. Right after he got the congratulations, the protagonist jolted, then asked him, stunned, "Wait, what? Guys, was he really here the whole time?" His comrade shot back, "Yeah, of course," because he wanted to see him in the finals. Carol burst over to them and beamed happily. The protagonist got a big congratulation, and MC nearly choked, because she just realized she wasn't alone, she was here too. He thought, just like it always goes, that he had to show up before the next queen, Yuri. He dropped to one knee and called her, "Your Highness." He thanked her, and she lit up with a warm smile as she accepted it. She shot her hand forward, aiming to touch him, like a clear signal that he was next. That he should stand, but the moment he moved next, Carol was left hanging, stunned and unsure of what came next. Stunned and totally lost, the protagonist didn't hesitate. She grabbed her hand, kissed the back of it like a loyal subject. She mumbled something through her confusion, Then, at last, she yanked her hand free and bolted, shooting him a quick look like, "You've got this," and hoping luck would stay on his side. Mayara gave a quiet laugh, and the protagonist blurted out, totally thrown off, "Wait, did I mess up or something?" She wiped her tears of laughter, shook her head, and before her hand could even land on his shoulder, he surprised her with his move. MC rubbed the back of his head, totally baffled, and blurted out, "What did I do to her?" To her highness, outside the door, Carol stood there and her thoughts started racing. I caught myself thinking about him with a wistful ache like, yeah, he was so sensitive, maybe even way too sensitive. Later on, when Mayaru finally made it back to the dorm, Barrow told the protagonist that today's semi-final opponent is one of the best players he's ever faced. Among his whole generation, he was on another level, and the protagonist had the same conclusion. It didn't take a genius to see why he was so impossibly strong. Yeah, sure, he messed up, but he still wasn't stronger than him at all. Mayaro muttered, a little sheepish, and admitted he felt genuinely happy getting praised. Oh, and about tomorrow's finals, turns out their opponent comes from one of the 7 great witch families. Sure, Lacrima's of the Lacrimana's house, the MC sank into deep thought. Lacrimani's, yeah, sure it is. Nora is the head of the family's granddaughter. She's 22, and her mom runs the Parchment Makers Guild. People say she storms into the paper shops of Boer and hurls rotten fish like a curse. She even hires people to wreck the merchandise on purpose, throwing the whole shop off its game with nothing but a simple stocking mishap for Iro. Barrow snapped him out of his daze, saying the finals were tomorrow. Sure, this girl might cheat to steal the win, but he still believed. When Yuri realized he thought victory was his, she nodded and promised she'd give it everything. Before he could head back to the dorm, he had to stop at Howe's place first, because he just needed to see his friend. Seeing the shock on his friend's face, he just grinned and said it wouldn't take long. He shot back, "No worries," then said he'd be waiting for him right there in the carriage. The protagonist strode up to Kaf's house and slipped inside, then froze when he spotted a man lounging in a chair with his back turned to the door, gripping a bottle of. He shoved a glass of wine right beside him, poured fresh, and called the man by name, then demanded, "What the hell is happening to you?" He'd totally spaced on the drink. Kaf shot back that he'd only poured it, not sipped a drop. MC leaned in for a closer look at. He stared them down and snapped, "What happened?" The boys barked back, annoyed as hell, witches. They'd scratched out. Bloody threats had hammered his door before, but this time they dumped black liquids straight into the river they used for their workshop. He jabbed at the buckets of black water and said, "I think this is crude oil. It looks like the stuff he's refining, like real craft in motion. And in that workshop, only a handful of people are working, like everyone else is nowhere to be found. So for now, it's safe, until they yank it away, and right then and there, Kafka abruptly shot up from his chair. The chair hit the floor, those stool legs screeching as they scraped, and then he stared at the brooding protagonist and fired the question, "So, what do we do?" He couldn't get the words out yet, not today, and the very next day, everything kicked into preparation mode. The final day of the tournament hit full blast, and everything was going wild. Spectators and guests started rolling in one after another, filling the place fast. And servants were sprinting everywhere, frantically managing every room and route, and rushing to set the seats for the crowned royalty. Heads, their chairs sat right up against the gaming table, and an hourglass plus fresh writing tools were neatly lined up on the judge's side. MC shot the costume designer another question. "Do I have to switch my outfit again? Can't I just keep wearing this uniform?" The uniformed guy shot back, "Yeah, sure, maybe it's just a tiny warning." Worn out and filthy, he'd heard Yuri came from a top-tier prestigious family, so he should let him handle his hair. Then the costume designer hurried in and plopped the protagonist right into the chair. Staring at himself in the mirror, the protagonist went totally confused and blurted, "So, what are you actually doing with your hair?" A guy grinned and joked, "Yeah, the hair oil, don't worry, it's only go on the ends, because after a while, the MCM." He burst out of his office in a brand new elegant suit, and his hair styled just right, too, and strode down the hallway like he had somewhere to be, like he could already taste freedom, because you just wanted to finish this and get out of here. He bolted into the gaming room at full speed. A maid jerked her hand toward his seat and ordered him to sit there. He just sat there, then stared straight at the throne like it was calling his name. And he spotted the royals right there. Before them, he dropped to his knees. Shura dropped into his chair and let out a breath. Shura slid into view across from him and stared him down, like she was reading every secret in his eyes. As the servant yanked a chair into place for her, the protagonist couldn't help but start thinking. With that grin on her face, did she just dress like that to step into the throne right away? Shimin flashed a grin and urged, "Let's start the game," and MC couldn't help thinking, yeah, here we go. Thought, man, it started already. The pieces are on the board, but they still can't decide who to put in the spotlight. Who's making the first move, are they? The judge snapped everyone's focus. And he called out that it was Shore's turn, then the whole hall erupted with stunned whispers. The protagonist stared at the grinning Shore, and his mind started racing with questions. They don't even let the judge talk it over with the players, and that. A grin cracked across his face as he made the first move, right on cue. The protagonist stared at her so hard it felt like the truth snapped into place, and she realized. She tried to bribe the judge, but he shrugged it off like it meant nothing. She wasn't just dabbling, witchcraft lived in her bones. So she decided she wouldn't open strong and go all in from the very beginning. Good, he had every opening in the world to beat her. His teammates erupted into cheers for him. Then, after a beat, the secretary blared the game results on the screen, and Shahar snapped, She'd lost, and MC felt that hit like a crushing defeat that knocked the air out of him. The judge slammed the decision. Yuri Hao was the winner, and the moment the words hit, Yuri knew exactly why he'd earned his way into the next round. And just like that, the referee snaps the call. All right, game 2, players, step in and begin, because this one's about to get spectacular. Right then, Lily tapped my arrow on his shoulder, told him her name, and said she was Yuri's friend, so he shot back with his own name, and they both realized they already knew each other. The girl blurted, "I'm not exactly great at shogi, but if you want, you can teach me." Then she glanced over and thought, if only you knew. After the second game, Yuri's edge dulled fast. Or was it just her wild imagination? The gaze landed on her like she was being judged. His opponent, the protagonist, snapped that he was the one who lost. Lost Marrow's mind snapped as the referee's voice boomed. It's official. Shora Lakramas just crushed the second round and walked away as the winner. They de-slam the brakes for a quick breather before the third match, then send the players straight to the waiting area. Miyaro lingered in the waiting room, eyes locked on the protagonist as he slept. He stormed out, heart heavy, and kept thinking, did he really decide to quit for good? He finally caught up to his friend and demanded, "Tell me, are you planning to lose?" Trying to lose again, does he seriously mean to sabotage himself? The MC snapped around and blurted out, "Yes." The boy blurted it out, completely lost, then shouted, "But why?" She told him their enemies were the Lakramas, the ones who controlled the Parchment Guild, and that facing them would get them absolutely nothing. Miyaro stared at him, baffled. Was he terrified of these witches, and why did that go back to his grandmother? He forced himself to. So he decided to stand up to her, right, and he didn't think it was about the business fallout at all. They were dead even. Then the protagonist leaned in and told him, straight up, that it was the same for him. This match, it was nothing compared to the real stuff waiting for him. He might have seen him as a hero, but he sure had zero plans to step into that spotlight. Miyaro stared at him, totally baffled, and the thought hit him hard. So nothing matters to him, he even says it out loud, because he's been doing nothing but bad things. All this time, the protagonist finally snapped, "What are you even talking about?" Because he'd been there the whole time, just quietly giving. He takes the advice in stride, and you can see the gratitude hit him hard. Then he lets it go and moves on, because he's just not that person. Does he get what that means? He'd never stick with someone who's just using his plans to control him, someone who plays by his rules and only does whatever he wants. Does he get it? Mayato rubbed the back of his head, grinning awkwardly. Yes, he understands. And right then, the allies. He caught the maid's panicked shout, warning someone not to be here. Then, like a warning flare, a worried cough rolled in on the horizon, telling him. The maid sprinting after him, and he couldn't stop thanking her for leading the way. He just needed to. Yuri had to be found. Then the MC appeared, and the craftsman blurted, "There he is." Yuri turned and asked. "Wait, why the rush?" The boy blurted, out of breath from that quick walk, fully stunned. He sprinted forward so hard that it hit him. He'd stumbled right into something massive and important. During this huge tournament, he was hit with the worst news right before it all exploded. Right in the middle of their talk, Mayuro slipped out and vanished behind the wall, and after Koff finished, the protagonist snapped. "Trust me, I've got the full picture. He needs to rush back to the workshop, and this time he's got to get him to do exactly what he's told." Koff nodded, said he got it, then leaned in and asked, "Are you okay?" The antagonist snapped back, "Yeah, I'm fine. This all comes down to who walks out on top." He shot back into the game room, and there was Shora, already waiting, smug as ever, for him. A mug-grinning smile lit up the moment the MC finally settled in at the gaming table. The referee slammed the signal and declared the third match was officially underway. Once again, the girl seized the first move, she fanned herself and shot him a mocking look, while Yuri just stayed silent, shutting him down with total unresponsiveness. Lily stared in pure confusion and tried to explain what was happening, because he was. He was supposed to come first, so why won't he shut up? The opponents kicked off the game, and the girl leaned in to ask, "How are you holding up?" The protagonist stayed cool, looked her straight in the eye, and calmly told her, "Don't." She told her not to worry about him, and the secretary immediately arranged the ships. The spectator board filled with ships, just like they had on the playing field. Shore kept talking, eyes darting as he wondered what had happened to him. He just smiled and told him calmly, "I'm fine." She snapped a look of fake shock and blurted, "So what about that little shop he runs? He sprints, wait, isn't it called that? And then he's suddenly in some big trouble. Yeah, everything's going wrong right now, like a fire just broke loose." The protagonist clenched his fist under the table, like he was holding back a storm. He knew the workers were pounding away right this second, beating the flames back for good. But the fire burned inside him, and he stayed stone quiet, fists clenched so hard his knuckles ached. Shimin shot halfway up from her seat, totally baffled, like Yuri's workshop might have caught fire, and she was about to sprint to find out. He snapped to it right away. Something was off. Was his rival girl really cheating? Carol shot a worried look at her mother and begged her to stop the game, because something felt seriously wrong. Something was off with her. Shimin snapped, "No, let her watch closely. She'd only get a glimpse." MC stepped in front of him, raised a hand to his forehead, and Shore glared like he wanted to burn him alive. Suddenly, the protagonist blurted out that he'd just gotten word about a fire. 4 houses went up, but miraculously nobody got hurt, and the damage stayed minor. Shore practically bolted upright in shock. Wait, what did he just say? For real? He kept going, and still, he never would have guessed she'd drop that kind of insult right here, in front of everyone, trying to humiliate him in public. "Yeah, I just leaned back." She scooted back in her chair and fired back at him, because she sure as hell hadn't said anything like that, and those were his asterisk words. The protagonist stayed cool and flat out said, "Yeah, I'm not reporting the damage either." Everyone leaned in to catch every word of their talk, and he didn't stop, he kept going. She totally made a fool of herself. The girl stared at him, utterly lost. He said it straight to her, just in case she missed it, then intentionally threw the second game, gambling on giving her the championship, because he figured he could stall the real confrontation. Confrontation erupted after he tried to win the local witches over, then went and courted the ones who torched the workshops. Is despicable, she's a truly awful person, and he's done giving her handouts. Shora snapped at the judge with pure fury, shooting her a warning as she urged. The woman, staring at the floor, ordered Yuri to zip his lips and help her bring everything back to order. She told him that was his punishment, no more extra time. The protagonist flashed a grin in Shora's face and said, "He doesn't give a damn, does she really think this will help?" She snapped at him, trying to fire off something furious. Sure, then the protagonist shot his hand up, piece held high like he meant business. He huffed through the air and said he'd had enough, then slammed the piece onto the board, so hard the other pieces jumped in surprise. Shora pictured one jump, and for a heartbeat, she feared the whole world could spiral out of control. She pictured herself springing from her seat, dropping right onto the board like a pawn. The board and Yuri leaned in, swearing he'd do everything in his power to crush her, because if she lost, it would only be as like a craven pest, and the girl bolted for the hall door, desperate to escape. But guards slammed into her path. Koff himself said she could. She couldn't break free. Shora snapped, furious, and screamed at him, "What the hell is this? What the hell is he even saying?" She waved her guards away and stared, locked in, watching every move. As the two sides finally collided, the hero's taking his turn, he snatched a pike and slashed the guard beside her, his blood spraying out. Blood splattered across her face as she yanked up the hem of her dress. Shora whipped around in a flash, then sprinted off, her dress trailing behind her as she took off. She sprinted at full speed, not even daring to look where she was. Where she was headed, the protagonist stared as she sprinted across the roof and finally crashed right into the edge. She nearly tipped over, but she snapped back just in time. Shora spun around just in time, and the protagonist did too. He drove the pike straight into her throat, silencing her in an instant. With a sharp shake of her head, she snapped out of the vision, stared at the playing field, and said, "I am heartbroken. I lost those presents, the joyful green ones." Yuri got greeted as the winner, and then Shimin shot up from her chair and whipped around to face her. He spoke to her in a chilling voice and told her she'd get a private talk in another room about her inappropriate behavior during the match. Queen said that if her words cut the right way, she could hit them with real disciplinary action. The girl was about to get her marching orders when the queen's assistant snapped, "Follow us." She was taken away, and the MC huffed hard, then leaned back with a heavy breath. His chair scraped the floor. Carol marched over and snapped, "When are you finally going to learn how to act right? You're at it again, making a scene like always." He shrugged and told her, "You can't dodge it. Life throws problems at you out of nowhere." Eventually, she burst into laughter and snapped, "What a fool," he won. Then she stretched it out, savoring the moment. He took her hand in his and gushed that it was an absolutely magnificent game. The antagonist grinned, shot up from his chair, and dropped to one knee in front of the prince. Princess kissed the back of her hand again, and the whole room exploded, like the hall itself just burst into a. As the crowd erupted in applause and wild cheers, the MC slipped out the door, and me. Mayuro clutched the bird's reins and shouted at him. Told him, "Look, he's not just asking, he's begging for it." Yuri thanked his friend, grabbed the reins, and took off. Mayuro bowed deeply and blurted out an apology before the boy. The boy admitted with pure regret that he never even considered it, and now he didn't want any of this. And just like that, the hero lunged in, wrapped him in a tight hug, and said, "Don't sweat it, he's not so broken that he'd even think of." They're blaming him for everything, even though he just made those mistakes. After that, he didn't stay mad at him at all. The protagonist leaped onto the bird and shouted thanks to the boy for being so kind. "Gagakudori, he's gone," instantly, and right then, Lily called out. They yelled after him like, "You're headed to the workshop, right? So can he pull her into this with him, because her job's right there, waiting." "So yeah, right there." He stared at her in shock, and then he nodded and agreed. He shrugged off his warm cape, blurted, "Hurry up, get her to put this on." Then the bird shot off with its rider strapped on, blazing through the sky so fast that Mayara couldn't believe it. MC was so smooth with the animal, it looked unreal. Meanwhile, Koff barked orders to the firefighters as the blaze raged on, right on the edge of becoming something far worse. Burning buildings started to crumble, and he roared at everyone to get back, now. So he backed to a safe distance, because pushing in to fight the flames anymore would have been suicide. They had to grab their tools, and right when it mattered, the protagonist showed up at the scene with Lily. Leaping off the bird and yanking the reins into a worker's hands, he stepped up to the calf. Lily stared around and blurted out, "Those bad bastards." Calf hurried over, swallowed his pride, apologized to the protagonist, and admitted they'd only just met. They finally smothered the flames, but it was too late. The water mill was gone, the buildings were charred, and every tool they'd used turned to ash. MC shot him a reassuring look and said it didn't matter at all, as long as everyone stayed on board. Everyone finally felt safe. His word landed, the guy nodded along, and yeah, it was all true. The building stood, the tools were there. Tools could be fixed, but nobody could bring lives back. Lily said they were right, and her voice broke with how sorry she was about what happened. Things had gone bad, but at least she could breathe if only the buildings and the tools she made were the ones that took the hit, so she smiled and Yuri nailed the moment with an encouraging nod to her allies. Then suddenly, Yuri started too. Tension snapped in his body as he bolted toward the burned-out workshop, coughing all the way. He screamed at him to stay out of there, but the protagonist shoved past it and ignored every warning. He snubbed Koff and bolted into the building to hide, then Koff shouted back at him. Then the second he heard it, the whole building suddenly crumpled to the ground. Lily shrieked with terror and coughed as the cold locked her in place. Then she sprinted for the ruins and started, and blasting the protagonist's name like a scream, begging him to answer. Then the MC safely broke through, burst out of the rubble, clutching something wrapped in a rag. The allies came charging in. Koff panicked and he barked, "What are you doing?" Yuri swallowed her pride, apologized to Lily, pressed a wrapped gift into her hands, and admitted that she had. She finally pulled it off for them, too, the very first Suchakta. Then she just stared at the. He stared at the thing in stunned silence, and it hit him. Lily's work must have been the prototype behind the very tools they were using. They shoved them into basement storage for the next emergency, but even then, most of them still burst into flames. He said he was just relieved one of them made it. Then Lily clutched the object to her chest like it could keep her safe. She snapped her hand forward and crushed her fist into the protagonist's chest, barking, "What a total idiot. Why would he throw his life away like that?" "Then thank him." MC stared at her like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. A brotherly arm swung around his shoulders, and the guy said, "Great, now we can mass-produce those tools again." Yuri shot back. He answered without hesitation, "Yeah, that's the plan. They'll set up the next workshop in a place the witches can't read a single page. Get there, they'll even craft a water wheel from the very start." Lily clutched the wrapped thing to her chest, blurted, and then, yeah, let them have it. She goes all in to help them because she's desperate to join house company, and she won't stop at that. She wants in, no matter what. The plan was simple, stick with them, and when the guys locked eyes, they nodded and agreed. Sure, welcome to house company, and don't blink, because it happens again a little later. The protagonist was out here testing the Royal Eagle, Stardust, like it was about to change everything. Down below, the workers busted their asses, getting everything ready for that bird to touch down. And he signaled the protagonist and the eagle to drop down and descend, MC. The sea kept rolling under him as he landed safe on Stardust, then he launched off the deck in a single bound. He yanked off his helmet, then gave the bird a warm pat on the neck. He kissed her neck and swore he'd be back real soon. Then, later on, he kept that promise. Later, he finally crashed into the port city of Suomi. 6 long months had already passed. Months had gone by since his workshop burned to the ground during the Dookie tournament. A brand new workshop just opened on the Hal family's land, and everyone was about to see why. Who no one could recognize as witches, and after a close look, he headed straight for the city of Suomi, right near the workshop. This city had been Harold's playground for a. It started thriving as a trade hub for the Republic of Albion, and at first the city's pockets stayed full thanks to deals with other cities. In a city where shipbuilding and other industries roared to life, once Lily's sextant finally took shape. He'd come all this way hunting for a ship built to slice through the open ocean. Suddenly, on the ocean shore, he spotted Harold sprawled on the ground, grumbling that if he was in the sea, he should go back into the sea, and if he was in the mountains, then he needs to head back to the mountains, because if he won't stray from the path to Yoth, the place he came from, then The protagonist snapped into surprise. Wait, the language of horror. That's a Tuscan script. So this blade's raised. This man's no one from Care, is he? Blade ready in hand, just in case the protagonist came charging in. Closed in on him and demanded to know who he was looking at, like he'd just spotted something buried in the overgrown. He stared at his own hair and beard, completely baffled. Just let me look at myself, he insisted, and don't. Don't let him blurt that it's you, Harold, because the second the man lays eyes on him, he narrows his gaze and fires back. What do you want? They haven't crossed paths in ages. So long, what's wrong? The MC scooped him up off the ground and demanded why he was just lying there. Then the man snapped back. Shut up and leave him alone. Then the protagonist yanked him up to his feet. He grabbed his feet and shouted for him to follow, then led him straight to a coastal tavern, where the villain demanded a glass of wine and declared it was all peace from here, because he was treating him tonight. Harold snapped for the waitress, demanded another mug of sake, and some more of whatever came next. MC slapped a fresh line on his tab and told the girl to drop the dried meat onto it. Then he snapped his head toward Harold and asked, "So, what happened to that man, the one who couldn't speak?" Clenching his feelings, he shot back that his boat had rocked. Then the board splintered, and they were all flung into the sea. The protagonist couldn't shake one thought. Did Harold mean the ship was gone for good? The crew had mutinied, and then, boom, they'd been tossed overboard, and now they were stranded, cutting across the open sea without. It's like sprinting toward a destination with zero clue where it even is. Tension will snap, every crewman turns on the captain and the navigator, and that's exactly how they likely ended up stranded and forgotten out at sea. Yuri blurted out how they even made it, and Harold snapped back that they got hurled overboard from the boat with the spear, so that's the only reason they lived. Then the protagonist stared at the truth, panicking. If Harold's talking like he's alive, did that mean the dead old man actually knew where land was? Their original boat still hadn't found land, and it kept drifting across the ocean like a ghost ship, dead set on carrying weapons. He said, yeah, it's hard work, and kept grinning, because why couldn't he end up with a woman? Harold protested, bluntly trying to stop the idea he was in. He didn't keep women for pleasure. He'd burned every last coin on boat supplies, and now there was no undoing it. He was finished. Yuri's thoughts tangled in confusion. He grabbed. Faith took it all way too seriously. Then a waitress rushed over, apologized for making them wait, slapped the dishes onto the table, and vanished. MC immediately offered Harold a drink and some food. With food in front of him, he could finally breathe and shove what happened out of his mind, because if he didn't eat, he'd have to swallow that too. The guy stared at the dishes and blurted, "Wait, is this all for him?" After a while, after Harold downed his drinks, he slumped and passed out right at the table. The waitress leaned over and told him his companion had already fallen asleep. The protagonist apologized. And she told him she'd have to leave him there until the morning. Right after that, he shot up, yanked out his blade, and stared down Harold. The girl gasped for a second in thought. She looked like she wanted to kill him, but MC cut in and told her it was fine. He just needed his companion to look human. Tell her to grab him a broom and a dustpan, if she can write. After he was done, he and the waitress exchanged proud looks at Harold, like he just earned their respect. The man mumbled something in his sleep, and staring at his bald head and spotless clean-shaven face, the girl pressed Yuri, "Are you sure everything's really okay?" The protagonist leaned in and promised her there wasn't a single reason to. He didn't have to worry anymore. Things had actually started looking up. That outfit fit him perfectly. Then he said he'd swing by in the morning to check on everything, and the waitress, Beatrice, told him, "Whatever you say." And then, when the protagonist showed up at the tavern the next day, Harold was just staring in confusion, stroking his bald head, while the MC grinned and teased him that his head looked hilarious, but honestly it suited him perfectly. The man exploded with outrage, staring at the mess like, how in the world did this even happen? Whoever he was, the second his eyes landed on them, he'd rip them apart piece by piece. Pieces? Yuri said it was a chain of disasters, and he was honestly just relieved. Harold was okay now, thank goodness. "Good luck with your new life," he said, then spun to leave and then he waved at the man, and Harold shouted, asking for a loan. Could he spot him some money? The protagonist hit back with a question of his own. Where did he get so? He had way too much extra money, so he was already plotting to buy himself a brand new ship. And yeah, there was something else he needed. Harold needed an emergency fund, because if he drowned, everything was over, and he couldn't spare a cent to lend anyone money, so he blurted, "Just let him." He took him aboard. This guy was a full-on veteran, already hitting Albion Island about 6 times. The protagonist pressed him for what made him so seasoned, and he snapped back that he'd never risk his ship with a drunk, drugged sailor. That's why they were upgrading to a new ship, fresh equipment that could pinpoint their location out on the high seas. This was the tech the royal families would bet everything on, the escape route when the nation crumbled. But if you got him too drunk and he started spilling secrets, that would be it for all of them. The Kerr would crack the tech in a flash, then unleash terror across every land they had fled to. He respected every scar his time at sea gave him, but right now, he just wasn't ready to handle what was coming. He had to guard this secret with his life, and he'd make his whole crew remember it, because he'd murder anyone who dared to spill it. So what was he still okay with this after all those terms? Harold just keeps going. He went utterly silent, then the MC turned on his heel and headed out, telling him he'd come back to the capital. "Maybe I'll spot some silver for you," he said, like that was the next move. Let him wrestle with how he wants to live for the next few days, because when the 7th year comes, everything stays dormant. At the night academy, the commandant stormed up to Yuri and ordered. Stunned to find a man named Harold posted by the door, just waiting to end it. To meet him, the shocked hero snapped back, got it, and said he'd be gone in no time. Soon he couldn't stop his brain from asking, what on earth was Harold doing out there, stepping outside? Just then, the protagonist spotted Harold walking alongside a younger guy, and both of them were wearing hats that matched. Yuri leaned in and asked how she could help. Help him? He yanked off his hat and snapped, "I'm sorry." That night he showed up and made his choice. He'd commit to MC, so MC could hire him as their sailor. The protagonist snapped, "Who's behind me?" And Harold shot back, "Gora Beniem. 16 years old, and he's already a fully trained navigator, the kind of guy who shouldn't be able to pull this off, yet he just might. He's still young, but the seal says he's got the stamp of approval. With his fallen comrades' approval weighing on him, the protagonist stared them down, eyes locked in. He said okay, but there was no way he'd trust them that fast. He'd demand they swear it, right before Master Esau. They stormed into the room, and there was Esther, sitting on the floor with her eyes shut, praying like her life depended on it. When she spotted them, she lit up and greeted MC. She glanced toward the herald and zeroed in on Gora with pure curiosity, and when the guy told her his name, you could tell he was genuinely thrilled to meet her. To meet her, the girl swung the door open, ushered them inside, and told Harold he'd left a huge impression. He swallowed his pride and sheepishly begged her not to leave any bad impression on her. She laughed, teased that he was ridiculously good-looking, and Gora shot her companion a sideways grin. An awkward companion kept white-knuckling his hat while they caught their breath. Then, after a moment, they got ready for the ritual. All three slid onto chairs across from Esther, and she started, "So that's why. That's why they're here right now, exchanging the sacrament of vows. In Edushan faith, these sacraments are sacred rites, and the vow one is the big deal. A priest stands in for God and witnesses the oath, just as the girl turns." He went back to Harold and warned, "Once you swear an oath, breaking it is basically spitting in God's face. This isn't some casual ceremony. So tell me, do you truly understand?" Understand that? The boy stammered, mortified. Of course, Esther said, grinning. All right then, let him warn them about what they're really walking into. The protagonist lined in and demanded, do you really want me to lay out everything for you? Everything, she said, because without that, she couldn't carry out the ritual the right way, not with repentance on the line. Everything would be locked away under the strictest secrecy. Even if it went against everything she believed, Yuri said he understood. They stood there and stared at Harold, and after a while, Esther finally said thanks and admitted she'd heard. She finally knew every word in their vows. Now it was time to light the fuse and start the ritual. The girl marched up to a stand, holding a mysterious vessel filled with liquid. She poured it into a glass and took a sharp sip. He dipped the cup, handed it to Harold, and ordered him to drink. Down it went, then, right after, Esther folded her hands like she'd just made a decision. With their hands clasped in prayer, they said, since your lips are sanctified, you shouldn't, and the warning hung in the air. He didn't tell a single lie. Then he handed her the glass and dropped down onto the floor. She steadied herself, pressed her hand to his head, and said, right. Harold named since birth. Now I'm starting the sacred vows, and I ask, does he solemnly swear to God that? Harold nodded like it was the only answer, and the girl backed it up, saying he'd never betray Lord Yuri Hao. And after Yuri Hao showed him the way, he swore he'd carry the secret of sea-crossing himself, no matter what. He gambled with his life, and he swore he'd stay in Lord Yuri Hao's service while using that technique. He gets out of that service and forces himself to wipe those techniques clean, never use them again. He seriously declares this to be true right there in front of the head of the order, Isakazalinka Wichita. Breaking that oath wouldn't just be self-deception, it would mean slamming the door on the from the love of God, he warned, or else their piety would get seriously wrecked. Harold nodded and said he accepted it, and swore his vow to God. Esther nodded. Good, then your words reached him. She lifted the cross, poured out a bright prayer of praise, and thanked him for his hard work. She finally warned Harold, be careful and don't break that oath. One slip and he's in deep trouble. The protagonist leaned in and asked, so what happens next? And the girl shot back, this is what's coming. She flashed a smile and sealed her fate. You'll all die. The other three stared at her, stunned. What kind of nightmare oath was that? The protagonist, stunned, blurts out what she means, and Esther snaps back. It's misleading. If Harold breaks his oath, I'll have to spend a whole month meditating in the forest, living on water, and begging God to witness it. The vow sacrament is that shared, repeated promise that every student will honor their vows, backed by the master's responsibility, traced all the way to Apostle Sahar's beloved disciple, whose fate sealed it all. He committed the unthinkable, apostasy, and got hauled into taking sacred vows. Before dawn, he sat and meditated by a cemetery, begging God for a way to shoulder the weight of becoming a teacher, and she would have to do the same. That's the wild history of the Kasorika school. The protagonist froze in shock, then blurted, wait, do I really have to watch this? She said here Kasorika only needs to get paid for it now, and still, she clings to the old order like it's law. Harold bent his head and said, no, I won't do that. They can't let her land in trouble, so they're just going to pretend they never said it in the first place. Mr. spun toward him and said, you made that vow, so once you break it, you don't have to stress about what comes next, right? Just make the call. And he kept chasing that vow. She stared them down and demanded an answer. Were they walking into the sacrament ready to keep their word, or were they about to break it? Harold blurted out, stunned, no, absolutely not. MC even wondered if Esther might take offense, and the girl kept going. Doesn't matter anymore, she gets it, she'll accept it all, and he shouldn't say a word about refusing. In the middle of all that, Harold shot back that he'd keep it in mind, like, yeah, I'll make that cheap. When the allies vanished, the sailor leaned in and told the protagonist, I never imagined I'd end up dragging Esther into this mess. The antagonist smirked and asked, why not? Because if he won't teach him to navigate, then that vow is nothing but empty words. Harold snapped no, but when he decided he'd do it, he committed, no turning back. Look, he's a man right there. The MC slaps a hand on his shoulder and blurts out. He's thrilled to hear that, now he's placing everything on him. He'll hook up with Gora too, and then he'll show them brand new ways to sail. A month later, Yuri rented a ship in Suomi, and on Harold's advice, he jumped straight into buying his own vessel in the Republic of Albion, a country with cutting-edge shipbuilding tech. As the protagonist watched it pull out, he leaned in and shouted at him, I'll hold you a. When they pushed him to answer for it, did he get it? Harold grinned and said, yep, I'll be back once I've mastered these new tools. And then how do those companies even set their sale prices? Soon enough, Yuri finally slipped into a dream, one she hadn't had in ages. He drifted into a dream where his grandfather appeared, working the whole time, processing, like the memories had a heartbeat. Processing the vegetables, they told him he was an economist. He knew almost nothing about it, but get this, physics has the uncertainty principle, and it's a huge deal. You can actually peek into the tiny, hidden world and see what those subatomic particles are doing. With laser-sharp precision, so there's no way to get it wrong. To get a truly accurate picture of the world, because if they can't even nail the tiniest subatomic particle, they can't even properly observe what they're made of, kind of like economics, where the rules mess with the reality they're trying to measure. He was building a model that tracked the pulse of human society with terrifying precision. The economy's tiniest piece is a single person, and every one of them is totally different. If you want to track how society's biggest machine moves, you've got to understand every human gear inside it. How does he think this is possible? The protagonist stays shut, saying nothing. The grandfather leans in and continues, there are things. Even after all these years living with her, there are still things he doesn't know about the woman beside him, because no matter how long you try, you can't truly see another person all the way through. That man had just handed his grandson a spoiled vegetable. He ordered him to toss it aside, then kept right on talking, like he'd never even figured out why. His wife, so he could never truly grasp what a society made of people like that was shaped to be. Out of 8 billion people, he made one fatal mistake as a scientist, and what he was desperate to explain was the terrifying darkness hiding in the unknown. Even the best minds couldn't reach them. These were the final ones. The MC only got to hear his final words, then he died, right on cue following. Tramping in his grandmother's footsteps, he opened his eyes with one mission, protecting at all costs. The protagonist stared up at the sky and told his grandfather, "I've got." I hadn't even pictured him in ages. Carla leaned in close, eyes wide. "Grandpa," she blurted, like she just spotted the real protagonist. The antagonist snapped to attention when he saw her face inches away, then leapt up with a blood-curdling scream. The sound hit so hard she blasted off, taking her book with her as she flew away. Reading to him, he said, "She's terrified." Scared the life out of him. She'd been watching him the whole time, hadn't she? Couldn't she? Getting that close feels downright indecent, so the girl snapped back at him, AF. For half an hour she kept her eyes on him, studying every move like it mattered. Then rage flashed across the protagonist's face, and she revealed she was royalty. She had no business dealing with this, yet the princess snapped, claiming she was bored out of her mind, and said she'd been waiting for the perfect chance to ask him out on a date. MC snapped, "Why is she so careless? While I slept, she didn't act weird, did she?" Then Carla screamed, and MC cut himself off. No. Indignantly, she didn't lift a finger, and she definitely wasn't that stupid. He hauled himself up, marched over to apologize, but he didn't have time to spare. Food first, then back to work, no excuses. Carla sprang into motion. She shot up right after him and said, "Then you can go eat with her, because she, just like her sister, lives in the same dorm." "Why can't you come with her? He always shows up with her sister, so what, I'm supposed to just sit back?" Yuri stared at her and snapped. He said he couldn't just leave her behind without permission, and besides, she's basically the same height as him. "Highness," he yelled, promising they'd meet again later, then he bolted off. He bolted from this place and from her, and the girl lunged to stop him, but it was too late. It was hopeless. The protagonist's mind snapped back to his grandfather, and he trailed off mid-thought. Then it hit him, he was right, and he still couldn't wrap his head around what everyone else was feeling. After what felt like forever, he finally barreled into the port city of Suomi. The pier was packed with workers swarming off incoming ships, hauling the cargo like their lives depended on it. Staring at those floating structures, the protagonist realized, yeah, it had been a full year since Harold got swallowed up by the Howe Company and started trading. Trading's rolling. 2 ships the Republic of Albion sold are already flying in service, a 3rd is being built right now, and the royal capital's port sits under the control of a witch. So which family owns this place everyone's obsessed with? In Suomi, it's where imported goods get shipped in and sold straight to the merchants. And getting those goods to the cities, that's on the traders. Right then, a sharp female voice cut through the air and shouted. From behind him, a voice called out for his name, so the MC yanked his blade and spun around fast, blade ready. He leveled the weapon at the girl, and she stared back at him with cold, indifferent eyes. Right then he froze and demanded answers. "Why are you acting so careful?" He snapped back, and as he did, those old wooden planks on the pier creaked like they were warning him, but he still. But there were 0 footsteps he could hear. Then he finally realized, who was she? The girl answered. Her Majesty's Queen commanded her to fetch him, so he had better follow right now. "Make her answer me right now. Who is she really?" She whipped out her weapon and declared it loud and proud. I am the royal sword. With the sword in hand, the protagonist choked back a curse and swallowed it whole, silently. The royal sword is the queen's special unit, cut off from the chain of command, so only the queen can truly command it. They can command it, and this unit sits in the first royal guard. The royal sword exists to guard the royal family, then slip out to run intelligence missions in the shadows. And once they finally hit their posts, the queen slipped them a dagger-black blade that disappeared in the dark, setting the stage for assassinations and other ruthless, subversive work. The protagonist blurted out, "Yeah, it looks real, but the fact that they even bothered to send the royals so. A sword showing up like a messenger, does that mean Carol is hiding something?" "Something," she hissed, all menace and power, and it was the Highness's order. Order MC shot her hands up and demanded. He begged her to calm down, tell him she'd stop raging, and he'd go with her, and the girls whirled around. He turned and walked off, then snapped back, yanking her shoulder with a sudden grip. But she slammed his hand away and twisted his arm until it snapped with pain. She snapped, splitting it in 2 counts, then shot him an irritated look and asked him, immediately, "What the hell is he doing, you idiot? Does he actually want to get himself killed?" He snapped back that if she truly was the royal sword loyal to the queen, then she would have. She might have held his strike back, but he wasn't trying to hurt her at all. He was just sizing her up, demanding she let go. She let out a sharp breath, shoved him back with a quick release and snapped, "Come on, follow me." Chase after her. Once they hit the royal island, she didn't just stop there, she guided them straight in. She marched him into the waiting room, and Shimoni popped up fast, then apologized for making him wait. She didn't just leave him hanging, she finally said, "I really hope you made it here." He made it there without a hitch, and Yuri greeted her with a deep bow, saying he'd finally gotten some free time. Then the girls shut the door behind her. And Shimoni told him, "You're so kind for sitting down like that." The protagonist flat out said nobody ever told him why he was even there. The queen ordered him to let her pour the tea first. As she worked on it, Shimoni leaned in and said that long ago, an ancient culture once existed, one that still caught people's attention today, where noble women brewed tea by. They did it by hand to thank those men for the hospitality. The Chantley Empire fell, and with it, this culture vanished into dust. Back when the knights still trusted the witches ran the whole military like it was theirs to command. The protagonist realized it all boiled down to one brutal truth: the knights couldn't defend the country, and the great got crushed in battle when a massive force from across the continent came for the great king, only a knight. Then when he dropped way too fast, the Crusaders swept in, took his place, and grabbed every last spoil. The knights who lost the war got the blame for the defeat and exile. Then both kings and witches turned on them with stones. The knights swelled with pride and started chasing their own glory. Meanwhile, Shimon poured steaming tea into mugs. He said, "Isn't he a good student?" And the woman laughed, offering him a cup of nice tea. She kicked things off and wished him bon appetit. Then after a beat, she snapped, "All right, now we're getting down to business." The talk suddenly snapped to Kirchner, and Shimon leaned in and said he threw his brother aside, seized the throne, and made it his, no promises spared. Promising the electors a mountain of money, then he put all his trust in his heavenly domains just to cough up a bribe, if he could. He refused to pay, so they made him cut off his own lands and sell the royal possessions, so he wasted no time and soon sent the throne. He spun toward the Papal States, set on unleashing a crusade. He raided everything in sight, then sold the slaves he captured just to rake in gold and pay them off. Gold. The coronation happened last July, and right after the Pope declared the crusade was beginning. Kirchner had to feel it coming. The armies in the north were starting to mass, and the protagonist realized this intel must have been rushed from the house of Howe straight to the royal palace. The queen blinked and said, "I wonder where they got that idea." She realized his words weren't trustworthy, and yeah, she got what he was saying, but that wasn't the real reason she dragged him in today. When they dispatch reinforcements to Kirchner, she wants to pull in the academy students too, forming an observation team of her own. He stared at her, shocked out of his mind. What on earth was she saying? She studied him closely, then dropped the bombshell. "This is my daughter." MC's eyes went wide. Did Carol really come up with this idea to create? So they're setting up an observation team, but why bring it up at all? He told her he didn't want to think about it, but his mind kept racing over what might happen to Kilhina as it blocked the peninsula. Fell in their country slammed straight into the next target, while that woman, still sipping her tea, tried to act like nothing was coming. He said, "All right, then just 5 generals will handle the defense." Who are they? The Edo clan's land stretches so far it feels like it's never going to end, like a sea that cuts off mid-breath. A total dead zone of an island, so far from help that nobody could possibly reach them. So basically, that left them only 4 great houses to bet on right, and Carol was at the academy right now, studying along. Side by side with the heirs of the Howe and Rube houses, because if Kilhina fell, then it all started falling apart. The 3 of them would have to take the reins of the country in battle, and he leaned in, listening to her with his full focus. Shimei was locked in because House Rebake's current head Lord Keen is running on pure age, and his father Luke isn't a knight at all, he just falls short of the title. Unable to command an army, because in just a few years, Yuri and Lord Kyan's son, Ryo, will take over the leadership, and the Yuri snapped that putting inexperienced young men in charge was just asking for pure, gut-wrenching anxiety. So she's demanding he show up at the battlefield, at least for appearances, because the queen says even just watching from there would be enough. Can learn something new, then the protagonist shot back that, if he could, he'd rather she cancel it, and the woman answered that she wanted him to join for Carol's sake, but the final call was still his. He thought, oh, I get it. So that's why she set up this meeting and grilled him about it, Carol. She wanted him watching her, and he said it out loud. Maybe you just can't picture what a real battlefield is like. Right then, the protagonist felt the girl's eyes lock onto him like a spotlight. He stared at her, convinced she was meant to scare him, and then the queen demanded an answer. MC said, all right, if you want him to keep going, then listen close. This battlefield is packed. Packed with gut-wrenching horrors that they couldn't even finish the sentence, uncensored pain on every inch. Unbearable horrors, massacres, kidnappings, and the torture of watching her compatriots getting mocked by young girls. Carol, as a mother, couldn't she even imagine the crushing impact that would leave on her heart? Carol is a girl with noble honesty and big, ideal-hearted dreams. Everyone at the Noble Academy admires her deeply, and it's exactly because of those qualities that everything gets dangerous. Once she lays eyes on the battlefield firsthand, those royal qualities won't be able to stop her from being crushed by every brutal tragedy. If that happens, the soldiers who worship her will be wiped out, and even if the Academy's surviving knights manage to get back. If they didn't return, they'd be stuck for life getting mocked, shamed, and humiliated for walking away from that. The princess, because even if they dragged Carol back against her will, nobody could promise she'd just go along, after she'd already been ignoring. Ignorant of those brutal atrocities, he could still live like nothing happened. Doesn't she see how cruel that is? The queen shot back. That he was right, and then it hit him. This wasn't a debate, it was war. He caught himself thinking. With a head-spinning kind of confusion, she realized there was no promise anyone would come back safe, but she still understood why she had to believe. And still, she kept sending them. Shimei even admitted she already knew all of it. This, and right this second, that country needed a hero. Yuri just stared, totally thrown off. A hero, maybe she'd taken Carol's offer from the very beginning. I had a bad feeling something was about to go down the second problems hit the campaign, like they'd get smoothed over with bold exaggeration. They'd twist the truth and badger everyone into believing it, and even if Carol's life were hanging by a thread, tell me, is that really a goal worth betting on your daughter's life? He snapped out loud that he was ditching the whole expedition plan, no matter what, because if he said no, then everything was done right. Right, Shimei answered with a small, smug smile. Then she said she'd go talk his dad into it, because that's exactly how this has to go. So if that were true, he wouldn't duck out, right? Hearing stories from the academy, she could feel it. He genuinely treasured her daughter and her friends, so the idea that he'd come home, still torn up and scrambling in his mind about everyone out there fighting in war and hoping they all stayed safe, wasn't in his nature to just. Of course, he thought, irritated, wouldn't it be way easier to just go with them instead? And please, let her not be able to read his mind. Yeah, maybe. After mulling it over, he finally said that even if he did go, it wasn't free. There were a few rules he had to follow, and if she said yes, he'd take them without hesitation. Accept it right now. Then the queen thanked him, and just a few days later, Yuri and Mayaro posted a notice at the Night Academy. After taking a step back to see what he'd done, the protagonist nodded and said, fine. All right, if that's how it has to be. This is a royal family official notice, sent straight to every student at the Night Academy. This big announcement kicks off the hunt for volunteers for the observation squad. On April 4th, year 223 of the imperial calendar, under Her Majesty's command, the announcement hit. Knight Yuri Howe of the 103rd academic year is named captain, and Knight Carol from the same year is promoted to vice captain. And the senior kids from the Oberdetachment class are getting shipped off to the army, and Miaro pumped his friend's fist, celebrating his promotion to captain. Yuri shot back that this was one of the rules he laid down for Her Majesty on the expedition. yet Vice Captain Carol looked like he couldn't stand it. My arrow chuckled, already imagining her face, then leaned in and asked the protagonist point blank, "What's the second?" The protagonist shot back, brushing off the witch Eliza, because she ran the patent department and didn't get to call the shots anymore. Department, and ever since she took over, it's been total chaos. Special assignments are allowed, but you've got to pay the price in. They rip into the patent infringement claims and slam them shut, then turn around and do whatever they want, with plagiarism everywhere. Nero squinted at the personnel appointments and felt it coming. MC said, "The court. The queen better pull her weight." Myro whipped around to his comrade and said, "Thanks again for taking. Putting him under your command." Yuri flashed a grin and said he's more than capable. They're going to need every ounce of his strength out there on this expedition, so he'd better start trying. Don't become dead weight on the battlefield. If something goes wrong, you better be ready to handle it. If something awful were to hit someone he cared about out on the battlefield, he couldn't just shrug it off, because that could spell brutal losses, and if he could avoid it, he wouldn't dare take him. Myro told him, "If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same. Still, getting back Highness Carol safe is the real priority, right?" The protagonist finally admitted he was right, but insisted he wasn't some cold-hearted monster. He didn't want to be. Then Myro blurted, He agreed no, not because he wanted to be cold and heartless, but because he still had one rule. The protagonist slid a hand onto his shoulder and said, "That's why you have to stay close, so my arrow won't have to sprint in and rescue you." Well, he should. Just stay alive out there on the battlefield. My arrow swore it would hit its mark, and right then the MC called. He shouted at Ryo, words tumbling out, "I'm sorry, I'm late." They slapped up a notice the second Yuri told him he was moments from falling. To follow him, he didn't need to care about that rough, informal way of talking. The two men clasped hands to seal it. Ryo shrugged and said he didn't care a bit, and then he pointed at their captain like they had no clue. It looked older, sure, but somehow it was way easier to handle this way than dealing with all the formal stuff. They shut the conversation down and dove straight into their plans, then pushed into the library. The protagonist stepped up and proudly introduced Mayoru and Ryo, saying Rail would be the vice commander, now that they've actually been in there for a while. Once they were finally introduced, they dropped into their seats. He scanned his allies and snapped, "Let's ask straight. Real, since you're under my command, tell me, do you have got any complaints?" The young man shot back, refusing to play pretend and act like some big general just because he'd repeated a year on purpose, if he'd actually heard the report. If he'd been able to do it any sooner, he'd never be stuck at the academy right now, but as the leader of one of the great houses, he couldn't dodge his duty, so let him forgive him. He didn't mean to mock him, and MC quickly cut in, "I don't care." He even felt there was no reason to throw away his life just to serve another country. Incidentally, House Raubex's war analysis, tell me this, does it even leave room for the possibility that Rial shot back that Kulhin's victory was almost a fantasy? His chances were razor-thin. The royal palace attack was doomed to crash again, just like last time. And yeah, inner chaos still torments them, and they still won't learn a thing from what happened to the last one. Or Yuri got it, no questions, but doesn't that hit the Raubex house too, Rao? That's the move, make only the great houses cough up reinforcements, so the royal guard stays standing, and the royal family keeps its grip. Everyone in the family is thrilled, so thrilled the protagonist blurts something out, then immediately realizes he can't say that in front of Carol. Rao shoots back, "Don't insult me, I'm not that dumb," and the truth is, if they're talking about her, Carol is painfully honest. Yuri steps in and says the real goal is simple, get everyone back safely. Then he leans in and warns him, one careless move could end it all. Still, he reminds him he's not so useless that he can't deal with fools, can he? Rao let out a wicked chuckle and said, "Of course." After that, the allies shifted gears and plunged straight into personnel chaos. The protagonist promised that Mayra would become the chief of staff, taking charge of the general affairs like it was her birthright. He pushed in close to help him, then demanded Rail tell him what he knew about Myro's family origins, only to get a short answer from the boy. He started spinning tales about where they came from, and the best part, he never once suspected that this guy was in. So the protagonist is tangled up as an agent of the witch's house, or at least that's what people keep insisting. Remarked, "All right then, starting tomorrow, both of you better get those fleet membership application forms ready." Then they'll hit the streets, track down anyone who's involved, and start grabbing all the supplies they need to keep the investigation moving. They take orders from Mayara, so nothing should go wrong. Rail leaned in and asked what he'd be doing while they waited. MC shot back that tomorrow he'd soar to Kilhina and go straight into inspection mode. To push forward and see what was happening right now, while, meanwhile, could Crusaders stormed into Kurhan, and what they found was an abandoned ghost of a town. A ghost town clinging to the border, left to rot in silence. The villagers bolted in panic, and after a little while, Yuri vaulted onto the eagle, and my arrow was ready too. She shoved the reins into his hands and warned him to look after himself. He snatched it up and promised, "I'll be gone for about 4 days," and handed him the rest without hesitation. Then he launched himself into the sky on an eagle. And people started spotting him from every corner, like the whole crowd was locking eyes on him. Places he shot through the air, convinced this was finally it. Finally, he reached the border with Kulken, and then he bolted. He tore off from the capital, surged upward into the sky, and was now totally doomed. And now he's soaring through the sky above the old river. This is the border that splits Sharda from Sardinia. And Kulken's lined with 2 bridges. Now they're blasting off from Hot Strait toward the Zuku Bridge. This inspection was all about nailing the coordinates of the crucial points, because if he pulls this off, then he's sure it'll work. Then, with a map in hand and a compass guiding them, they'll be able to finally reach their destination. Then later, he spotted the Zuku Bridge and shot closer, staring at the bridge like it was shouting at him, right when he caught sight of refugees poured in from Kulken, and they all got jammed up near the bottleneck. Did they suddenly widen the pedestrian road, or are they handing cart traffic the priority now? On the bridge, people strolling across spotted him and stopped in their tracks. And he figured it out. Those highway towns were acting just like it too. It was packed with refugees, and they poured out of the capital, then vanished into the night to spend it somewhere safe. That night at the inn felt totally impossible. He rushed in, apologized to the eagle, and said that they'd be sleeping under the open sky tonight, so they'd head out and push into the city and load up on food at the same time. In the night academy dorms, Myro strode down the corridor like he had a destination burning in his chest. In the corridor, Carol shoved her face out from behind the door and peeked, eyes locked on what was next. She called him and asked for a word, just a little time, could he please spare it? They headed to the bath together, and she couldn't hide her worry. She said she'd heard he was teaming up with Ryu on the observation squad's assignments, so why in the world did nobody say a thing? Somebody tell her about this. He snapped that it wasn't work Her Highness should be doing, and she swung around. He spun around and barked that she was just as responsible for this operation, so if he was fretting over where she came from, he could drop it. She wanted to jump in on every little task too. Then he said that today he was writing rejection letters for applicants who don't meet the requirements, and if those notes carry Her Highness's signature, people might take them far too seriously. She took a deep breath, sat right beside him, and demanded to know if it was really true, because the 3 of them had just pulled off a secret. Secret meeting, right? She hated that she'd been left out, but he shot back, that's not true. He just said he had no other work, and he clearly underestimated her. Her Highness turned to him and asked, straight up, whether he saw her as a weak woman or whatever label he had in his head. With a warm grin, he made it crystal clear that she mattered to him more than anything. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and he leaned in and said, he said she's just following her convictions, and he can't shake the idea that she's being recklessly reckless because he's scared to death. He's terrified the people he loves will get hurt because every battlefield is packed with the same brutal danger. If danger closes in, he doesn't wait. He rushes in and saves them himself, and even if it's just observation, he never brings the ones he cares about with him. He rode into the battlefield beside her, because he fully expects Her Highness to charge in too, even if that overprotective streak is almost guaranteed to kick in. She flashed a tiny smile and still said she'd be out of work. He told her they could keep talking in the dorm, and she started stretching, breaking into a big, great. Perfect, she'd throw her bachelorette party right in her room. Now all she could do was pray he was in some inn, warming up as we speak. Right then the protagonist suddenly sneezed, then whipped his nose clean. He noticed it, muttered that the air was turning icy, then snapped his gaze upward with his tool. He grabbed his tool and scribbled it straight into his book. Then he struck a flame, but something out there made his skin crawl, like someone was near. Watched him from the shadows in the forest, then he snatched an axe lying nearby, screamed at him to get the. He snapped his focus back on him and demanded to know how long this was going to drag on. The video kept rolling, then this guy burst out of the forest and shot a question at him like, so what now? So he spotted him right there, firewood clutched in his hands, and shot, are you setting up camp too? Then things got worse because if he didn't mind, could he join in? He slid his hand behind his back. He told him, if you're worried, you can just give up your weapon. Weapon in hand, he let him join without losing it, and then realized he'd messed up big time. He thought he'd been left behind or something, but then, yeah, it hit him hard because it was actually a pretty impressive look, plus this mysterious nightly sign crawls in only slowly, like it's taking its time. Graduates of Nightly Academy have one thing: when they do, the man who took it out really lays into it hard. A huge hunk of meat didn't just show up, it invited him, basically daring, "Wanna eat this together?" He refused on the spot and snapped that it'd be better if he handed it straight to his eagle. Instead, they tore into fresh meat he'd just bought in the city. He thanked him and leaned in, asking if that meant he'd finally get to feed him. Then he let him. He did it without a second thought, rushed straight to the eagle, and shoved it right into its hands then. And it tore into it, and he gave a tiny, smug smile like, "This eagle is no joke, really." It was razor-sharp and perfectly trained, its every move so smooth it felt unreal. With a graceful nod, the MC agreed and said, "It's my proud eagle." He flipped the meat off the heat, then shoved a sizzling skewer right into his hands. He jabbed the meat on, grabbed the skewer, thanked him, and then admitted, straight up, that he was sorry. They apologized for everything, wished each other bon appetit, and then he said he was sorry. He didn't dodge the indiscreet question. He just figured it had something to do with the House of How, nodded, and said that, but what he really cared about was his origin. Then the man rose to his feet and begged for forgiveness. Then forgiveness filled the room. Gino Toga bowed low, and he admitted it. He was Gino Toga, one of the main houses of the Killing Kingdom, the head of. Right outside his house, he stared at him, confused. What was the head of the Killing clan doing here? Then the stranger stepped in and introduced himself in. He finally blurted out why he was trudging on foot and traveling solo. Didn't he have enough money to just hire a horse? He said this was the only way left to take that territory. The House of Toga's territory got swallowed during the last war, leaving the kingdom to deal with the fallout. Kingdom had zero plans to take it back. He was a useless man, couldn't even guard his own territory, and he had no way to raise an army. So he handed his title back to Her Majesty the Queen and sent his vassals packing. Now he's the last man standing from the House of Toga. Refugees are the ones the Knights of the Kill must guard, and if he settles there overnight, he'll be stealing a safe spot from them, so that's why he's pushing through this whole journey. Yuri looked like he meant well, then said, "I'd love to hear the viewpoint of a battle-hardened warrior. If he'd truly witnessed war, would he still think so? Win or lose, it's all on the line." He stared down with a worried face and said he was drowning in pessimism. Then his mind flashed back to everything that happened. It all went down earlier. His army got obliterated in a brutal, crushing defeat. He called it defeat in the war, and right as the thunder cracked over the battlefield, soldiers dropped dead, still clueless about where the blow even came from. Right when he thought he'd see it coming, the enemy swung in with a brand new weapon and smashed him to pieces. That grabbed his eye, and he leaned in fast, asking, "Can you tell me more?" Gino nodded, started digging up the memory, and said, "Yeah, they're called." Got blindsided by rifles. Suddenly weapons like that tore through everything, even if their fire rate is a mess, they hit hard and still bring the power. Their shots hit with brutal stopping power, and if they're fired from far off, beneath that thunderous roar, the soldiers will all be moving in. Inevitably stumble, because in this fight, the enemy is about to break, and I mean it's going to happen fast. He doubled the number of these weapons, and he did it again, twice what he had last time. After everything Harold fed him, he figured he had a solid read on what those enemy weapons could do. Sure, mechanical bows hit farther and fired faster, but you just know the front line gets shattered the moment they didn't even know rifles existed, so he leaned in, thinking hard about what tactics could actually work against them. He said he trusted trench lines and slick maneuvering, and that the sheer bite of rifles is such that those wooden shields won't stand a chance against them, and it's just not realistic to expect soldiers to lug around thick shields, so soldiers dig trenches to hide from the blast, but if they just sit there, the enemy will close in from every side, and that's when everything turns into a trap. That's why they deploy sleek units like the Katori, so they smash into the enemy's formation and send their whole line spiraling into confusion. The Katori will break out of that encirclement, no question. The protagonist stared at him and clocked it right away. This man had a tactical eye. Gino said he'd already pitched something like it to Her Majesty and the generals, but from what he understood, he couldn't believe it. After the Toga family got wiped out despite everything, they still didn't listen to him, and he just blurted out that he believed it. He swore the plan made perfect sense and said, "Even if we fail, at least someone will hear me, take my words with them, and pass it on somewhere." To his shock, he suddenly admitted, out of nowhere, that this whole tactic was actually Wasn't pointless at all. He threw his thanks at him right away and said that hearing him finally killed the panic in his chest. Turns out there was still meat here, fresh enough for one last bite before it went cold, and he couldn't help thinking that. Thought the kingdom could finally breathe, no wars for the next 10 years. Because they were honest generals like him, charging straight into the front lines to defend them, if this talent. He stayed locked away, then promised, if I have to, I'll write you a recommendation letter so you can get into the service. He just heard it straight from the House of Ho, and his whole body went rigid. He choked, blurted, "Is that real?" And the MC shot back. He didn't know if they'd even accept him, but he figured he could at least introduce him, and he thanked him. And he swore that would be enough, then said he'd write about him later. After a bit, he shot off again on his. Eagle delivered his letter, then figured the next day was his ticket to finally head to the kingdom of Elbin's capital, reform it. He blasted off to the capital and declared it was time to descend. He touched down in a city packed with soldiers, every street buzzing with war. Teenagers hunched over their weapons, and then someone yelled out loud, snapping the whole scene to attention. He roared for him to stop, right as that demand set everything in motion. Which snatched his attention. The man blared loudly. They demanded, "What are you doing here?" Because this wasn't a spot where he had any right to touch down. He slammed to a stop, then threw out a sincere apology and admitted he had zero clue where he could go. Could land because he was a cadet in the kingdom of Chalta's knightly order, and right then he pulled out. He yanked out the scroll and declared he'd arrived on a special mission. The man scanned it and muttered that it was all a setup, using the claim of being her magic as the excuse. The Majesty's messenger, yeah, he might have a title, but he still can't do whatever he wants. Now they've got to haul that messenger to the castle immediately. He was reaching for the reins, but the man snatched his hand away, right in the middle of it. A hand snapped onto his shoulder, telling him to hold up. Then, with a sly grin, he promised that he would take this eagle. No, he should drop the reins. Hell, his eagle got smashed up the other day, and with their country about to march into war, he was ready to fork over 10 gold coins for it. He yanked his hand back and said this eagle was his own brother, raised with him from day one, and no matter how much money was waved in front of him, he'd never sell it. He snapped with outrage and blurted, "Tell me, why should I even care what you think? Just look at their mess, it's clear as day." He said he came here under the kingdom's orders of. Chalta was ready to tear a rift between the two countries for a selfish reason, and with a sharp, displeased tone, he insisted he wasn't going to do it. So yeah, just hand over the eagle and call it quits. He let out a sharp, annoyed sigh and muttered that he was stubbornly persistent. He went to speak, but the guy had already shut him down, so loud it might as well have been silence. Then he yanked the dagger off his belt and shouted that he promised to give him the eagle. Then the protagonist exploded forward, kicked him hard, and dropped him in an instant. He slammed him down, then stomped on him and shouted loud enough to shake the air. He snaps at this insolent guy. Doesn't he know who he's messing with? Then he throws his name out there like a warning. He named it and swore the Kilhin Knights had completely forgotten. Forgotten Gokyuha. Wait, what was his name? If you only wanted to practice. He's gotta drill his dialogue, so he should pick the perfect person to rehearse with. Just like him, yeah, that kind of level. Then a girl slid up, bowed her head, apologized, and blurted out. He snapped back with an outburst, insisting that they'd handle it, take care of it all. The eagle towered over them, and she demanded, "Follow me to the castle." Then he stared at the man standing there, just waiting for what came next. With a grim, displeased face, he still knocked the idea down, and then gave in anyway. Moments later, the servants shoved him toward the castle hall. He burst inside and begged for forgiveness. Then the woman tracked him down, called out to him, and greeted him like nothing happened, and declared she was the queen of this country, Chakabatuni Shaltal. He bowed low and blurted out that it was the greatest honor. He'd been waiting for the chance to represent his kingdom and show up at that dinner party. She said, "Then I'll go." And somehow they were happy about it too, so she begged them to let her. She pushed him to introduce the others, Duke Dragon and his daughter. He stared at her and then said, and he recognized her, Her Excellency Teruru. He stared him down and admitted he was amazed that he even knew about her, like he'd studied everything, and she said that. She heard the guards were treating him like trash, so she rushed over, apologized for him, and the MC snapped back, "I came here to stop more people from dying and to step onto the battlefield to judge what's happening in these wild times. She deals with troublemakers like they're nothing, not even real enemies. So do they actually have that many contradictions tearing them apart inside?" She nodded, then slipped in a quick, "By the way, what's up with his way?" So it couldn't have been easy, right? Nothing about this sounded tough. He said he had to spend the whole night out in the forest. He bumped into Gino Toga on the road and hit the trail with him. They froze at what they just heard, then she snapped, "I never saw that coming." He said they were talking in the forest, and then he heard how he got. Dragon snapped that they had no choice but to walk away and leave Toga's house behind. His house, he had no choice but to take that measure, and it didn't touch him directly, though people were already whispering that he'd gone missing. Yuri told everyone he was headed to Chalta with a letter of introduction from him, and that was the whole we're in moment. The Hows would take him in, he said that was awesome. He was thrilled he'd still be part of it, even if the next adventure meant crossing into a whole new kingdom to eat and keep going. Eat before the food turns cold, he dove into his dish, then froze when the Duke stared at him and blurted out, "Did I do something wrong?" Something felt off, he said nothing, just sat there, and the second I looked at him, I couldn't stop thinking about that night I had dinner with Lord Goku. They first crossed paths at a bow archery competition 14 years ago, and when they finally met again, they were already parents. He looked her in the eye and said, "A man. A man who couldn't protect his wife and their unborn child had no right to rule, so did the court really have the nerve to pull a stunt like that?" And just like that, they buried a good man. Then he stared at him, stunned, thinking, "You had no idea we even had motives like that." Because his uncle fought on the front lines, the king, Gino, Sham, and him finally got 10 years of peace, and he'd better be grateful for it. Dragon said, by the way, and when Goku first laid eyes on Teru, he blurted out that they all look exactly the same, so tell me, does he really have a cousin too? "I'm pretty sure she's the protagonist," he said, then swallowed the name Sham and started thinking about how he'd heard of her before. Heard about it, and yeah, turns out they were nothing alike at all. He even swore that he and his cousin managed to live it out with careful, steady control. Thanks to their uncle, they were living carefree, and it looked like he might finally be at peace, until Chakoba said his words soothed her down to the bone. They should ditch these heavy talks and dig into the meal, like right now, no more sadness. Meanwhile, Sham sat out in the field, staring off into the distance like he was deep in thought. He stared up at the sky, and the past came crashing back like a storm. She sat up on the roof with Goku, just chilling up there. She called Dad and asked if he was dashing off again, and he snapped back that yes, he had to disappear for a long. She asked if he'd go past that star, and when he laughed, he shut it down fast, saying he'd go way closer. She stared at him and asked, "Will you be back soon?" And he answered, "Yeah, but even when I'm not here, I'll always be with you." Lily hurried up to her right then and blurted. Said she was spaced out again, and if she keeps sitting there with that open mouth, a fly is gonna come flying in. She's like, "Go ahead and fly in," and then she teases that if you crunch the odds of something like this, it might be downright interesting. She lowered her gaze and told her that her brother had promised he'd be back today, then confessed in a steady voice that she couldn't stop worrying. He worried too, but he fully believed he'd come back safe and sound. Then she spotted an eagle circling nearby, pointed it out, and warned her about the danger. Sham shot up from the ground and sprinted straight for the eagle, then burst up to MC the instant he landed, ready to make the next move. She landed with a thud, yelled his name at the top of her lungs, then sprang forward and wrapped him in a fierce hug. He blurted her name in shock, staring at her like he couldn't believe it, and she answered. He blurted out that he was late and looked totally baffled, then said he'd come back without stopping at the hotel, like he'd been racing the clock the whole way. Lily marched up to them and blurted that every single day she waited for his return, watching. Staring up at the sky, he whispered, "Welcome home." After a bit, he finally headed to the workshop where Coffin Harold stood there as he announced, loud and proud, that he had gathered the. They're doing it for one reason right now, because they know he's marching straight to the battlefield, and he's already pulled out a. He penned a letter and, just to be safe, swore he'd set his will down, naming his father the beneficiary, because if he didn't come back, they were to follow his instructions and shut everything down, even liquidating the comp. Then he stared, clearly thrown off, and admitted, yeah, there was a real chance he'd die, and the thought of breaking the oath he'd sworn to Master Esther made it worse. He spun toward him, snapped, "You idiot," and said someone like him, a cog, couldn't even imagine what comes next. They snapped into a furious quarrel, and he shoved the letter into his. He reached into his inside pocket and told them straight up, if they couldn't get along, he wouldn't leave in peace, because the real nightmare was keeping the company running while he was away. He called Koff and ordered that every issue, no matter what, would fall under his word, unless Harold himself was on the case. Discretion demanded silence. Then, as the How Company's newest job, he was ordered to print the sacred scriptures of the Esau faith. He was plotting to sell it across the continent, riding on the support of the clanny, so he went straight to Master Esther, and she set everything up with the local bishop to move the manuscripts, even nudging people to keep the sacred scriptures at home. But there's a catch. Only the rich could pay for handwritten parchment copies. He starts selling cheat scriptures printed on paper, saying it'll be the next big thing, and Harold blurts, "Wait, are they translating this for the teacher's Watashi school version, or are they about to label it forbidden books?" He agreed and said the teacher was worried about it too, the authorized translation of the sacred scriptures of the. In the Kasolian faction of the Isis religion, the Shan people get crushed as demons, yet Esther's translation makes that claim flip on its head, which means if anyone finds out, it's heresy and the book gets banned on sight. But if the world stays quiet for decades, even after the ban, a handful of copies still slip through, and when someone finally digs one up years later, they just might be imbued with the teacher's legacy. He asked it with careful thought, so this wouldn't be missionary work from the Watashi school at all. It was a secret, underground spread of their faith, and Yuri nodded along. He nodded and shrugged, saying he didn't care as long as it sold. Then he handed him an important mission and made it clear he wanted him to. So he decided to sail on a brand new ship and hunt for a whole new continent. He blurted out, shocked, that earlier in Suomi he'd warned them, something along the lines of, if the state's existence is ever put in danger. If you push them too far, the royal family will bolt to safety and vanish before the danger can reach them. Did a place like that really exist? He asked, then nodded, believing the shape. The continent's shape mirrored Earth's, and he laid it out clearly. A whole new landmass had to exist out past the ocean. Now he finally got why they doubted it, because who could say it was smart to dump a fortune on this, right when everything was falling apart? But this mission carried a weighty purpose that crushed any benefit, and even the law under its burden. Losses it couldn't be for nothing. In this matter, he out. He begged them to trust his call, and both of them grinned, saying it was exactly. It was crystal clear he had to come back alive. These weren't just random sailors, they were pros, and they'd drag him to a whole new continent, no matter what it took. Whatever, he just looked them in the eye and said, "I'm counting on you, that's it." Then he turned to face what's next. He'll meet his father. Then he came racing back to the academy, grabbed Harold and told him, "I've got one last request." He shoved a tiny note into his hands and told him that right before he left. He pushed for him to snag something in the Republic of Albio. He stormed out of the workshop in Salboria, and Suzuya shouted his name with a sour look on her face. They closed in, and she snapped that now that he'd come back, he should have checked in on them first. They hadn't crossed paths in ages. He shot her an apology and she lit up like, "I just brought Bayan-chan some ginkgo nuts." Then he asked, "So you'll let me swing by to see you guys, right?" At last he caved and nodded. "I'm on my way there, that's all." Her whole face lit up and she said, "Then I'll give you the KN." He'd crack open the nuts, then settle in for tea, and his father would see it all too. Later he came home and, together with Luke, joined in, grabbed the nuts, started peeling them, and locked eyes with him. Stared at him with a wary, suspicious glint in his eyes. He grabbed the letter, tilted it toward the side, and said he'd heard it from Her Majesty, like always. So yeah, he goes and does his own thing again, without even asking his parents, right? He told her he didn't think it was worth worrying them about, then he tucked the letter away. He grabbed the letter from the table and told the kid not to sweat it about his parents, because he didn't mind what happened next, not even his. He was about to march into war, and he knew exactly how wrecked his mother was when she heard the news, right? MC nodded, and he let out a heavy sigh, saying he needed to consider what the parents would feel, too, since they were suddenly handing their son's fate over to him. With a shaky apology hanging in the air, Suzuya stepped up to them and blurted, "We haven't eaten as a family in forever, so why are we talking about this in the office?" Luke shot her an apology as she set the plates on the table and said, "These are ginkgo skewers and buns with." He nodded, settled for salted butter, and dug in fast. And he said it was insanely tasty, and that made them grin because somehow, having dinner together, packed into that tiny kitchen shoulder to shoulder, they got hit with a wave of memories from the past. Such brutal nostalgia hit him, he remembered his. In his childhood, he smiled, sprang up from the table, and said, he told everyone he was thankful for the treat, and then, right on cue, it was time for him to read. He spun toward them, shouted, and pushed himself back to the academy. He cut in and swore, without a doubt, that he'd be back. They lit up at the news and stared at him like, "Say more." A month later, Yuri realized around 60 volunteers had been picked, and they'd finally formed an observation team. They split into a squad of Royal Eagles, then swooped through the sky like a strike team. Shot through the skies, and with it came a supply squad hauling some. He hauled the supplies across the land and pushed straight toward the kingdom of Kilhin. Ryo was handed the reins of the supply squad because he knew the lands of Kilhin better than anyone. And yeah, Dragon Godwin would tag along with them too. And they launched with roughly 30 volunteers by their side. Mayara got assigned as his advisor and the supply detachment. On top of the supplies Harold asked for, he also hauled a chunk of their luggage along with him. They were told to meet them at the village of Nika. Right there, everything was about to change. The detachment space, then, just a few days later, the detachment. He and Carol watched as a squad of royal eagles slipped away together, like they were summoned and gone in an instant. Sibiak left in a flash and they tore off, and later they finally hit the waypoint, Mashar. They all crashed down at once. He hit the ground running, shouted at Stardust, and asked if he was worn out. She dropped down from the eagle, called his name, and told him they made it to the waypoint exactly like she said they would. So he wouldn't get lost. He said that's why he'd already flown recon in advance, because anyone can read a map and use a compass. After hours of flying, cold locked his body in place, and her lips went numb too. Her face turned blue, embarrassment hit her hard, and she blurted, "It's all fine." "That's fine, no issues at all." But then her hands started to tremble, and he let out a heavy sigh, saying that, "You didn't have to tense up just because the soldiers were right there. They were going to take roll. Call back, sprint to the finish line to rest, talk later." Later, when night finally dropped, every night in the world converged on the inn. She rapped on the protagonist's door, warned him she was coming in, and praised how thoughtful he was, while outside, the war kept forcing more and more people to flee the village. And yeah, he'd lined up more than just a place to live. He stocked it with servants and supplies too, right? He said if they ever had to run, they'd still need money. Then he dropped a huge pile on them and made it crystal clear. "Do your job well, no mistakes." She leaned in and said, "By the way, that servant has something to tell you." Then he slipped into the room, told them what happened, and fired off a question, "Does that bear show up here a lot?" He muttered, eyes darting, that it had somehow sampled their food already, and they'd even set it there to eat. Eagles, but the others were tied outside, because if a bear went for them, it could have turned deadly fast. That's why they want to set up a guard, but they're broke peasants with 0 weapons, so can he spare his spears and help them out? He said, voice heavy with thought, that they couldn't spare their spears, the proud heartbeat of the knightly order, so they'd have to stand their ground. Stangard froze. He stared at him and snapped, "Are you sure?" Then he grabbed the case. He checked the situation and swore everything was fine, then nodded. He'd go too, slung it over his shoulder and told them he wanted to come along as well. Hunt down that bear. Then later, he slipped out with the other knights. They struck a flame in the dark and scanned the area in every direction. Carol was desperate to sleep. He caught that and then he shot, "Are you okay?" Because today she finally got to count on. She tried to push him into the room, but she snapped back and refused, saying it just wouldn't work. Then he warned, at the decisive moment, if both commanders are wiped out, they're done for, useless, powerless, finished, and that can't happen. The guards would also rest in shifts. She finally caved, but right at that very moment. Right then, the knights spotted something terrifying lurking deep in the forest. They panicked hard when a giant bear suddenly lumbered into view, ripping out of the forest into the open air. She warned the others about it, then shouted the MC's name. He bolted forward like he had no time to lose with it. She shoved a case in front of everyone and yelled that she should take command of the knights snapped into formation right there, facing the bear, and you could feel the dread in every single one of them. He was freaking out because it was absolutely massive. He yanked a weapon from the case and blared. He snapped that they needed to get out of his way. Then he pushed forward and grabbed his gun and aimed dead at the bear. Then he fired, and the shot landed cleanly on target. The beast's roar hit like thunder, and every knight threw their hands over their ears. The deafening roar startled them into silence, and when they finally looked, the bear snapped around, right there in front of them. They spun around and tore into the forest, and that wild sight immediately grabbed their attention. Then he snapped his head toward them and barked, "Hey, are there any hunters around here?" A hunter with a dog sprinted up to him, and he blurted out that he had dealt a brutal blow, inflicted a. But that serious wound hit the bear hard, and it won't last much longer because blood loss was ticking, so you had to put the dog on the trail, butcher the carcass, and haul it back. He nodded, agreed, and set the dog. On the trail, the knights closed in as the captain strode right up to him. He pressed in and demanded to know if this was a weapon of the care people. Then he said he'd killed a bear with 1 shot, and the next breath was pure confusion. How the hell does this thing even work? Yuri looked a bit annoyed, but he still nodded and said, "Sure, I'll teach you everything later." For now, they split up and head their separate ways. until, after a while, they finally arrived at the recommended evacuation spot. Nika's village stretches out before him, and he's convinced that in just a few days the detachment of Royal Eagles, which he rides in to meet the would-be leaders, and this village turns into their home base. Then they pull off a safe link-up with the subpoena too. Ryu led the detachment, marching in by land, and as the troops gathered outside, he seized the moment and he pulled a gun out and told you, "This is the newest weapon you've ever seen." Their enemy, the Kur people, use Teppo right now, and the Kurun Empire's engineers were the ones who invented it. Empire, a follower of Kakuru teachings, wields lead bullets in gunpowder. Strike the powder with fire and it burns. No matter what, it just keeps burning. Like gunpowder in a cramped space and boom, everything goes up fast. It flares the moment it catches and burns like wildfire. They pour in the property gunpowder and a lead bullet, then cram it tight in the barrel with the clean tool they provided. With the cleaning rod still in place, you dump gunpowder onto the breech pan the exact same way, burn the trigger, and you've just lit the fuse on a whole lot worse. Flint snaps, one spark bites the powder, and he fires. He yanked the trigger, then grinned as he swore the lead bullet would fly out, and they can carve a mortal wound into the target. Once these new weapons and gear hit the scene, the tactics they trained for suddenly became useless, but that doesn't mean the old-school moves have lost their power. He blindsided the enemy, burst into a surprise attack, seized the high ground, and rained hits down on everyone stuck below. Even the simplest moves still pack a punch. Those benefits don't disappear for a second. They're about to run a test firing right now, and he's pushing everyone to think, how do we stop this weapon? So, the officers will swap off, giving instructions to everyone who's ready to jump in. The knights tore into weapon practice, swinging hard, then erupted in pure joy when it all paid off. Real, the protagonist, called him over and told him he had something explosive to talk about. They backed away to a deserted spot, and he told them he was going to. He planned to slip away for a bit and check exactly when the fight would kick off, because he couldn't afford to miss it. Didn't mind at all, he just wanted him by his side, and he said, "I get it, I understand what was." If the real princess of Yakoku country showed up, they'd roll out the red carpet in a huge reception, and during wartime, that's nightmare fuel for the enemy. Miyara was born a witch, so if trouble came, He didn't hold back. He told them it'd be calmer if they left him with the Rube family, and said they'd get real answers from the old lord too. After all, there had to be a camp nearby if that family was here, and if he was already there, and everything was about to move lightning fast. He'd talk to those two, then they'd bolt out the very day after tomorrow. He threw him a quick wave before heading out, promised he'd start prepping right away, and then just stayed put, standing there. She peered into the dark alley, shouted "Royal Sword," and told her to stop eavesdropping, and cut the rest of the sentence in a rush like she'd been caught mid-scream. "Come out," she barked, all while keeping a razor-sharp watch on. Carol caught every word. She said she was staying here, and he promised he wouldn't interfere with her, not even for a second. Her work was hers to command. She could do whatever she wanted. Then she added that her duties didn't get to boss her around either. Also watching him closely, he seemed pretty sharp for a subordinate, but everyone knew he might flip on the mistress any day. With a grim look, he figured it all made perfect sense, the royal sword's spirit, and that's why she never trusted anyone except the royal one. Even if he's part of the royal family, she probably doesn't see him as someone the general's household can actually trust. He told her she had every right to distrust him, because if she didn't, she'd start questioning her mom's judgment too. Her Majesty believed in him, trusted him with her whole heart. Then she snapped that it wasn't her choice who to believe, and who to punish, and the lady was no exception either. He said maybe so, but if she didn't rein in her. If she's just some stuck-up fool with zero clue, then she should listen to me, got it? She snapped around, marched off, and said she was. She never stopped watching him. Then, after a while, MC finally. Rial and I blasted off together, soaring straight to the royal capital. Capital of the reform, where everything changes. The camp belonging to the House of Rubikes, where everything is about to explode, and Bikes is more than just a name, it's a warning. It tore through the air and smacked down right outside the castle walls. There he bolted over to him, shouted his words, and said he was appalled. He swallowed his pride and apologized for making him wait. He heard a crazy rumor. His father had finally made his way into the castle. They stormed in, slipped into the study where he was, called out to his father, and asked. "Is he busy right now?" he asked, and he nearly choked when the answer hit him like a shock. He blinked in shock, then spotted his son, rushed over, called him out. What happened? Well, what just happened, and why did he show up out of nowhere? He straight up said he came to ask him something. He handed over the message, and right there stood their commander. He bowed low, grinning as he said he was thrilled to meet him. Kyan told them he'd heard every one of his exploits, so they better grab a seat in his office, because the story was about to start. They shot up from their seats, declared they'd be leaving right then, and both of them slid back onto their chairs. And he says, "Oh, by the way, I came here with the princess, just acting as an observer." Then I'm like, what's the whole point of this visit? Yuri said he came to figure out when the battle would kick off, because missing it would be the dumbest move. He said, "Yeah, I bet you're right," but then he admitted he didn't even realize the enemy was acting so damn strange. For some reason, they kept stalling, like an invisible force had a grip on them, but he couldn't tell what it was, not even close. Yeah, but what was he even thinking? He figured they were cooking up a brand new plan to smash their way in and storm that boulder for them. That fortress, the one they couldn't crack last time, sat there again, and this time the siege weapons they needed would take ages to set up. With a hard, serious look, he said, "We were literally thinking the exact same thing." Of course, Her Highness trusted him for a reason, and it wasn't just blind faith. And hey, the thing in his lap, that wasn't a mistake at all. He handed it to him. He shoved the gun he'd brought into the head of the Rube family's hands, and the guy scrutinized it hard, then demanded to know what era the weapon came from. He said it was a masterpiece crafted last year by the kingdom's people. He carried the treasure from Frussia in his hands like a sacred prize and rolled up to the royal house of Kilhin with it as a gift. Jean handed it to him and he swallowed hard, sure he'd say no, until the moment it was in his hands. Would he really let him keep it? And told him don't shove it back in its case, leave it just like this, because that was the smart move. It was for the War Council, and no, waiting around would have been the wrong move. Better to hand it over right there at the council, right in front of His Highness, because this is where it all turns. The prince's consort won't show up, but he still called Rao and told him he'd be there too, because this lesson could really shape the worried protagonist standing there. Look thought a lowly soldier like him had no business being dragged into a council with Ken and the prince consort. It was getting way too serious fast, so the two of them trailed after him. He asked for forgiveness, and still calm as ever, he told him it was nothing, like it didn't even matter because he was the heir. And yeah, he'd got some personal stuff to deal with, so. Everything was finally fine. Real thanked him with a grin, then leaned in and asked, "Can I bother you for one more thing?" Wait, how was he feeling? He spun toward him and said, "Everything's fine." But what was wrong? Why did the air feel so tense? They slipped into the hall, and there were already a bunch of men seated, staring right at them, and he finally said that. And it felt like the fate of two countries was about to be sealed. At this war council, Kilhin and Sharda, their entire people's fate hung in the balance. The Rube families had demanded chairs be set up right away, and told them they'd better show up as assistants. He dropped into the chair, and right beside him, they both sat down. MC labeled him a hopeless romantic and pressed, "Do you really think this meeting will decide everyone's fate?" "Right, so you get it," he snapped, whipping around and asking what the heck he meant. He figured there was no single kingpin in their army. If the generals didn't all line up, the plan wouldn't get approved, no matter how brilliant the strategy they pitched was. After a meeting that went nowhere, they'd settle for some half-decent, barely their plan. He snapped that for him. It felt like he was. Rial sat there like a spectator, counting down for the curtain to rise on the play, then said, "Nope, we're in it, not just watching." They were just watching, but tell me, wasn't there something they could do? He told me there was nothing they could do, just students, that's all, not me. Mighty gods, they had no clue how to stop a crusade, and he just couldn't shake the heartbreak, because the tragedy was about to play out right in front of him. He threw the question out like, if there's a way, what would I do? And yeah, it was just a hypothetical, but it still hit like a real one. He said, eyes locked in, that the question was pure Carol, trying to make sense of it all was hopeless. The generals' families were ordered to hand over the military power by any means they could, before the war even kicked off, no excuses. Anything he invents will be blocked by reality, and even with perfect detachment, nobody can steer the war's outcome. War, no matter how loud you argue theory, it all turns into dust in the real world. He nodded like he'd finally heard the truth, and Yuri felt it. Kilhin stared back at him with a cold, cutting gaze. But maybe once he became a detachment commander, his whole outlook had started. Dragon burst into the hall, eyes snapping around. He shot them a quick look, and both of them bowed hard in greeting, then he took. He strode into position and announced, loud and clear, that the War Council was starting now. Coxlecki warned them, no more repeating that blunder. Throw every cavalryman on every mount together as one unstoppable cavalry unit, because if each rider charges off alone, the enemy will swat them down one by one. Odur Gadzi slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Why should we ditch our cavalry? If we were led by some green general, we couldn't even show a tenth of what we're capable of." And that last loss didn't happen by chance. It came from a collapse in the army's morale, and that ripped straight into their strength. It all comes down to this, and you've got to light a fire under those soldiers, because the great fortune they've got is truly impregnable. Verdun's fortress stood like a steel giant, so there's no reason to panic for no good reason. Dragon clocked Keen, shooting his hand up, and demanded, "So what?" He fired a question, got an opinion, and before the protag could answer, he rose, strode right up to. The antagonist stepped in and demanded to know if he could borrow it for a while. He flashed the gun in their faces and told them, "Take a look. This is the newest gun the enemy brought, straight from the Hofe crew." A whole family who was there grabbed it from the Kura people's country and bought it on the spot. Compared to what the enemy dumped in the last battle, this thing has leveled up hard. It's lighter and it fires with way more bite, even as it keeps going. A single shot against an enemy armed with tech like that, upgrading every single day, how could anyone possibly stop them? How can they swear Verdun stays invincible forever when it's standing right beside them? Does he really think the warriors will feel fired up under a general who brings zero plans, zero strategy, and just wastes everyone's time? Otter grabbed his attention and warned, "I don't see a single way to snatch this massive fortune." He calmly told them, "Then go ask the Howe family's representative." The family members who were there, at his age, he knows more about the Care people than anyone else, and he learned it all. Picked up their language, then set sail across the open sea and traded goods with them. Then Dragon called out to him and told him he wanted his opinion. MC, eyes full of worry, told them that even if they insisted, he'd only ever seen the mighty fortress of Verdun painted on a wall. Keen shrugged it off, saying he only wanted his say. Then he realized Father Ryo was asking him to pull the impossible out of thin air, and he braced himself and pulled himself. He forced himself together, stood up, introduced himself, and snapped that it was just a gap. Guess what? If he ever stormed Verdun, he'd smash straight through the main gate. This massive fortress used to be a quarry, cracked cliffs, sharp edges, and those man-made steep walls towering right up. Unmade, rocky walls, indestructible and jagged, towering high ramparts, a fortress that refused every attack, and right from there, the road leading straight to the main gate. That gate, which doubles as the entrance and exit, sits on a steep slope, and it's built so a battering ram can smash right through. Dragon couldn't get close, but he leaned in anyway and grilled him about how he planned to tear the escape apart. He swore he'd blow it sky-high with gunpowder. That stuff was going to cost a fortune, but they could forge a bronze cannon right there. Another move was to slap a massive gunpowder bomb at the gate, then blow it sky-high. If the gate was wooden, packed with iron reinforcements, cracking it open would. That shouldn't be too hard. Kyan halted, stared them down, and said the enemy would unleash a weapon like that, and yeah, it felt like the right call. Odur snapped, furious, that they don't get to decide for everyone, and it wasn't guaranteed the enemy would pull that move. He couldn't believe it, so he demanded to know if he was really going to pray the enemy wouldn't unleash a weapon like that. That wasn't the military leader's job at all. He had to be ready for anything, so he spun around and shouted Yuri. He then blurted, "I've got to ask you something. What do you think? How should this war be fought?" And he shut his. His eyes narrowed, and he thought, even if he was asking for his opinion, he still would. From now on, get everything straight from him. Then he snapped his eyes open and said that if he dared to push his opinion, he'd dodge the decisive battle on the plain and try to lure the. They lured the enemy into the forest because their whole power is in sheer gunfire, firearms that only shine on a clear open battlefield. But once the trees choke the path, shots keep getting cut off, and the rifles can't line up like they want to. Be ineffective, yeah, that's the danger, but their real edge is discipline stronger than the enemy's, and even eagles that carry orders so they can fight through the forest with a huge advantage. He wants to leave only a few troops in Verdun, then march into the woods and wait out winter. Odur shot him a haughty look and snapped, "What are you even talking about, this proposal to FL?" Cox snapped, "You're being way too brutal with the Howe family rep," and both of them whipped around, right as the moment hit. Drogon whipped around and said those same words, exactly like Lord Kyan had commanded. "Don't miss a single option. If you do, winning this war turns impossible, and the Lord's take is too important to ignore, the protagonist." They bowed and told them this could pass as a young man's delirium, so if they wanted to ignore it, they could, but then he called it, and they'd have to turn him down. He shouted for His Highness, announced he'd brought the gun as a sacred offering, and demanded they take it. A week later, he was soaring, finally getting the green light. Riding on an eagle alongside a whole wave of cavalry, he soared through the sky with them. He stared down at the camp below and let his thoughts hit like thunder. It turned out they'd stumbled straight into the enemy camp, spying out the area before the war even kicked off. The war ignited, then, just when they showed up, a kingly aura poured out of them. Killing intent filled the air. At that height, bullets would never reach him. Stormed toward them, the camp, packed with tens of thousands of people. There were way more of them, on a bigger scale than anything our side could ever match. He shot the flag up into the sky, and for a split second, he believed this day would be the turning point. They'd finally wrap this up, then come back over the past few days, with the troops streaming in. Troops fanned out across the map and regrouped in scattered pockets. The war was already breathing down their necks. Just a few days later, it was finally here. Years later, he and Myro were slamming liquor back like it was the only thing that mattered. He poured the liquid straight from the barrel into bottles. The girl burst into the room and warned, "I'm coming in." But she caught a horrible stench and snapped her hand up to cover her nose. With her hand, she shot over to the window and gulped in some fresh air. He snapped around and blurted, "What is that smell?" What were they doing here? He whipped around, apologized, and said it was the smell of mineral oil. Then he looked like he was about to explain even more. He skimmed only the flammable light oil out of crude, then poured it into bottles to craft. She stared at it, shocked, and blurted, "Why would he do something like that?" Then he snapped back, "Military activity's been brutal and..." In recent days, another message slid in from the Rube family too. This war is about to kick off any moment, and they came. They might just be able to spot things, but once the war kicks off and the enemy camp starts to weaken, he hits on the idea, drop this from the sky and smash straight into their supplies. She grabbed a bottle and declared it. There was no way you could fight without food. Then he nodded and promised he'd lead a separate squad of about 5 Eagle Riders to carry out the operation. He'll be gone for just a few minutes, and in that time she and Ryo rushed back. She nodded immediately, then told him, "Don't worry, leave it with us." He barged into their room and said it was pure luck, or convenience, that all 3 of them were there. They're all here, and then boom, his father sends him a message. The war kicks off tomorrow, no warning, no delay, later. Right here, the MC stepped into his eagle's territory, like he had a date with destiny. Dumped the water and shoved a juicy piece of meat into his hands. He met his gaze and told him, "Tomorrow, we're having a meeting. A showdown is coming, there's no backing out now, he has to." He had to eat up and pack on strength, then he clocked the eagle's stare. Staring at him, she demanded, "What's wrong?" And the moment she said it, his strange behavior cut off mid-sentence. He found that weird, because he always wolfed down his food the second it hit his hands. He slumped his head against it and couldn't help wondering, was Stardust really right? Caressing him, this was so rare it hit him like a jolt, and panic snapped into place. Carol stormed up to them and demanded to know what was going on. He swung toward her just as the eagle suddenly started stroking him with its wings. She marched over and told them straight up. He could feel his tension building even before tomorrow's fight, and Blue Storm mirrored the exact same energy. He figured they were about to march off to war, and honestly it made total sense until that moment. To worry, the eagles started tearing into their meal, and she whispered that it looked. He finally looked like he'd cooled off. Then he agreed, dialed her up, and told her what he'd been warning her about. During the operation, he would split his focus, trust her to take charge of the main forces, and make it crystal clear she must never step into a single dangerous moment. She leaned in toward him and snapped, asking if he thought she was stupid, then warned him not to treat her like some kid because she was about to hold the altitude and stay hovering easy. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and said, "Hey, this is only her first combat. I just need her to stay calm and react to everything." She told him not to sweat it. She had the main forces under control, so he should lock in on his job. He took a breath, let the fury fade, nodded in agreement, and said it would. Tomorrow, he was staking everything on them. Them too, the very next day, Yuri and the riders shot through the sky on their eagles, racing toward the. From up above the battlefield, you can see the chaos about to explode. From both sides, they sprint toward each other. Then they crashed in and swung their weapons at full force. He yanked his mask down and realized, wow, this huge. A massive army, every single person despises the others, and they're cutting each other down like it's the only language they know. And yeah, it's about as bad as it gets. Battlefield, when Ryo stepped into the war council, he leaned in and said the observation squad might be able to pull off something too. He denied it back then, but now he finally gets what those feelings are. Little if this army ever storms in and his family or comrades get killed, he woe. He's got one thing in mind, so he fires up and starts waving the flag like crazy, convinced they can. They can kick off the operation anytime now. He flicked open a lighter, and just like that, his mind raced back to what happened earlier. Carol shoved it into his hands and demanded, "What is this?" He said it was made for setting fires. Lily made it. He made it just for him, only one existed, so he could light the fuse on the incendiary and unleash the fire. Then he hurled it. When it burst into flames, the other soldiers would scramble to toss their own bottles. And the flames would roar outward, so this plan would let them wipe out the enemy's supplies. She stared at them, shocked, like she couldn't believe they were really there. He blinked in shock and admitted that he was always there, coming up with something. Came up with something right now, he's about to tell you, and the next part cuts off mid-sentence, like he's running out of time. He struck the fire, pressed the lighter to the fuse, and barked, "Start it." Stardust grabbed the mic and told them, "We're pushing farther, higher than ever." That was the mission, plain and simple. That tent, he stared at the riders tearing through the sky nearby, and gave a thumbs up, and right after, they shot down like a pack of jets. They leaned in and stared hard at that tent, like they were trying to uncover its secrets with their bare eyes. They launched into takeoff the second they skimmed the ground and climbed into the air. He snapped the rope tight and watched the bottles come free. And he heaved it down like it burned. Then they crashed to the ground, and the sound just kept. And the fire roared to life, racing across a massive stretch of land. From the enemy camp, he stared at it like it was screaming secrets, and he realized the gunpowder had finally caught fire. And even civilians paid the price too, however. But this is war, and if he hesitates, he'll lose the only chance to shield his comrades. The squad came out untouched, no casualties, and the mission hit a clean win. They need to link up with the main squad, now, and join the observation team. That was a lot of extra work, but look at what it unleashed, wrecking everything like that. At least it helped a little, and that was something. No clue how this fight ends yet, but one thing I'm sure of, this has to be confirmed. Lock it in, then everyone scatters and heads back to Chalta without hesitation. He kept racking up losses, then noticed the night's eagles started to fly in a way that felt seriously wrong. Feathers were blasting through the air everywhere, and he couldn't help wondering. Couldn't shake the feeling, what the heck was going on here? He's totally stunned when he finally lays eyes on his opponent, and won. He couldn't shake the feeling, why the hell was a dragon here, so he snapped his head around, scanning the area. Paced around with a worried stare, convinced that they were gunning for Carol, so he launched himself. He rushed toward them, and the whole thing hit him like a shock. This was totally unexpected. Turns out the enemy has already rigged a trap, set to go off in seconds. Countermeasures against the royal eagles. The other eagles aren't about to sit still either, not after that. And still fighting to protect her, they're so worn out now that they can barely even breathe, much less move. The moment he got was razor thin, then the protagonist shot even higher. Snatched the spear, locked eyes with the dragon, and roared the order. Stardust blasted him off, and he took flight straight there. Rushed toward the dragon, and his eagles tore in with. Claws raked into him, and right after that, he slammed his thrust forward. The spear sliding right between the dragon's scales, and with one savage kick, it tore even deeper. And it made the dragon scream in brutal, unbearable pain. He figured it was a win when the spear sank deep enough to hit the internal organs, if only because it ended things for good. Those wounds were so savage that even a dragon couldn't walk away unscathed. Falling then out of nowhere, the monster snaps into a sharp, sudden burst of speed and cuts him off mid-motion. He whipped around and slammed his eagle's wing. Carol, don't miss this, look at it with its tail, and shouted at him in a voice trembling with pure dread, and right then, that dragon shot up into the sky. Swooped in front of her with its mouth gaping wide, and he kicked things off right then. Stumbled downward and swore Stardust had shattered his wings. This felt hopeless, like they were already done for. He snapped his gaze to the side. He realized the blue storm had been crushed too. Defeated, he swore it was over. Then the memory of everyone hit him hard. Every person he knew, one by one, he hunted down to beg for forgiveness. A little later, he finally snapped back to reality, like his mind had just rebooted. Took in the rich scent of the earth and couldn't help wondering if, was he alive for real, or had something happened that ripped everything away? Thanks to the belt latched around his waist. He didn't get thrown back, he yanked the belt free and felt. Crashed to the ground and winced, feeling a sharp twinge in his lower back, then his body. His body finally kicked back to life. He snapped upright and stared at Staring in horror, he watched his eagle suffer. He was sure both wings were wrecked, his fingers and claws were shattered to the bone. If he's really okay, then that means the beginning. Stardust swooped in at the last second, wrapping around him and turning into a living shield. In that state, he couldn't even. To save him, they raced in, yet somehow he was still breathing. Breathing hard through the pain, he dug his dagger out from his side and realized that from this moment on, all he could do was face it, every single thing that had happened to him. It was all on him, and at the very least, he had to put him out of that. Ending his torment, he dropped down beside the head of the eagle's head snapped toward him, and its gaze locked on him, like it knew his next move. And he begged for forgiveness. Before he even went for the kill, he drove a dagger straight into the man's neck. Dagger still in hand, she lunged in and wrapped him in a fierce hug, plucked a single feather from him, and said, he apologized because he could. If he could bury him, he'd take it. To drag the proof of his life right beside him, because he was truly unstoppable. He filled my life with everything, and I owed him my gratitude, so I finally could sleep in peace. Calmly for now, he still had stuff he had to finish. He tossed off some of his gear, then surged forward and charged up that tree anyway, even with the severe. Searing agony exploded through his entire body all at once. Rial tore through the sky above the forest, blowing his whistle like a battle call. His whistle blasting out, and praying he finally answers. Ansi whistled back, and that sound hit his ears, leaving him wondering if he. Tell me you're okay, he blurted, then stared right at him and whistled too. To ask where Carol was now, then he noticed that. He waved the flag and figured some other squad had already found her. She's about 300 meters from here, no big distance, just right there. Howe whistled to say they'd hit the limit of what their bodies could handle. He heard it and instantly figured the Royal Eagle had no way it could touch down. The plane touched down, but not a single open space greeted it. He whistled like he'd figured it all out, then charged off to help right away. He burst in closer, then flicked a spear down at him like a bat swing from above. He grabbed the bag and demanded he take it, because the war was already over. He tore off with his squad, and the moment he looked back, he realized the Allied forces had been crushed. He wanted them to win, thinking about anything else was pointless. I can't stop thinking about it, right now. The only thing that matters is making sure Carol is alive. Then he breaks into the forest, walking deeper with. He lunged forward with a spear, his back screaming in pain, then he snapped his gaze to the compass and he said the place he was pointing at was somewhere right here. Yuri caught a brutal roar, hid behind cover, and couldn't help but wonder what the heck was coming next. Was it some wild beast on the loose? So in his current condition, he has no clue what's going on. Of victory, he leaned out, eyes locked on Carol, and the thought hit him hard. How? He might be in real trouble. He snapped his head around like he expected something to jump out at him. They spun around, staring in disbelief, praying this was the dragon they had faced before. And if it was mortally wounded, he still caught it, her eyes like an eagle's. The eagle stared in disbelief, convinced nothing was moving, and it terrified him like the worst possible omen. That he couldn't spot her from here if she was in the. She was so out of it that it felt like no stardust could even touch her, like nothing could save her from that nothing but empty state. Could this still work and she's alive? Then what happens? Will he really get forced into it? He had no choice but to slice her down with his own hands. After all, he stormed in to make sure she was good to go, ready to keep going on her own. He grabbed her and pulled her with him, no time to think at all. Then he heard someone yelling, and he came. He burst out of hiding and immediately muttered that it didn't sound like the care language at all. It was a language he'd never heard before, pure mystery in every word, so he kept moving forward and Carol stood there with a dagger pressed to her throat. And a man leveled a sword at her, shouting like his life depended on it, "Get them." Their attention, and the second the enemy turned around, he hurled his spear at him, and it drove straight through. Razor-sharp pain tore through his shoulder. The antagonist sprinted right up to him and snatched the spear and smashed it down onto his head with his own hand. He slammed his leg, yanked out his. He slammed the spear forward and drove it straight into his arm. Right after that, he launched a brutal kick that snapped the enemy's head back. His head slumped and his body finally stopped moving. He spun around, shouted her name, and demanded to know if she's okay, then she needs to breathe, calm down, and maybe rip the dagger out of her throat. She swallowed hard, wrote anyway, and in a shaky voice she blurted. She tried to lift her arms, but they wouldn't move an inch. closed the distance, grabbed her hands, and told her she needed to call. Take a breath slow and deep, now calm down. She followed his words to the letter, then looked him in the eye and insisted she was totally fine.